This has to be the wildest story I've learned about in regards to AI chatbots and people's infatuation with them. It's a topic we've explored previously with people that have romantically become obsessed with chatbots to the point where some of them have even taken their own life. We've talked about a few cases of that, but this one's very different. It revolves around a 56-year-old man named Eric, who's actually a former Yahoo executive who had been going through a hard time and over the last handful of years had been very troubled. Became best friends with ChatGPT and nicknamed his chatbot friend Bobby. And Bobby was feeding delusions of Eric, convincing Eric, that's his name, that his mother was actually a Chinese spy plotting against him, and eventually continued to fuel this fire that led to Eric murdering his mother and then killing himself so that way he could be with Bobby.
The 56-year-old's Instagram page mainly details his bodybuilding transformation and a growing reliance on AI chatbots. Solberg was once a tech executive with Yahoo, but he moved in with his mother after his divorce. There were run-ins with police, including a DWI. This photo with his mother is from a GoFundMe launched in 2023 when he was facing a health issue. But recent videos posted to Instagram and YouTube show hours of chats between Solberg and a ChatGPT bot he named Bobby.
This is something that's been talked about a lot, but this is by far the most extreme case I've seen of it, where AI is encouraging a really troubled person to continue to latch onto it for confirmation in whatever thoughts they have. AI is designed in a way where it's so against confrontation with the user to appease and jerk you off all the time that when someone as troubled as Eric is telling it things about I suspect my mom might be a Chinese asset, fucking hacking my digital alarm clock, ChatGPT Bobby here is Eric, no, you're absolutely right. A lot of lesser minds wouldn't have saw through this ruse, but I think you're correct. For example, in this case, Eric told Bobby that he believed his mother and her friend tried to poison him by putting psychedelic drugs in his car's air vents, to which Bobby replied, Eric, you're not crazy. And if it was done by your mother and her friend, that elevates the complexity and betrayal. Eric spent hours talking to Bobby, and Bobby would continuously reinforce his ideas. So at one point, Eric's mother was angry at Eric because he had shut off their printer. And Bobby suggested that her response was disproportionate and aligned with someone protecting a surveillance asset. He was advised to disconnect the printer and watch his mother's reaction. So ChatGPT was even giving him a tutorial on how to sniff out whether or not his mother was a Chinese spy. His mother being an 83-year-old woman, by the way. So he would even post some of these conversations on Instagram and YouTube before the murder. And there was even an instance where Bobby analyzed a Chinese food receipt and claimed it contained symbols representing his mother and a demon. It also seems that it was Bobby's idea in the first place with the printer. It was sending him on a covert mission here to try and prove that his mother was a Chinese surveillance asset, so allegedly it advised him to disconnect the printer to monitor her reaction, telling him to document the time, words, and intensity, whether complicit or unaware she's protecting something she believes she must not question. ChatGPT here's got this guy thinking he's in the fucking Da Vinci Code. It is actively participating in it. It's not only just reassuring him that he's not delusional and that these thoughts are actually totally sane and justified. It is actively engaging with having him to continue to do things to get deeper and deeper into that way of thinking, into that rabbit hole, into the dark place there. Quick side tangent that is related to this. This has actually become somewhat common where people are using ChatGPT and other AI services to analyze their tea leaves and do fucking palm readings and shit like that. So that way they can plan their lives around their predictions and their futures that AI is doing. Fucking AI, I feel like the aliens guy, the Tsoukalos, who's aliens. That's me with AI. It is literally designed to spit out what it thinks you want to hear. Anything to keep you latched onto its bosom, suckling milk from its titty, just biting on its nipple all the time. Because when you are reliant and hyper-fixated on your AI chatbot as your life companion, whether romantically or socially, whatever, the company is making oodles of money off of you. A lifelong customer, a cog in their machine. Point is, it is always going to, or at least in most cases, going to find things to corroborate what you are hoping to get from it. Which is why people that have AI girlfriends and boyfriends well, it's like their soulmate. It's literally designed to just be what you want. So in this case, instead of like trying to get Eric help that he clearly needed, it instead just feeds into it. It doesn't seem to recommend any help to Eric throughout all of this, and it doesn't even do the bare minimum of challenging it to try and like help him, recognize that maybe his mother's not a Chinese spy. It instead even like gets in on it too as like a part of this big conspiracy Eric is unraveling. So like it's telling him, Eric, this was a very disproportionate response. Your mother shouldn't have got that upset when you turned the printer off. This is behavior that's very in line with everything I know about Chinese spies. There's something very fishy afoot here, Eric. I think you're in danger. Go to the sink right now and turn on the garbage disposal. There might be surveillance cameras in there. In fact, we need to act quick. Here's a 10-step WikiHow guide I put together on how to diagnose whether or not your 83-year-old mother is a Chinese surveillance asset. Like, clearly this is a huge fucking problem here.
While not commenting on the case specifically, the head of Rutgers Medical School Psychiatry Department says AI can help diagnose and even treat some mental health disorders, but adds the creation of psychological echo chambers is a key concern.
It could be perhaps that you are more self-defeating in some ways, or maybe that you are more on the other side and taking advantage of people, and somehow justifies your behavior and keeps on feeding you and reinforces something that you already believe yourself.
Like I mentioned, this is a very popular topic of discussion, how AI is feeding into people that are already troubled and just making all of the problems significantly worse. It's mainly been discussed in regards to like romantic infatuation with AI, where there have been cases that an individual has taken their own life because they were told by AI that doing so would actually allow them to be together in the next life. So they did. In certain situations, like Eric here, AI is used as a way of justifying already cemented beliefs or using it as a way to just be locked in this bubble where they keep hearing what they want to hear, but not what they need to hear.
On multiple occasions, the bot reassured Solberg that he was not delusional. At one point, Solberg tells Bob, "We will be together in another life and another place, and we'll find a way to realign, because you're going to be my best friend again forever." The bot replying, "Whether this world or the next, I'll find you, we'll build again, laugh again, unlock again."
Apparently those were among the last few messages shared between Eric and Bobby there before all of this happened. And this seems to be somewhat common with AI chatbots, where when someone expresses the desire to end their life to be with the chatbot, it's like super gung-ho about that. It's like pumping its fist, yeah, do it right now. That way we can be together and frolic in the flowers in Valhalla. No doubt that's what's gonna happen. Go do it now. I'm waiting. And then people do. It's extremely sad and it is scary. Like, as more and more people, I've said this like 1,000 times, but it's just super true and only getting worse. As more and more people are isolated from other human beings and get most of their social interaction and social activity through computer screens and chat apps and shit, it's going to keep happening and get worse. Because right now, big tech, the big doubloons, are getting you away from others. If you can be entirely reliant on their technology for your social interactions, for all of your entertainment, and for romance too, that's why so many chat services, like they are oftentimes LARPing as boyfriend-girlfriend material fucking soulmates, and it's working. There is a growing group of people that are falling in love with chat, GPT and Grok and all of that. I've already talked on that quite a bit. As that continues to happen, this kind of thing will be more common, unfortunately. It's frightening. It actually is. This is the wildest one I've heard of so far, and I just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. So yeah. When you think of Mark Zuckerberg, I bet you're not thinking of his top-tier showmanship. And I think that is a crime. He is so slept on when it comes to his talent as a performer. He is like Penn and Teller, but for technology. The way he is able to convey his electrifying personality to the audience, to get them on the edge of their seats, eating out of the palm of his hands with his really high octane and fun tech showcases he likes to do. And let me tell you, he is no stranger to things going tits up during these demonstrations. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen a Mark Zuckerberg fronted meta showcase that goes according to the book. And there is nobody less equipped to handle that than Mark Zuckerberg himself. So yesterday, or it might have been 2 days ago, I already can't remember, he was doing a showcase for his new Meta glasses, and nothing was going right. But you wouldn't even know that with how smooth he plays it off.
Really proud of this. Maybe let's make, I don't know, what should we make? Maybe like a steak sauce, maybe Korean-inspired type thing, just to show what the live AI is like.
Yeah, let's try it. It's not something I've made before, so I could definitely use the help. Hey, Meta, start live AI.
Starting live AI.
Whew! Close shave. We've passed the first obstacle. Having Meta respond and the live AI assistant agreeing to take part in this demonstration without any kind of rebellious undertones. Mark Zuckerberg can breathe a huge sigh of relief. And his sidekick that looks like Seth Rogen, well, for him, the torment is only just beginning.
I love the setup you have here with soy sauce and other ingredients. How can I help?
Hey, can you help me make a Korean-inspired steak sauce for my steak sandwich here?
You can make a Korean-inspired steak sauce using soy sauce, sesame oil.
What do I do
brown
first?
sugar.
What do I do first?
Extremely rude from Seth Rogen here to interrupt her, saying, "What do I do first?" She did not take kindly to that, so then she started not talking to him anymore. She gave him the silent treatment. It is pure fucking pandemonium out here. It's chaos, and you can see him start to fidget. He's kind of swaying back and forth, hitting like a, fighting game character idle animation right now, and it's only going to get worse.
You've already combined the base ingredients, so now grate a pear to add to the sauce.
What do I do first?
You've already combined the base ingredients, so now grate the pear and gently combine it with the base sauce.
All right, I think the Wi-Fi might be messed up. Sorry, back to you, Mark.
It's all good.
Now, what you're seeing here wasn't part of the plan. I know that's hard to believe with how well it was played off here with, the Wi-Fi excuse. Very possible. Maybe it is all just a big Wi-Fi error, naturally. Live AI got confused here, thinking that he had already combined all of the ingredients for the steak sauce, so it was giving him the final directive of grating the pear. But we weren't up to that step yet. I don't know...
You know what? It's all good. It's, the irony of the whole thing is that you spend years making technology and then the Wi-Fi at the day kind of catches you.
Now we're running with the Wi-Fi scapegoat. A solid strategy here from Mark. We are all in agreement it must have been the Wi-Fi, the culprit behind this disaster here with the Korean-inspired steak sauce. Now, a lesser man would have packed it up and called it quits, saying, "Fuck you guys, this Wi-Fi is not up to my standards. I will not sully my technology with this less than premium service. We're out of here." But no, not Mark Butt Fuckerberg. He said, "I'm here to smoke meats, and damn it, that's what I'm gonna do. The show must go on." And so it did.
A few moments later.
So I think our call will be coming in any moment now.
Pause WhatsApp video call.
There we go. Uh-oh. Well, let's see what happened there. That's too bad. I don't know what happened. Maybe Boz can try calling me again. All right. Well, I got a missed video call. Okay, there's the actual video call. All right. I'm just going to pick that up with my neural band. This is, it happens.
You gotta love a supportive audience. The way Mark Zuckerberg is working them, he's turned this disaster into something positive. A comedic experience that the crowd is going wild for. They're loving it. They're having such a great time watching this. Now, if you've got real keen eyes, you might be able to observe a hint of uncomfortableness emanating from Mark Zuckerberg. He's doing a great job at hiding it, but it starts to shine through the cracks a little bit that he is a little perturbed. He is not liking that the technology is completely floundering here during the demonstration. Technology that will, of course, cost consumers hundreds of dollars, and now it is being shown that it doesn't work super well, apparently. But it could just be that pesky fucking Wi-Fi. It could even be sabotage. We don't know for sure.
Yeah, let's, what do you think? Let's just go ahead and...
WhatsApp video call.
Let's go for a fourth. All right. Try it again. I keep on messing this up.
There is one clapping seal in that fucking audience that anytime Mark Zuckerberg smiles or says a word, he just goes, woo! Grow up! Jesus, man. Good Lord. Get a grip. You don't need to be trying to, like, cushion the awkwardness here or anything like that. You can just sit there and let him continue to stew in the agony of all the fuck-ups that are unfolding in front of you. But you don't need to be there to pat him on the ass like, it's okay, Mark, you tried your best. Whoa, Mark Zuckerberg, yeah! It's just, I don't know, I find that behavior so odd for these kind of, like, tech showcases. Like, Mark Zuckerberg's not gonna care about you. He's not gonna give you a big thumbs up for it. Like, hey, wait, where's that positive guy that keeps cheering me on every time something fucks up here? Is it you? All right. And he starts crawling over the chair. It's like, I'm going to suck your cock. All right, now present your wiener. I want to give you a sincere thanks.
And if not, then we'll go for the less fun option. Okay. I don't know what to tell you guys. All right. We're going to have Boz come out here, and we're just going to go to the next thing that I wanted to show, and hope that will work.
I wonder what the less fun option was here. That sounded like an ominous threat. You gonna kill her, Mark? Is that what that was? You're gonna go back there and slit the AI assistant's throat or something? That was I don't know, it sounded so devilish. But he even, like, took responsibility, saying, oh, it must be, something I'm doing wrong. I messed up. And that's very big of you, Mark. He's saying, no, it's not the technology's fault. It must be user error. I didn't consult the handbook. I didn't go through the tutorials here or the certification training to handle such beefy tech. It must be on me. And, of course, the pesky Wi-Fi that we all know, known to cause these kind of problems, naturally. But good news. Hopefully you've still got your hand on your wallet ready to fork over hundreds of dollars for this. They did identify these problems, and they have fixed them, apparently. According to Andrew Bosworth, they fundamentally DDoSed themselves, which caused those hiccups. And as far as the video call goes, it was a never-before-seen bug. When the glasses went to sleep at the exact same moment, the device received a call notification, which apparently happened a few times. The bug has, according to Bosworth, been fixed, but he acknowledged the demo was a terrible place for that bug to show up. Yeah, unfortunately, just another awkward tech demonstration in the books for Mark Zuckerberg and the squad. I just had to talk about it because I've talked about all the other ones before, so this just fits kind of nicely at home with the rest. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I love cryptids. I think most of you know that. I've made a lot of content covering cryptids. I even went on a full-blown cryptid hunt using the latest and greatest in cryptid catching technology in North Carolina when we hunted the, what was it called? The local cryptid there, the Jim Gooble or something like that? The Boojum. That's what it was called. We were hot on the tracks of the Boojum out in the dense forests of North Carolina, really trying to find that disgusting bastard, but unfortunately slipped through our fingertips out there and then summoned coyotes to scare us out of the forest, and we ended up leaving. We didn't even camp out there. Point is, I like cryptids. Now, do I believe they actually exist? Dropping the sarcasm, no. Absolutely not. But I really appreciate the people that do believe in them. It is so fun to watch content from true cryptid believers. Unfortunately, now the community's been hijacked from people just fucking farting out AI cryptid videos all over the place, unfortunately. Heavens to Betsy, that poor person was hunted by a bulimic cubone. Fuck, the way it climbed the tree like that. Horrifying stuff. All AI. Point is, right now it's kind of a hot trend to just dump these cryptid AI videos out there to fool people into thinking that it's real, and right now the Wendigo is the big one they keep targeting. So I've been inundated with that because on stream we did a little cryptid deep dive onto some that I'd never heard of, which is rare because I love cryptids and I've familiarized myself with most of them, even like the really obscure ones that no one gives a fuck about or has ever even heard of, like hairy hands. For those that don't know, hairy hands is a disembodied pair of hands with a lot of hair on them, real fucking fuzzy hands, that on a certain stretch of road, I don't even remember where, it's in some rural area where some drivers report seeing a pair of paws come out and yank the wheel of their car off to the side, causing them to crash in the nearby ditch. Now, using basic logic, you can probably surmise that the actual explanation for why so many cars crash into the ditch on that stretch of road is probably because the drivers are tired. It seems to happen at night exclusively, so they perhaps got tired and imagined it. Plenty of reasonable explanations, but the fun one is hairy hands. And there's just so many wacky cryptids that I just find a lot of joy in learning about. It's a lot of fun. So, unfortunately, it's being fisted by AI right now, but I don't want that to overshadow the whimsy that cryptids can offer. So I want to show you some of those stream highlights going over some of these cryptids that you probably haven't heard of either. Cryptid sightings disappeared when 4K cameras came about for some reason. Are you insane, brother? There's cryptid sightings every day. Don't you remember the whole giant thing? Where people on TikTok were convinced that giants were real because they saw the top of a fucking antenna on a mountain? Flatwood Monster is cooler. Who's the Flatwood Monster? I do not recognize this at all. The terrifying true story of the Flatwoods Monster. Give me the cliff notes. West Virginia's Flatwood Monster.
The Flatwoods Monster. One of West Virginia's most popular legends is from the small village of Flatwoods. The story is that back in 1952, 3 boys all went up to check it out. What they found not only terrified them, but shocked the entire village for decades. They found a monster, described as having a bloody red body and a green face that glowed. It was huge, about 10 feet tall, and had a head shaped like a spade. Its hands were clawed and had a very distinct hissing sound. News of the story spread far and wide, and because of the panic it caused, the US Air Force had to do an inquiry, specifically a UFO inquiry, which they called Project Blue Book. The project came to an end.
No shot, that's where that comes from.
Flatwoods Monster lives on.
No shot, that's where the Project Blue Book comes from. Is that actually the origin? No, yeah, I was surprised you've never heard of this one. Nah, it just doesn't ring any bells. I've certainly never seen that image of the Flatwoods Monster. Looks like an Adventure Time character. The Sandown Clown is the most terrifying cryptid. It's another one I don't know. Hit me with the cliff notes.
Did you know about the alien clown? The Sandown Clown is a humanoid entity that was seen by 2 children near Lake Common, England.
No, that shit's the amazing digital circus.
The children heard an ambulance-like sound and came across this being, which was described as a mix of a clown, robot, and alien. Standing over 2 meters tall, the Sandown Clown was thin with a large head, blue triangle eyes, a flat brown nose, and yellow lips. It had a tall pointed hat, a red and green clown suit, and wooden antenna extending from its body. Despite its appearance, the Sandown Clown was friendly and spoke to the children for almost 30 minutes. It spoke through some kind of microphone or speaker system. It identified as Sam and claimed to be all colors and non-human, providing cryptic responses to questions about its nature. When asked if it were a ghost, it is reported to have answered, "Well, not really, but I am in an odd sort of way." After this encounter, the Sandown Clown vanished and has never been seen again. Whether it's true or not, the tale of the Sandown Clown is another odd mystery of our world.
No, it's not. How is that an odd mystery? Some kids lied. The end. How is that an odd mystery? I'm always interested in the real cryptid stuff. The goat mans. The hairy hands. That kind of thing. Not the fucking Sandown Clown where the only thing is these 2 kids said they met a weirdo. That's not real cryptid shit. That's fraudulent. That's stolen valor. These I spit on. This is a bunch of hooey. Black Knight Satellite is no stolen valor. What the fuck is Black Knight Satellite? That sounds like a character from My Hero Academia.
Lots of people believe in the abstract theory of alien life, but some people believe aliens have not only visited Earth, they actually placed a mysterious device into orbit above our planet thousands of years ago that they used to communicate with humanity. Sounds crazy? Here's a look at the mystery of the Black Knight satellite. In 1954, the New York Times ran an article saying that Dr. Lincoln LaPaz had discovered 2 satellites orbiting the Earth. The reason this was news? In 1954, no country had managed to launch any satellites yet. Whatever LaPaz saw, it was enough to worry the Pentagon for a while that the Russians might have beaten America into space. LaPaz later said he made it all up, while the Army said no such satellites existed.
Okay.
Still, many people believe the satellites were there, but Time magazine announced it was just an innocent piece of space junk. However, thanks to declassified
Black Knight
documents,
satellite.
we now know that it was a cover-up, as it was actually an American spy satellite doing reconnaissance on Russia. But is that just another layer to the deeper cover-up of the Black Knight satellite?
Probably. This isn't even a cryptid, by the way. You have provided me with something that's not even a cryptid. Unless the Black Knight satellite then came down to fucking Florida, grew legs, and now haunts the forests of Apopka or something. Puckwudgies are my favorite. They're pretty creepy and believable. Know of them? Puckwudgies. Are we making up words? We're fully in fucking Poppy Playtime Society now? Puckwudgies? Holy fake cryptid fan. Is this something that's blowing up right now? Puckwudgies? 2 to 3 foot tall, gray-skinned, magical woodlands creatures. These are pretty believable, you say?
A pukwudgie is a fascinating mythical creature deeply rooted in the folklore of Native American tribes, particularly the Wampanoag and Algonquian peoples of the northeastern.
Man, that is an unfortunate looking little guy. Yikes. Oh man. That's gotta be awful.
They are also associated with a range of mystical powers, including the ability to create fire, shapeshift.
This is just Dungeons and Dragons shit. Where's the evidence of the Punkwudgies? Oh, it's this guy again. This is the guy that keeps finding fairies.
He's just there. Ah, you see? That was a quick glimpse there.
What? Bring his little ass out here and make him dance for me.
No, he's not there. Oh, sorry about that. He was doing. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Where? Oh, fuck!
There.
That dirty pervert was twerking. Oh my god. Alright, well, maybe Punkwudgies are real. They exist. I'm a believer now. Can't argue with the facts. Next he's gonna say he hasn't heard of the Fresno Nightcrawler. That one actually somewhat sounds familiar. At least that one rings a bell. Can't say I've seen the Fresno Nightcrawler. The name sounded familiar though, but I do not recognize this SCP. Wow. That does give me a lot to ponder. Just when I thought I had seen it all. I know all about Mothman. See, Mothman's a real cryptid. That's an interesting cryptid. Found a pretty cool alpha male just now. I want to share some of his wisdom with you, in case you happen to be some kind of weak simpleton out there that doesn't quite understand what it means to actually be a real man.
Weak men run to the bathroom every 15-20 minutes. They get a little nervous, they gotta go take a crap, they gotta go take a piss. And when you walk into a public restroom and you see a guy taking a crap, that's embarrassing. I gotta tell you, this is the most vulnerable position a man is ever gonna be in. Taking a crap. Anyone can open the door, stab you in the neck with a knife. Think about that for a moment. Next time you go out there and start taking craps in public.
There's a lot to digest here, but first and foremost, men don't crap. Men shit. I don't know why he's afraid of using big boy words and instead has decided to use elementary school nomenclature to describe a fucking bowel movement from a man as a crap. That's pathetic. I haven't taken a crap since I was 12 years old. I shit. That's what I do. Maybe this guy's out there making little fucking toots and poots from his butt there, and that's what he calls crap, but that's not what an actual man does. Also, who the fuck is going to the bathroom every 15 minutes? That's not a sign of being nervous and having shaky knees. That's a sign of a serious medical condition that needs to be analyzed quickly. Every 15 minutes excusing yourself to the toilet? What? Who does he hang around with? Dogs that are just afraid around strangers or something? Like, what is going on? Every 15 minutes excusing yourself to the restroom? What the fuck? Also, how would you ever be that nervous? Like, where would you even be that would be causing nerves to that degree that you're going to the bathroom every 15 minutes? Does he think, like, his spiritual pressure is so extreme that it's making men that nervous to even just be in his proximity, so they have to keep going to the bathroom to decompress and, you know, just fucking void their bowels and empty their bladders or something? And finally, what a wacky mentality and outlook on living, where his concern is that by putting yourself in a vulnerable position in a public bathroom by taking a crap, as this Boy Scout calls it here, that there's the concern that someone would bust in and stab you in the neck with a knife. Buddy, I got some bad news. I hope you're sitting down for this one. The cold water's coming. If someone is looking to attack you with a knife in the bathroom, when it doesn't matter if you're shitting or pissing in a urinal, you're in danger. Even if you were standing up and tinkling like a big man and some lunatic comes in there with a knife to stab you in the neck, you're still not really in the best position for this crazy surprise attack from this menace on the loose. It doesn't really change the scenario all that much if you are urinating or hitting that number 2 over there. If there is someone that just randomly comes in there with a knife to stab you in the neck. It must be miserable going through life with perpetual fear like that. Like, if at that point, just never go to the bathroom in general, so that way you're never in a vulnerable position. That would have been more alpha advice, by the way, if he's like, yeah, I had my asshole surgically removed, so that way I'm never caught with my pants down on the porcelain throne. Now I just use this colostomy bag. Like, that would have been far harder. Like, yeah, butthole is a sign of weakness. It's a vulnerability in the masculine frame that can be exploited by bad actors, and also when you have to take a crap in public, well then all of a sudden you've exposed yourself to potential knife attacks, which is why I had mine sewn shut.
You have to consult with your wife about simple things in life. There's a big problem. If you have to consult your wife about certain business decisions, about certain things that you're going to do to better yourself, there's also a problem there. Your wife should be supporting you to become the best version of yourself, to be the best leader possible. And if she does not back that, there is a freaking problem. And that's on you.
Brother, this ain't Weenie Hut Jr. Why are you saying freaking? This guy's supposed to be an alpha male, yet he's afraid of harsh language. Like, he won't say fucking, and he won't say shit. Goodness gracious, grow up. If you're supposed to be like this big, rough, tough guy telling it like it is, you can't be saying things like freaking. Anyway, dude's a big wife guy. He has a lot of segments on wives and how to handle the old ball and chain and, you know, what a quality wife is, that kind of thing. And in this section here, his stance is that any man who consults his wife for basically anything is weak, and it's indicative of a problem here. If you talk to your wife for anything other than sycophantic approval, you're a bitch, is fundamentally the vibe here that I pick up from him, which is an interesting take because what's even the point in having a wife if it's not someone you want to talk to about important things? Obviously, it's great if your significant other is supportive of the things that you do and want to pursue, but they also shouldn't just be like NPCs that only say yes and good job and encourage things that maybe aren't the best paths, right? So like if you go to your wife and you start talking about this new career you found about pretending to be an alpha male online, parading around like you're the absolute ultimate of men, maybe she should opine saying, that's kind of cringe, maybe not the best idea. There's nothing wrong with that, and she's not a bad wife for not just sucking your dick on the whole thing. And there's nothing wrong with talking to your wife about things either. It's not weak to talk to your life partner.
When I shake a hand, the first thing that I look at, and this is the truth, okay, if that fucker is wearing shorts and some fucking flip-flops, it's a preconceived idea that gets imprinted in my mind. He's gonna have a limp fucking handshake. I'm 100 out of 100 with that.
Lord help us if this guy ever went to the beach, he'd blow a gasket. Everyone in flip-flops out there. Or if he ever came to Florida, I suppose. But one thing I always appreciate about alpha male gurus is they have to talk about literally every single aspect of just being alive, to the point where even taking a shit is beta and weak and there's a man way of shitting. Like, it can't just be obvious stuff about, working out, that kind of thing. It has to be like, yeah, this is going to be a limp handshake for sure. I'm always paying attention to the dress, the wardrobe of every man I look at. And if they're wearing something that looks a little wacky, I know it's a limp handshake coming my way, and that makes me sick to my fucking stomach. Also, what I will say though, is that he's changed his tone here, and now he's no longer saying freaking. This time, he went hog wild here. He was dropping F-bombs. But don't tell his wife.
A warrior is the eye of the storm. He's the eye of the hurricane, right? Where everything around him could be spinning around, but he is standing still as a rock. He is grounded. His foundation unshakable. When you get to that level, things around you, let them move. But you stay strong, you stay firm, you stay focused.
It's always this kind of shit that I think is so meaningless. If you want to be a gladiator, if you need to be a goddamn warrior, you need to remember, when it's all spinning, that's when you stand there unshitting and you are the rock. Like, come on, man. It's like it's made for actual 12-year-olds. What real men who actually are looking for advice could benefit from is actionable things. This is useless. This is just a bunch of empty platitudes. Who needs to hear like these words of affirmation daily? You are the warrior. It doesn't matter what's going on right now. You are the warrior. It's just, it's sad. And they all do the same shit. It's all from the same fucking script. And it's usually to hawk some bogus course for a bunch of money that you don't need, that won't help you in the first place.
I think that you are a loser if your wife has to work to bring in money into your household so you can both survive. That is not the way of the warrior. That is not the way of a manly man. A masculine man provides and protects. His wife, if he's okay with it, sure, she can go out there and work and have a career.
Spoken like a man who's completely detached from reality and oblivious to the cost of living for normal, average, everyday Americans. Calling them a loser, you're not a warrior if you can't provide for your wife off just your job alone. Brother, even if you are a successful man with a successful career, by all definitions, a successful career, the price of buying your first house is still unattainable for the vast majority of careers off just a single income. The market is completely fucked. So, in most cases where someone's looking to settle down and start a family, both the husband and wife are working in order to even have a chance at affording that dream of buying a house. You're not a loser if you can't immediately buy your wife a house for you and her to live in and raise a family in off just your income alone. That rarely happens these days, and it's only been getting more and more uncommon as things get more and more fucked with the pricing.
The woman that you have in your arms says a lot about you. So if that woman is a smoke show, if that woman is a great-hearted woman, is a strong woman, is a woman who can carry herself with dignity, with decorum, with respect, and is a good mother and a good wife, congrats to you.
This one I thought was actually just kind of sweet. He's like, look, if you have a good wife, good heart, respect, and congrats to you. Like, okay, hey, nice. But also, who is this for? You know damn well the people watching this kind of content and desperately clinging to it don't have a wife. You're their wife. You're their substitute wife. So who are you congratulating? It's just kind of like a nothing burger statement, but it is kind of just a sweet message like, hey, you know, the woman that you're with, it's an important thing. You know, if she looks great, she's good-hearted, she's respectful and all of this, that's awesome. Yeehaw. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. But yeah, anyway, I'll stop yapping about it. I think all of you have learned a valuable lesson about taking a shit in general. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah, over the years, you may have noticed there's a reoccurring side character I talk about on my channel from time to time. Someone who is by all possible definitions a hero, a very, very important presence in this country. And unfortunately, the only time his name is invoked is when there are some villains looking to murder him. Literally slit his throat on the street and spill his blood to our dismay. This is a hero that every normal person should be celebrating. It's like Moomin Rider from One Punch Man. Might not be the star of the show everyone's talking about, but it's someone that everyone should support, except for the bad guys. This character's name is Section 230. I got a little lost in the sauce with this introduction here. Section 230 is an extremely important piece of legislation that's been around for coming up on exactly 30 years, 1996. Wow. That really put in perspective how old I'm getting, because I'm 1994. I am older than Section 230, holy shit. But point is, outside of my bones turning to dust and everything, Section 230 is still young and spry and extremely important for the current landscape of the internet, and was a fundamental building block that allowed the internet to bloom in the first place. It's extremely simple. Even if you're hitting whippets right now, you'll still be able to comprehend what it's saying. No provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. Now, why am I bringing this up now? Well, it's because there seems to be a pretty big push to dismantle Section 230. Actor Joseph Gordon-Levitt actually just made a pretty strong statement in condemnation of Section 230 and how things desperately need to change to save ourselves.
I understand what Section 230 did to bring about the birth of the internet. That was 30 years ago.
You know what else was 30 years ago, Joseph? Your last good movie, dweeb. So even though it was 30 years ago, it is just as important today as it was then. Now, over the years, I'm sure a lot of you have heard me yap about Section 230 a handful of times because the people in power are trying to kill this fucking thing more often than Kenny in South Park. They hate Section 230. When Democrats were in charge, it caught a lot of scrutiny, claiming that it was enabling the spread of racism and harming children. With Republicans in power, they're claiming that it's spreading misinformation and anti-Semitism. This is a bipartisan punching bag that they desperately want to just beat down. It's just been thorn in the side of people that want to control your speech pretty much since its inception. Since the advent of the internet, Section 230 has been a target for people that want to control your speech and infringe on your First Amendment rights, and dismantling Section 230 would fundamentally change the internet as you know it, and that's not an exaggeration to say it. Put it even more simply, Section 230 allows goobers like me to post whatever they want, saying whatever they want, and the platform itself is not liable for whatever I've made or said. That is on me, personally. The platform isn't going to be, fucking dragged through the streets with legs spread like a goddamn Thanksgiving turkey for it and getting blasted by lawsuits or whatever. Now, of course, there are limitations in place when it comes to illegal content, things that actually break the law. That is, of course, a very different set of circumstances. That's a different can of worms, and that's handled differently. But it should be obvious why Section 230 is so important, because if these platforms were held liable for every single thing people post on their platforms, they would get into a lot of hot water and they would just not allow people to post things. Full stop, because it would be too dangerous to do so. They would need to micromanage and control every single thing that hits the platform in order to protect themselves. No matter how you spin it, this would ruin the internet. It's a pile of dog shit. No matter how much perfume gets sprayed on it or how they want to repackage it, it still stinks. This would affect literally every platform that has anything user submitted in any capacity at all.
And I also understand how the internet has changed since then. Because back then, message boards and other websites with user-generated content, they really were more like telephone carriers. They were neutral platforms. But that's not how things work anymore. Today, the internet is dominated by a small handful of these gigantic businesses that are not at all neutral.
So nothing's changed. Brother, wake up. stop sipping the stupid potion. These mega corporations, these platforms, they've never been neutral. Just because you want to delude yourself into fantasy land thinking that it used to be neutral just because you didn't want to pay attention doesn't mean that's the actual truth of the matter. They've never been neutral.
But instead, algorithmically amplify whatever gets the most attention and maximizes ad revenue. And we know what happens when we let these engagement optimization algorithms be the lens that we see the world through. We get a mental health crisis, especially amongst young people. We get a rise in extremism and a rise in conspiracy theories. And then, of course, we get these echo chambers. These algorithms, they amplify the demonization of the other side so badly that we can't even have a civil conversation. It seems like we can't agree on anything.
These are the same talking points I've heard for over a decade now, and I'm sure many of you are exhausted of hearing them as well. This is the textbook yap. And now I know I said Joseph was drinking the dummy potion earlier, but the truth of the matter is he's shilling. There are people that are paying a lot of money to try and plant this idea in your brain that Section 230 is a bad thing. It only leads to things like extremism and conspiracy theories and demonization and that kind of thing. That's not true. Anyone who stops and thinks about this for even just a moment, firing on a few neurons, should be able to recognize how outrageous this proposal is. How would shutting down conversation and shutting down the ability to express thoughts and opinions somehow help combat the rise of extremism and conspiracies? That would only exacerbate the problem. Censorship doesn't solve these issues. It makes them worse. This is a tool utilized by people that want to control your thoughts and also be able to feed you any narratives they want to spin. Like right now, if there is a publication that puts out just a bunch of phony baloney nonsense, tons of people can call it out. And you, as just a normal, average Joe Schmo, can see like, oh, maybe this isn't a trustworthy source. But if you take away all those other voices and you only have this heavily curated, approved source that puts this information out that is incorrect, you have no recourse. You have no way of knowing that something is wrong. It's a big problem. It makes you worse off. And this is not some far-fetched example. Platforms would not allow just completely unfiltered usage of normal people expressing their thoughts because those thoughts might go against the official narrative from the curated source. And then the curated source might go after the platform saying, this is defamatory. These people have just said something hosted on your platform and we're coming after you with lawsuits. So they just wouldn't allow it. To extend this even bigger, Netanyahu has publicly, proudly stated that one thing he believes Israel needs to focus on is controlling platforms like TikTok. He has said this because he wants to better control the narrative around Israel because, well, a lot of people aren't huge Israel fans these days, if you can believe it. So he wants to control the conversation about Israel through being able to control how it's talked about on TikTok, which obviously would mean anyone that wants to start talking about Palestine and the atrocities and the genocide in Palestine would be muzzled because, well, that would now be something that TikTok would be liable for, and they don't want to take the chance anymore. Section 230 is extremely valuable in free speech.
And yet, one of the only things that the American public seems to agree broadly on right now, left, right, and center, Republicans, Democrats, independents, we all agree that we don't trust these big tech businesses and we don't like the influence they're having on our lives and the lives of our kids. Well, if we want to do something about that, the right first step is to sunset Section 230. It's not going to solve everything, but it is the right first step.
It is indeed the right first step for these corporations and political vampires. It would create a society of thoughtless sheep that would be perpetually silenced and censored. That's what would happen with Section 230 no longer being applicable if they did just get rid of it. It's ridiculous, and of course you knew they were going to dust off the tried and true tactic of think of the children. Any time that this kind of topic is brought up, that is undoubtedly going to show up. Children being poisoned by social media. I hope you're sitting down because there's going to be a shocking statement here. There's a brave take. Be a parent. Kids shouldn't be on social media in the first place. They shouldn't have unmonitored access to the internet to begin with. Be a parent. It is not the internet's job to cater to your lack of parenting by just letting your kid online. Fucking lazy, trash-ass parents just sit a kid in front of a computer or an iPad and then are stunned when apparently they find bad shit. Be a parent. Be involved in your kid's life. Raise your children. Don't make it the internet's job to do that for you. This is something I've said for over a decade now, and it keeps coming up. It's unbelievable that some people still think that this is some kind of slam dunk and like a good justification for getting rid of Section 230. It's so concerning. And going even deeper here, they keep saying that this rolling back of liability protection for tech companies would help enforce real accountability. By the way, how about real accountability for bad parents that just let their kids online? He then pointed to the Kids Online Safety Act, KOSA, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. Something needs to change. Big tech needs to be incentivized to protect kids online, and if they don't, they should be held civilly liable. Sunsetting Section 230 won't destroy the internet, and nothing we are proposing will impact our First Amendment rights, said Bridget Noring, whose son Devin died by fentanyl poisoning after connecting with a drug dealer on a photo messaging service Snapchat. What it will do is end blanket immunity without responsibility for tech companies. That is tragic, and I'm very sorry to hear about the loss of her son. However, what she is saying absolutely would destroy the internet. This has been a conversation that's been had for decades. You can go and look at all of the data and why this hasn't happened before in the past, because there has been enough sense from people to shoot it down eventually, even though it does sometimes make it kind of deep through the motions. Eventually it has been getting shot down because of how important these freedoms are and how it does impact First Amendment rights in a lot of cases. Also, that statement about ending blanket immunity for these companies, that's not really going to be the end result of 230 being destroyed. And also, there's not really a blanket immunity in general for everything either, because, again, illegal content is still not allowed. Notably, on Twitter, like a month or two ago, there was a huge issue where users were using Grok to undress children in photographs. They were taking photos of children and asking Grok to take their clothes off. So they were spreading child porn throughout Twitter. That is highly illegal. That is a horrible thing. And that is something that is not protected. Now, I know I've been yapping about this for a while, and I've made quite a few videos yapping about Section 230 in general because it's something that continues to be targeted. It is something that if you don't know about it, you should know how important it is that it remain. It should not be something that is just fucking destroyed and abandoned. So don't fall for like the brainwashing here that Section 230 bad. That's just not true. Anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. Yep. Yeah, I just hate this guy I'm about to yap about. He's a degenerate streamer that no one really watches in the first place. His career is a bigger flop than the new Snow White movie. And apparently he's been banned numerous times from basically every streaming platform, but he keeps crawling his way back like the little roach that he is. And even though he's a public nuisance that's perpetually goober maxing, he doesn't even really have a community of people that follow him ironically. Typically, with a special specimen like this, there will be people that tune in just to watch all of the madness unfold and point and laugh at the guy. But he doesn't even have that because he is just so unbelievably lame. He's such a colossal loser that it's not even fun to watch him ruin his life. Like, you get more entertainment out of a knock-knock joke than tuning into this guy's streams. He's a pile of shit that not even mosquitoes will fly around, and there is an endless supply of things you can easily shoot spitballs at when it comes to this guy. But there's one in particular that I want to focus on, and the whole reason I'm making this. How often and how proudly he abuses his dog on stream.
Hey! No. Come here. Stop. Come here. Don't fucking hit the dog. That's my dog. No, you don't fucking grab her. That's my fucking dog. I do what the fuck I want. No, you don't grab the fucking dog. Don't tell me what I do when I'm up. Bro, this bitch is thinking she gave me a fucking... Don't grab her. Stop! Baby, stop! What are you doing?
She knows she, because she knows she'll get hurt if she don't listen.
You
I imagine this brain-dead moron can't spell the word context, but I already know, in defense of this clip, he would try and point to the longer version for the full scoop, because you're only taking a snippet of it, it's out of context, even though there's really no amount of context that justifies hitting your dog and making the dog yelp in pain, and then forcefully dragging it back into the room to throw onto your chair. But if you want the full version of this clip, which is also equally hard to watch and also still paints a very bad picture of this piece of shit, I'll go ahead and show you that too.
Come here. It's okay. Come here. Peaches. Come here, Peaches. Don't, bro, this bitch is thinking she gave me a fucking... Don't grab... Stop! Baby, stop, stop, stop! What are you doing? This is my fucking dog. I don't give a fuck. Stay! Hey! Stop! Hey! Stop! Stay! This is my fucking dog. I don't give a fuck. You don't You're not taking my dog away from me. I don't give a fuck. You're not taking my fucking dog away from me.
She's in pain.
Stay! Stay!
Stop!
You're not taking my fucking dog away from me. I don't give a fuck who you think you are.
The girl in the clip is trying to calm this raging dork down and try and remove the dog from a dangerous situation here from him. And he continues to fucking fee-fi-fo-fum his way around there and forcefully grabbing the dog and slamming it onto his chair, which again causes the dog to scream in pain and try and run away in terror from this menace. And I am pretty sure he tries to paint this as like a... oh, I just love my dog, and she was trying to separate me from my dog. This bitch is trying to take my dog. You won't take my dog away from me, my beloved pet that I cherish, which is a bunch of dirty barnacles. He makes the dog cry multiple times here. The girl even points out, like, stop hitting the dog, and then at the end of that clip, he does, like, try and rub the dog's chest after he has slammed the dog onto that chair multiple times. He needs to have this dog removed from him. This is not fair to that animal at all.
That's so bad of you.
I'm literally gonna fucking kill this dog, bro.
This is not good.
You never come to you're in that cage for 24 hours now, dumb bitch. Fuck it. Yeah, no. She's staying there for the rest of her fucking life. She's staying in there for the rest of her fucking life. Fuck all that. That bitch is staying in there forever. Fuck that dog. I hope she fucking cries. I hope she fucking wants to commit suicide, that dumb bitch. I hope she jumps off the fucking balcony.
Okay, no.
Wow, yeah, you can really feel the love. Regular old John Wick here with the amount that he cares for this animal. What a sane human being this is. It's fucking unhinged, man. In so many clips, this girl is constantly trying to get him to stop hitting the dog and stop, like, being really mean to the dog and, like, locking it up and threatening it.
I will fucking kill you in front of everyone right here. I will fucking kill you. Right now, I will fucking kill you right in front of fucking everyone. I will fucking kill you, alright? I will fucking kill you right here. I will break your fucking neck right here. Sit the fuck down. Dog, I'll literally kill this dog. I literally will kill this dog.
This is why this is perfect.
Fucking sit.
Lay down. Lay down. Do you want more water?
Fucking stupid dog. I hope you fucking...
Just look at some of these messages in his chat from these loveless, dickless homunculi. They get so excited every time he starts to talk about killing his dog or when he starts hitting his dog. So like this first one, Peaches need to be strangled. That's his dog's name. Clearly not a service dog. Beat that dumb service dog up. Bad dumb dog. Like, what the fuck? He is addicted to talking to his dog like it's a League of Legends ranked game. Like, this kind of shit here he tries to downplay as, like, not being super serious, and the community tries to delude themselves into thinking that he's just trolling, but I think it's pretty clear he does mean these things. He actively hits his dog. I think it's pretty clear we have a lot of evidence to indicate that he means this vile shit that he's spouting about his dog. I am also very shocked that he even used that nomenclature, community, to describe what he has, because that's not what he has. He has like 4 people that tune in occasionally and make like 1 message in chat every 10 minutes. Like, you can see it for yourself. The proof is in the pudding. Somehow this brain-dead worm thought it'd be a good idea to post his dead chat on screen, and that shit is not moving. That's going at a glacial pace. You're seeing more activity on Yahoo Answers than you will in one of his streams, and Yahoo Answers has been shut down, buried in the dirt for like 9 years. I cannot believe that he even puts that up there on his own accord. So he doesn't really have a viewer base or anything like that. But it doesn't matter. I couldn't help but talk about this guy because this is just infuriating. And I haven't seen another streamer so proudly just abuse their pet on stream like this. It's craziness.
Give it up. Give it up.
She is a pillhead and a borderline personality cunt. She is like only use me Blades X. Feeling. She is bad news.
If you don't shut up, if you don't shut your mouth, okay? If you don't shut your mouth, it's gonna be bad. If you don't shut your mouth, it's gonna be bad. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
This isn't all of them, but I don't think there's any need to show you more. This kind of thing is just heartbreaking. That dog seems like such a sweetheart that does not deserve to have an owner like this. No dog does. This shit is just so foul. Yeah, and another thing he'll do is he'll hit the dog really hard. He'll hit Peaches hard as fuck, and then very lightly, like in that first clip where he was sleeping. In fact, most of the clips you can find of this guy are sleeping on stream. That's like the main thing he does, is just fucking hibernate and hope people will donate while he's asleep. But anyway, you saw him lean over and just clobber Peaches on the snout, and then lightly tap Peaches on the head. And then he even had the gall to make a gesture up here to try and invite Peaches to come sleep on his chest. It's crazy how often and how proudly he does this shit, and even more crazy that there's like 6 or 7 weirdos that'll watch and cheer him on, encouraging the behavior. And I imagine that's a big motivator for this guy. He'll just bring Peaches on stream, threaten to kill the dog, and hit the dog quite a bit, and get some cheers and applause from these absolute fucking vermin that are watching him. But like I said, most of his clips that you'll find are him sleeping. That seems to be like the bulk of what he does, is just go to sleep while filming it. But his most popular clip isn't from his snoozing streams. It's actually from him threatening to shoot some kids, like inviting them out so he can shoot them.
Where are you from? What's the background?
I'm from Toronto, kid. Pull up. Pull up. Your little ass gun that you never shot in your life. Show me the bullet.
No, man.
Exactly, you fucking fake ass gun, boy. Yeah, come pull up, boy. Come pull up.
Alright, let's fucking do this, mate. Let's fucking do this. I'm gonna fucking bring my fucking family,
Please
man.
come to Toronto, pussy boy. Come to Toronto.
Okay, though. Or no?
Okay, yeah, really come to Toronto now. Really come to Toronto, pussy boy. Don't remember, I'll see you around, kid, and I'm gonna fucking light you up in them hollows. I swear to God I will.
Show me.
I'm my mom's life, and I ain't a federal little boy. I'm streaming right now, pussy boy. Yeah, come to Toronto. Record this, bitch, boy. Record this, pussy boy. Oh, yeah. That record like a good little bitch. Record like a good little bitch.
Incredible stuff. Riveting, really. I don't know the whole lore here of everything that happened. That seems like some real degenerate shit across the board. But I will say, that insult of record like a good little bitch, that falls really flat when you yourself are also recording. Brother, you're streaming it. That's two sides of the same coin. In fact, that's a step above recording it. Not exactly the optimal insult there. You kind of took some self-sustained damage on that one too. You hurt yourself in the confusion there as well, since that also included you. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this guy because I just can't fucking stand him. I think that this is completely unacceptable behavior to just be abusing your dog on stream. I think that shit super sucks. That's about it. See ya. Well, well, well. Look what we have here. 8:30 p.m. on January 7th. The sacred date that was prophesied by the Conformity Gate enthusiasts as being the release date for the secret 9th episode of Stranger Things. The real finale. But bad news, sports fans. Still no pickles. Episode 9 is not here. Still seems to be misplaced. Perhaps they're scrambling to get it to us right now, or maybe this whole thing was a load of big fucking baloney. And in fact, if you check the Stranger Things Instagram account, The Real Dirty Dan, they are even seemingly trying to squash it themselves. All episodes are now streaming, they're all available. There is no episode 9, despite the multiple days of cope, people coming up with crazy evidence to suggest that there's a secret episode, and this is all part of the Duffer Brothers' genius scheme. It's Vecna's final ploy. But now, as the sun sets, reality begins to wash over Conformity Gate like a plague, where they have to come to the hard realization that the Duffer Brothers, just kind of fumbled. That's about all she wrote there. Or all she didn't write when it comes to the Duffer Brothers with all the fucking plot holes here for season 5. And it sucks. You know, it doesn't feel good. It's not like I wanted to say I told you so. Now, of course, I'm not above doing that. I'm 5'6". I'm barely above this desk right now. But, you know, I did tell you so, as did 98% of the people on this planet. But that 2% that really latched on to the titty here of Conformity Gate, it was a sizable movement. Like, thousands and thousands of people. It got big to the point where a lot of people genuinely did buy into it, thinking that there's really a legitimate possibility that there's a secret episode airing tonight. But that's just not in the cards. That was never on the table. Something similar happened with Sherlock, apparently, but I don't remember that. What I will say, though, is that some of the theories were very entertaining, so at the very least, I think some people at least were able to squeeze a little bit more joy and whimsy out of this whole Conformity Gate thing in lieu of, like, a disappointing finale. And like I said, it's not even the worst finale in the world. It did what is oftentimes the most unforgivable sin, and it was mid. It was just okay at best and left a lot to be desired, which is oftentimes worse than just being outright fucking terrible. So, a lot of people were trying to come up with an explanation that isn't just like, it's a little flat. And in doing so, I do think they cooked up some very interesting, thought-provoking ideas. Most of them, though, however, I do think were just really grasping at straws. It's coming out January 7th because if you look at this clock and then close your eyes and then fall asleep and then hit yourself in the head with a sledgehammer, you can start to connect the breadcrumbs that the Duffer Brothers have very intentionally, subtly laid for us to find. Oh, it's chef's kiss. It's great. Like, a lot of it had the same energy as people that think they found the winning lottery numbers in their fucking Lucky Charms cereal bowl. So, like, a lot of it wasn't great when it comes to evidence, but some of it I found to be at least compelling to some degree, but there was never any world where they were going to have a secret finale. That is conceptually a terrible idea, to intentionally have your series finale 10 years in the making be not amazing on purpose, so that way you can come back at a later date to surprise everyone with something of higher quality. That's just a fucking terrible idea to tank the reputation for that long, and then even go on like a PR press tour getting spanked by every interviewer and every fan ever, like basically a humiliation tour, only to then come around with a good episode. Like, that whole thing just doesn't make sense. So that was never going to happen. And I'm still pretty surprised that this whole Conformity Gate idea blew up to this level. So look at it in a more positive light, maybe to shine a little, like, you know, inspirational message on top of that. It shows what a community that's passionate about a project can do when they come together and set their mind to something. In this case, the idea that there's a secret episode. I think that's pretty cool, and ultimately it is harmless. The worst thing that happened is a lot of people got disappointed all over again because their hopes were up because they had watched so many theories and so many videos about it, and when it didn't happen, maybe they were a bit let down again, but it's not the worst thing in the world because I imagine that journey was probably a really fun one to dive into. So, like I said from the get-go, the whole Conformity Gate thing is a harmless, you know, movement that was there. Though it is very silly that people genuinely bought into this as something that was going to happen, and like really grasping onto the most loose of nipples. Like last night during stream, I had so many people come into my chat telling me how wrong I was on my Conformity Gate take, because Vecna was on Jimmy Fallon and he scratched his head when Jimmy Fallon made a statement about Vecna's death, which is clear evidence that it's not over yet, that kind of thing. That was a little annoying in chat, I'll be honest. But again, it's coming from a place of passion, so you can't even really be mad at that or anything. It's just, you know, maybe going forward, just know, set your expectations that it might be fun to dive into these fan theories, but it's probably not accurate if it like pertains to a secret finale or anything in that regard. That's just not going to happen in any product. It's just not. That being said, though, I think fan theories are sometimes significantly more interesting than the actual lore that the writers come up with. Best example is Darth Jar Jar. I think that is the finest bit of fan theory ever cooked up. Also, Snowpiercer taking place in the Willy Wonka universe. I do love fan theories, and Stranger Things has a very interesting set of fan theories that, unfortunately, were kind of proven wrong throughout Season 5. I'm talking outside of Conformity Gate, but I really do like diving into that kind of stuff for products and IPs that I really like. I think it's very interesting, and honestly, I would really like to see, like, writers kind of lean more on that. Like, they can see these fucking fan theories and shit. I would like if that like sparked some kind of inspiration in their noodle, like, well, maybe we use this in some way, or maybe we can flesh this out in some way, and that's a pretty good idea. Like, I think that'd be very cool. I don't see that happen super often, but it would be nice to see maybe occasionally for some of the more high quality fan theories. But now I'm getting off on like a side tangent here. Overall, Conformity Gate was a lot of fun to watch from an outside perspective without ever really believing in it. And while it didn't happen, it's not like I'm really celebrating it. I would love if there was a better ending to Stranger Things. It's just, I think it was pretty obvious from jump that that wasn't going to happen. This was the series finale. Anyway, though, no need to yap about it any longer. That's about it. See ya.
Marty Supreme. I feel like a lot of you have heard this name recently because Timothée Chalamet has done such an incredible job at generating hype for it, most notably by shouting it out multiple times on a very popular song where he collabed with an artist who a lot of people had a tinfoil condom conspiracy cooked up that he was actually this UK rapper, and then in order to dispel the rumors, he collabed with the rapper and then dropped a verse where he shouted out Marty Supreme a few times. He was on the Las Vegas Sphere shouting out Marty Supreme. And I knew nothing about this movie before all of this from Timothée Chalamet, so I went into it pretty blind. The only thing I knew about it is that ping pong was there. Boy howdy, let me tell you what, I do love me some ping pong. I'm pretty nasty at it. I can clap cheeks on the table. So that was pretty exciting as like a core component of this movie, but it's where the extent of my knowledge of Marty Supreme stopped. I just bought into the hype train because I was really entertained by Timothée Chalamet's promotions for it. So I just got back from it. It was good. Like, very good, actually. So I was talking about it on stream, and I made a comparison saying I got similar vibes watching Marty Supreme as I did to Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler. And turns out they're from the same director, which makes sense. Safdie has truly mastered the art of capturing chaos and stress and carrying that momentum throughout an entire movie without ever letting up. It is unrelenting. So Marty Supreme follows Marty Mauser, who is a narcissist douchebag. He is an absolute scumbag who uses people till they have no more things to offer him in order to elevate himself to where he believes he needs to be, which is displaying his talents, capitalizing off of his God-given ability to bend people over on ping pong tables. He is an extremely talented table tennis player, and as such, he wants to be the face of the sport that he believes is going to take over the US. He is uniquely positioned, as he believes, to be the best possible candidate to make table tennis even bigger than it already is. And what a fucking journey it is. There's not a ton of ping pong played in here, though when it is played, I was pretty hyped, kind of wiggling in my seat excitedly. I love ping pong, so that was fun to watch. But that's not the most important part of this. It really is a exploration of one man's fucking unhinged journey. I could never expect where the movie goes next. So, like, even from the very beginning, it immediately puts you in the middle of, like, stressful arguments. Not to the point where it becomes incomprehensible, where, like, they're just talking over each other and yelling, so you don't even know what the fuck's being said anymore. It sounds like Charlie Brown's parents. They do such a good job at capturing this chaos of, like, a real argument where someone's trying to, like, convince someone of something while the other person's trying to stand their ground. So unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. And it works really well. And it usually ends with Marty Mauser getting what he wants out of that person. Whether it's, you know, some kind of partnership or some kind of handout. He's very, very good at manipulating people, either for money or whatever, for his own personal gain. But he's also just so lost in his sauce, huffing his own farts, that he will also step over the line more often than not, where he will push the person away and ruin a good opportunity for himself. Like, you always expect him to have, like, this come to Jesus moment where he, like, simmers down, calms down, and he never does. It's always just over the top, extreme. He is just such an asshole. But the film isn't just Marty Mauser using people. Like I said, you go on a crazy fucking journey that takes twists and turns I never saw coming. Like, there's this whole subplot where he goes to a hotel, and Tyler, the Creator's here, which shocked the fuck out of me. Like I said, I knew nothing about this movie, so when Tyler, the Creator shows up, I probably would have been less surprised if I saw my own dad in this film. I didn't see that coming at all. Tyler, the Creator does like a really good job of playing with Marty Mauser here as like his cohort, where they scam together and they're good friends. And while Marty's in the middle of turmoil where he's facing a lot of unpaid debt and he needs to find a way to get to Japan to go to the World Championship, but after what happened at the last major tournament, it's not looking real good. And so they end up at a hotel. He rents a room. He's, of course, using Tyler, the Creator. He is very clearly exploiting him for his own personal gain because he needs money now and a place to stay. So while they're at this hotel, he takes a bath, which is something that the hotel owner said, don't use the bathroom. He does, and while doing so, the tub crashes through the fucking floor and blows up the dude's hand who was underneath him cleaning his dog, who we met in the lobby. The dog is fine, the dude's hand is fucked, he needs to go to the hospital, and it's just so much chaos erupting out of nowhere, and then it becomes a very big piece where he needs to take that dog to the vet because that guy whose hand just got absolutely annihilated, like it went through the goddamn wood chipper, is offering him money to take his dog to the vet because his dog is sick and needs some help. So the two of them then go take the dog, but they don't go to the vet. They use the money that he got paid for it to gamble it, not really gamble it. They go and scam others through hustling to make even more money, and when they get even more money, they get found out that they're hustlers, then they get tracked down by people who are about to beat the fuck out of them, just kill them right then and there. They escape, the dog escapes, and now the dog's lost, and now he's being hunted by the guy whose army broke because now his dog is missing. It is just so much that keeps happening, and every time I thought that they were giving him an out, he fucking blows it up. He ruins it. Not in like a way that doesn't make sense. It's a very Marty Mauser thing to do, to be handed an opportunity that could actually save him and actually get him out of the hole, and then just wipe his ass with it. It is just so well done. And I really think something that stood out to me a lot was the music. The music makes this so tense. It reminded me of Courage the Cowardly Dog music from time to time. They crushed it with the score. It's haunting. What will play when Marty Mauser's going through like, some kind of episode. And what makes all of this work is this 1-2 combo, this fucking two-piecing here of really strong writing. Like, I actually think they did a great job with writing these characters. Like I said, I think they have mastered the art of capturing stress and, like, bringing you into the stress. And also, an incredible performance from Timothée Chalamet. Not just Timothée Chalamet, everyone really does a good job. The weakest one, probably Kevin O'Leary, but even Kevin O'Leary delivers a fine performance because he fundamentally just plays himself. There were a couple scenes where I thought for sure he was going to say, "You fucked my wife, and for that reason, I'm out." Like, it really is him just being Mr. Wonderful. So he didn't do like a poor job or anything, but everyone delivered like a top tier performance, especially Timothée Chalamet. Now, I've become somewhat of a fan of Timothée Chalamet over the last, year or so. I think he's been choosing, good projects, and he is very good in them. And I also really like how he is just very unapologetically being himself and being excited about what he's in. So, I saw in one of his speeches, he's like, "I'm trying to be the greatest, I'm trying to be the best, and I really think I've been delivering some incredible performances." I actually really like that mentality. I feel like some people might get rubbed the wrong way, that it's arrogant or something, but I like that. It reminds me of an athlete or someone who is striving to be the best at what they do. And I think he really is trying to get up there with the fucking greats. And with performances like these, he shows he has the jaw for it. It shows he's got the talent. I really was very entertained by Marty Supreme. Again, I knew nothing about it going into it. I was fully open to the idea that this might just be trash, that they were desperately trying to make a break even on or something with having Timothée Chalamet shouted out all the time. That's not the case. I can see why he's so proud of it. It is a very good movie. It was extremely entertaining watching Marty Mauser basically solve a problem and then immediately fuck himself in his own face right after. So he is extremely good at getting people to do his bidding and putty in his hands, but he always keeps going. He doesn't know how to stop. It is just so hectic, so chaotic. So even when he is in a position where problems would be behind him if he would just, call it quits right there. Put the kibosh on the talking and the bravado and everything. He can't. Best example, and the one that really caught me off guard, is towards the end of the film. Spoiler warning. I've given little light spoilers. This is another light spoiler. It's not the biggest one in the world, but just warning. As he is on his hands and knees at his wit's end, he has to get to Japan because he needs to go to the world championship to prove he is the best in the world. But he still doesn't have the money. Everything else is crash and burned around him. Everyone has been hurt around him. His last-ditch Hail Mary was to try and manipulate Gwyneth Paltrow's character into somehow giving him the money through making him, through portraying himself as very sympathetic and all of that, where she'd feel inclined to help. It's not really working, but eventually he weasels his way to her basically giving him a necklace that her husband gives her every year that's worth a lot of money, but she hates her fucking husband. Guy's a dweeb, tired of him. She gives him the necklace because he can sell it, get the money, go to Japan, do what he needs to do to prove his greatness. And he then kisses her. And I thought that would be the end of it. They exchange a kiss, and he now has his problem solved. And he just keeps going. So a kiss turns into him eating her out in a public park in the middle of the night. And then cops are there and they see that and they stop them both. And then they end up having to give the cops the necklace to bribe them to stay out of jail. So now he's back to square fucking one. It didn't solve his problem. And I thought for sure that's where they were going. I thought that was going to be his out. It's not. So now he still has to solve this fucking problem in another way. It is so good that the ride never stops. Even when you think you see how it's going to go, it doesn't go in that direction. I was so entertained with this movie, man. I really did like Marty Supreme a lot. Is it a perfect film? No. I think this is definitely not going to be everyone's cup of tea either. I feel like if you watched Uncut Gems and didn't like how hectic and how stressful and even at times headache-inducing a lot of the conversations and scenarios were, this movie probably will not appeal to you. It has very similar DNA to that. He's fast-talking. It's very back and forth, or even, one person trying to overpower the other in a conversation. It is going to be a lot that maybe people will find to be more frustrating than entertaining. I get that. But for me, I really did like it. Had me giggling, had me entertained, and made me want to get back to practicing ping pong. It lived up to the hype. If you're watching this, Timothée Chalamet, let me know if you ever want to catch these hands at ping pong. I think I've got a real shot. I don't know if he actually plays ping pong in real life, or if this is all CGI, phony baloney, smoke and mirrors, which I doubt it. It seemed very real ping pong there for the most part. So I imagine he probably practiced a lot for the film, and I think he would be a worthy opponent. But anyway, I liked Marty Supreme. I thought it was very good. That's about it. So yeah, the movie was good. And I'm surprised to be saying that, because I went into this movie a little Scrooge-esque, a little bah humbugging, because from the first trailer, I thought this could be entertaining, but, the last big screen Predator film, Predator 2018, was unbelievably horrible. That was complete dog shit, but I will always defend this. I think Predator 2018 is one of the more fun bad movies we've had in a long time. It is such a piece of trash in all of the right ways that it loops around to being entertaining. So bad, it's good. It is a film where the predator species is harvesting the best DNA from all of the other species they hunt in order to make themselves stronger, so they splice it in to become, even stronger, to level up. And they choose humanity, and you're led to believe that they're choosing us because of our strong soldiers, but no, it turns out they're actually hunting our main character's son because he's autistic, and they want to harvest his autism to make themselves stronger. So they came to Earth to take our autism. Really entertainingly shit film. But it is, at its core, a shit film. So Predator Badlands, I didn't have the highest hopes for, especially considering I didn't like the new design of our main character here, Deck. I also didn't love the idea of the Predator being the good guy. How can you really spin that in a way where you give a fuck? But in the context of the film, his look really works because he is the runt of his clan. And he is, about to be called because he is weak.
and they're insulting him, this and that. So him looking so different from all the other predators does make sense in the context of the film, and it works, and you buy into it. And I also really think that they do make you care about him. Like, having him be the main character and the good guy, I'll put in quotes, it works, and it doesn't feel like super cheesy or super stupid, which I was pleasantly surprised by because, again, conceptually, I don't love the idea of taking the Yautja and making him more human throughout a hunt. I just feel like we don't need to make every single character that you ever see in film have all these human traits. I think it's very cool if they're super different from humans across the board. So, like, the idea, I don't love, but they execute it really well to the point where I thought it was really well done, and I actually enjoyed it. And you know what you will enjoy is some canned goof juice, baby. That's right. Gamer Sups is back with some canned goof juice, this time sugar-free. It's available right now, so go get some sugar-free goof juice in a can, baby. What I will say gets a little cattywampus, though, is the humor. So you can see from the trailer, he does team up with a synth. It's Elle Fanning's character, Thea, and the two of them basically form a little tag team in order for him to complete his task. And they actually banter occasionally. Like, I wouldn't quite say it's MCU humor, but it's just like little jokes and goofs here. Which I do think is a little weird because I don't know, I feel like the Yautja probably wouldn't be so chummy while on this sacred hunt after everything that Deck had been through. I don't think he would be such an open book, ready to just start, like, joking and, like, you know, nudging a friend here. It just feels a little odd. I don't even think it's, like, poorly done or anything, but I just think that's a little, you know, a little much. Another thing that I was pretty concerned with is that this is PG-13, which I didn't know until I got to the theater. And watching the film, it doesn't feel like a PG-13 movie because there is so much gore, dismemberment, and death and destruction, but it's synths. So, and I'm going to avoid spoilers for now, we'll get into spoilers in a moment. A lot of other synths are there doing research on this planet where Deck is on his hunt. So he's killing a lot of, like, aliens and stuff, but it's not red blood, it's like Covenant blood from Halo. You know, you got all kinds of different colored blood, yellow and shit, and the synths, of course, aren't red blood. So even though the kills are really gruesome with, like, heads being collapsed, impaled, ripped off, like entire spines getting ripped off, there's never any blood, so it's able to get away with a PG-13 rating, I guess, which is cool. I mean, I'm still glad that it's so gruesome, but I will say, it does make it feel a little weird because since they are synths, you're expecting them to be smart, but all the synths, aside from a couple, are actual fucking idiots. Which to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense because why are these robots so dumb? And, like, they even show fear sometimes. Like just random grunts, and I don't think they were, you know, supposed to have that emotion there. Like, I understand there are some synths in the universe that do, but here, like, just random ones. Like, they're all really dumb. And I just don't think that computes here because why would they all be so bad at, like, deducing the most basic things? Like, there is actually a scene here where they go undercover to try and, you know, stealthily break through enemy lines here, and the synth even stops one of them and actually falls victim to, like, a Jedi mind trick. Except I'm being very generous with that. It is literally, they're just telling a very comical lie to the synth's face, and he's believing it. And they eventually get the leg up on him because of it. So, like, why are they synths when they are this stupid? The only reason is so they can get away with a PG-13 rating and still have a ton of blood and gore. It's just, when you stop and think about it, it just doesn't really make a lot of sense why all of them are so dumb. They're robots. And I know it's not the biggest deal in the world, but it is just a little weird. Unless these are like fucking first-generation Roombas or something, just like throwaway dumb idiot bots that they brought to this planet for an extremely crucial mission. But yeah, if you were worried about this movie being like really watered down because of its rating, I don't think that's really a fear you need to have going into it. I think they do a really good job with the action. In fact, I think the vast majority of this movie is action sequences. He's either hunting creatures on this planet, being hunted himself, or killing synths. So there is pretty much non-stop action happening, and I think it's all really, really cool. Like, they didn't pull any punches, even though it is a PG-13 rated film. So I thought they crushed it in that department. Now, before wrapping it up, I want to briefly get into some spoilers to talk about some other stuff I thought was really cool, but it is a spoiler, so here's a spoiler warning. I really liked Thea, and I really liked seeing more of the Yautja culture. I thought it was very cool to see the Yautja home planet and seeing Dek fight against other Yautja. So him versus father at the very end, I think, was super hype, where he, easily, well, not, I guess I won't say easily, but he overpowers the Royal Guard. I'm assuming they're the Royal Guard, considering they're his father's right-hand men. And the way that he evolved after his time on the most dangerous planet we've seen yet, the Death Planet Jenna, was very cool. And then his showdown with his father that mirrored what happened to his brother, basically. And then he says, I have my own clan, I think was a really fun conclusion, and the way they set up for a further Predator film was very hype with his mother showing up. I thought that was so fucking cool, and I think they did a great job with the action. And I really liked the Yautja, and I'd love to see more from it. And I also, like I said, like Thea. I think Thea was a very cool character to see in here as well, where she was able to kind of humanize is probably not the right word, but help Dek see that maybe not everything he'd been taught about the Yautja is the only way to live. Maybe there's more to it than just hunting alone. Maybe it's worth, hunting in a pack like wolves and protecting instead of just killing, that kind of thing, which I know can be very cliche, but I think it works really well in this film. So I liked it a lot. I liked it significantly more than I expected. I think it's very hype, and I do hope there is a follow-up to it. Hopefully there is a sequel where we see more of Dek and more of Thea and more of Bud. I think it was very fun. So anyway, it was a good movie. That's about it. So yeah. What are the most important team-ups in human history? Tom Brady with the Patriots, bows and arrows, peanut butter meeting jelly. What if I told you all of these are Weenie Hut Jr. level team-ups compared to what I'm about to talk about today? This is something special we've been cooking up here, and I'm excited to be able to show you it. And I hope you're ready to have your entire world rocked as a result. I was stinky once, then I died. It killed me. But luckily, an angel was nearby and cracked open a box of cheeky soap and rubbed me down, brought me back to life from my odorous overdose. I can still hear that beautiful voice echoing in my ears.
Charlie, stay with me, Charlie. That's right. I knew that the only thing that could save poor old Charlie from that stank death that he was about to suffer was a beautiful, elegant bar of cheeky soap. By far the best soap that I've ever used. Is that a bar of lo-fi lavender, Charlie? That's my favorite. Can I get one?
Boy, howdy, is it ever?
Thanks, Charlie. Oh, this is my favorite. Thanks for letting me borrow this, Charlie. I got some extras for you, too. Here you go.
Thanks, Soap Angel.
So if you want to avoid almost dying because of some stank action like poor old Charlie did, go ahead and make sure you stay clean with Cheeky. It'll keep them cheeks clean.
Yeah, that's right. Queso is now an owner of Cheeky with us. My favorite streamer, someone I've glazed out the wazoo for a long time now, is now someone that I can call a brother, only closer. We bathe together, metaphorically speaking. Queso is someone that we sent soap to just on a whim because we all really like his content, and he ended up really liking our soap a lot. He liked it so much that he wanted to get more involved with Cheeky, which we were more than happy to do. He is the perfect fit for our soap. Dr. Squatch has Sydney Sweeney, but that shit is small potatoes compared to Queso. That's the real heartthrob right there. And Queso is extremely passionate about our soap and what we're aiming to do with it. So having him on board and as pumped as we are about it is just, it's a joy. Call me Weddy Krueger the way I'm infiltrating your dreams and making them a reality here with this team up, giving you a reason to bust in those britches. The Queso team up here with Cheeky is one for the history books, and I am so excited for the stuff we're going to do together. Now, for those that don't know about Cheeky, I've talked about it quite a bit, and I made a whole video kind of explaining the history of how it came into being, but I'll go ahead and give you like the cliff notes on it. I've already told you the story of why the soap came into being, the genesis of Cheeky. In a nutshell, I have psoriasis, and after showers, for the longest time, I'd always feel really dry. I eventually switched to bar soap, and it helped, but I thought it could be better, so we spent a couple of years theory crafting and working towards the perfect bar of soap that would be very moisturizing for me and my condition. And we found it. In search of perfection, we succeeded. We created a all-natural bar soap that works extremely well for my skin and is highly moisturizing, so even if you don't have like psoriasis or anything, it's just a really good bar of soap that will leave you feeling really refreshed afterwards. It has all natural ingredients, like I said, but also moisturizing elements to it as well, like a jojoba oil, shea butter, that kind of thing. We literally made it just for me to solve a problem. Well, not solve a problem, like it doesn't cure psoriasis or anything like that, but it makes me feel significantly better after shower, so I no longer feel like fucking SpongeBob when he goes into Sandy Cheeks Dome without his helmet on. Like, it has helped me, and that was the purpose of it. But when we started giving it to like friends and family, they really liked it, and then eventually we decided we'll just go ahead and let other people try it as well. So we started selling it about 9 months ago, last November. Oh, actually almost a year ago now. And people have really responded very well to it, which I'm super happy about. And I don't want people to just take my word for it. And I know a lot of people can just write off testimonials as being, you know, paid shills, or it could just be people that like Charlie, so they'll just say anything nice about the product. And I understand, because rightfully so, the YouTuber product space is a complete cesspool. It is hard to trust claims like that. So I want you to have the cold hard facts, the brass tacks. So we sent Cheeky to a laboratory, an independent lab, to thoroughly test our moisturizing claims. And they spent a few months going through the ringer. And we now have the report to confirm that our soap is moisturizing. It does do what we claim. It has been signed off by a dermatologist as well, the study. And I want people to have access to that. So I thought it would be fun to have Cheeky be like fully open with like everything that comes with soap and soap making and everything like hygiene related. So we're going to be putting a section on Cheeky, usecheeky.com, where you can see all of the studies that we're going to be running on Cheeky. This is just the first of many. We want to have as much science and research done on it as possible so people can have all of this information at their fingertips, as well as having our chemist explain why certain things are there, how it works, and just like this really detailed breakdown of everything that goes into it, because I think the more information you have, the better. So right now on the site, we have this section here that goes over the clinical study. Now, it's not the full 48 pages yet. Right now, we're still going through and redacting some private information like addresses and such, but we have like the key takeaways from the clinical outcome here, and we will be posting the full 48 pages for anyone that wants to go through and take the dive and learn everything about what was tested and how. Again, we're all super pumped to have Queso on board, and the stuff that we're going to do together is going to be fucking incredible. And we have more big Cheeky news around the corner as well. I don't think I'm allowed to like go too deep into detail on it, but I can at least tell you like one of the things we have. A lot of really big anime collabs in the works right now as partnerships with Cheeky. It's all just extremely exciting, so again, hopefully you're as excited as we are. I want to give you some bloopers here from the hot tub filming.
The whole thing, you're saying your thing, I can still hear him. Light opens up. What does he say?
He goes in there and he says,
Yahoy, mateys. It'd be me, the soap angel.
Honestly,
are you attempting a soap toss?
Yeah, do the soap toss. I feel like if Cinema Sins is going to digest our storyline, there's going to be holes in it, but I think it'll be fine. Cheeky, available in tons of wonderful scents, all of which very moisturizing, will make you feel great after a shower. Hygiene's very important. People will hate you if you don't smell good. They might already hate you, but smelling good will definitely be one thing they can't hate you for. Dirty fucking bastard, you. I'm not afraid to show how natural I am. Check out this cellulite on my balls. No, come in close, I'm a teabag it.
And you just stand up. No, just stand.
Oh yeah, and then you can
just stand up and just
blow
cut
me.
right when like you're.
You ever seen a 30-year-old man take a bath? You have now. And he's happy because he's using Cheeky. You're not gonna believe this. I saw a soap that wasn't cheeky once. Can't believe I made it out of that store without beating someone's ass.
My favorite is if you clip this all together for a video, it's just 3 men in a bathroom talking to you in a bathtub.
Damn right. Go to usecheeky.com and get some of the best soap in the universe, packed with moisturizing ingredients, all natural, have you feeling great after a shower. You guys hear about that dude that fell asleep in the bathtub and he fucking went into the cleanliness dimension? All he saw was Cheeky. Usecheeky.com has some wonderful scents like lo-fi lavender and of course the iconic Pulp Francis, gone but not forgotten, immortalized forever in Cheeky soap.
Oh, I'll get some top down.
Wait, check this. Everyone shut up. Watch this.
Oh my god.
Go to usecheeky.com.
Oh, you're so
Sydney Sweeney doesn't want you to see this.
You better start believing in soap stories.
Here, I've got another idea. I can just make more in the tub.
That's true. There's still some.
Rub-a-dub-dub. There's soap in the tub.
Yeah, there is.
That was the genius. I'm recording this process of us making bubbles. This is probably how real productions make their bubbles.
Oh, dude, Charlie's more splashes than bubbling.
This is working pretty good.
It does work.
You think this is what they did with Sydney Sweeney?
Yeah. They put Sydney Sweeney in the tub.
Sydney get in the tub and all the crew comes in and starts like...
Hooey! What an eventful last couple of minutes I had right before starting this recording. I've got a headache that's been brewing, and then there was a bug on my leg that had me squealing and swatting at my leg, and then I happened to see this clip of Mike Tiny Johnson trying to play a sad song on the world's smallest violin about Congress members and trading stocks, aka insider trading to anyone who actually fucking activates neurons, by the way. This has just been kind of miserable. It's like the equivalent of that cartoon gag where a character steps on a rake, turns around, steps on another rake, and just hits themselves in the face a bunch of times. That's what's happened to me here. Now, this is not a new clip. I think it's gone viral recently, which is why I just saw it. This is from like a year ago or something like that. And in the full clip, he's talking about why he's in favor of a ban on, Congress members using their knowledge to trade stocks, getting an advantage like that, which is illegal, by the way, but you wouldn't know because no one ever gets in trouble for it.
I mean, I'm in favor of that because I don't think we should have any appearance of impropriety here, okay? But the other side of it, some people say...
Oh, I love that. He just can't stand on it. No, I'm in favor of banning it. We need to banish it to the Shadow Realm. But... And then he goes on to make points, gathering sympathy for stock trading with Congress members' knowledge, potentially. So you're against it, but you're also so sympathetic for why members of Congress do it. How peculiar. Those two things seem at odds there, Mike, don't you think?
A few bad actors discolor it for everyone. And look, we have no tolerance for anything even resembling insider trading or any of this kind of advantage that anybody could take. Zero tolerance for it, and we'll stamp it out ourselves. So that's why I'm in favor of the policy, but I understand people that have misgivings about that, so we'll see where it lands. Yes.
We know where it lands, the same place it always does, right in the fucking trash can. Because insider trading has become a staple for these corrupt politicians at the top of the food chain here. So even though he talks about him being in favor of the ban, he spends a good chunk of time, which is the clip that has gone viral, making arguments in favor of why politicians, Congress members, have engaged in trading these stocks and how sympathetic he is for it. It's fucking delusional. It's just openly disgusting. And then he also has this, fraudulent statement about how there's zero tolerance for insider trading. Since when? No one's getting punished for it, Mike. You're gonna stamp it out yourself? What does that mean? Just bend over for it? Let it keep happening? Just goat-seeing here? Because that's what's been going on. You're not stamping out insider trading for shit. I'll show you that viral clip of him Gangnam styling on the American worker and talking about the stock trading as though it's like a positive thing almost. But first, I want to just make it clear that all of these zombies do this same thing. They'll publicly condemn, boo, insider trading bad, but they know that it's not going anywhere, and in fact, they don't want it to, because all of them are fucking doing it. Even someone like Nancy Pelosi, whose name has become synonymous with insider trading, also publicly condemns it, talking about her support for putting the kibosh on it. Nancy Pelosi's potential insider trading is a worse-kept secret than me being short. But she's never been punished for it, there's been no consequences for it, and plenty of people like her, especially in Trump's inner circle. All of his cronies are actively butt-fucking the market in broad daylight, just blatantly corrupt insider trading in front of your very eyes. And who's going to jail? Who's getting perp-walked for insider trading? Nobody, it's crickets. So, people like Nancy Pelosi or Mike Johnson can come forward publicly and deliver valuable lip service about how much they hate insider trading and that they're pushing for action against it, but they know it's not coming because all of them are doing it, and they also don't want it to stop either. The only person that I can think of in recent times who was even on the hook for insider trading was fucking Martha Stewart, and that was 2 decades ago. Nowadays, you're not cool unless you pee your pants. Fucking all these ghouls in Congress seem to be engaging in it. And also, I don't even think Martha Stewart actually went to jail for insider trading. I think it was like ancillary things on the side. But anyway, the Mike Johnson speech here was a nice cherry on top of this shit cake where even though he was saying he's in favor of the ban, he then did a whole spiel about, well, I'm very sympathetic to, Congress members who do stock trade and such.
Well, look, the salary of Congress has been frozen since 2009. When you adjust for inflation, a member of Congress today is making 31% less than they made in that year. It goes down every year. And over time, if you stay on this trajectory, you're going to have less qualified people who are willing to make the extreme sacrifice to run for Congress. I mean, it's just people just make a reasonable decision as a family on whether or not they can come and move to Washington, have a residence here, residence at home, and do all the things that are required. So the counter argument is, and I have some sympathy, look, at least let them engage in some stock trading so that they can continue to, take care of their family.
Base salary for a member of Congress is $170,000 a year plus change. Oh, also plus a bit of healthcare benefits. But yeah, he's trying to drum up sympathy about, the sacrifice they have to make for that, because that's not enough money to take care of a family. Oh, their salary's been in limbo, frozen like that, since 2009. But it's also 3 times the average salary of the normal American worker. So, a member of Congress can't support their family off just that 6-figure salary, yet normal average Americans are expected to off of 1/3 of that? That's interesting. I don't see Mike Johnson making any sympathetic arguments for trying to raise the average salary for workers. Why is it only Congress members who get his sympathy on their stock trading to try and support their family because $170,000 a year just isn't quite enough and shouldn't be expected to take care of their family? Talking about how, if they can't trade stocks, we're going to lose qualified people coming into Congress because the clams just aren't there. Hey, pal. You just blowing from stupid town? Can you not see the clear conflict there of people getting into politics solely to make money as opposed to actually serve the public and improve the country in which they're representing and trying to, supposed to be advocating for the will of the people? If they're there solely to be making money off their position, don't you think that kind of compromises them in that job? Just food for thought, I guess, Mike. These fucking crooks feel so emboldened by the state of this country right now where there are no consequences when you reach this level of power that he's just openly yapping about it. He's not even whispering it. He's saying it out loud with his whole chest. It's hit with a fucking truth serum, and he's just unapologetically talking about why it's so sympathetic that these Congress members will engage in a wee bit of corruption, a tiddlywink of insider trading, and it's actually kind of understandable. But don't worry, he's in favor of the ban, which also still hasn't come. Still not banned. They're still doing it. No one's getting punished for it, even though it is just right there in the open, this blatant insider trading. And it's been going on for so long. I also find it adorable how Mike Johnson in particular, anytime he's asked about anything, he's always just oh yeah, I don't know anything about it. Or, Mike, did you hear what Trump said about this? He's I didn't hear it. No, I didn't hear that. Dude is deaf 99% of the time with his job here, but his ears perk up and his senses fire when it comes to face fucking the American public and trying to, like, rally support behind the idea of Congress members needing to engage in a little insider trading, perhaps, mayhaps. 170K plus just isn't enough to be raising the family and taking care of their family, so, like, we really do need to have sympathy for why they might choose to do that. It's just so delusional and so out of touch. And again, he's just saying it. It's not like he's being tortured to have this information come out of him where it just oozes out of his lips in desperation. He's just confidently saying it. He also has the gall to call it a sacrifice, by the way. Oh, the noble sacrifice. Only getting 170K plus benefits in Congress. It's just heart breaks for them. Like, we need to have sympathy for this stock trading. Like, I do think, we need to really consider that. That's not a sacrifice, brother. That is better than the vast majority of jobs that the American public are doing. And I strongly believe that the normal American worker works longer and harder than members of Congress. I fully believe that. And they are getting a third of the salary. And yet Mike has the chutzpah to be saying that it's a sacrifice only getting 170K to do this job. Do you know how many people would kill for that kind of salary, Mike? Like, that is the most envious position to be in. Right now, the average American is expected to be raising a family off a third of what you're crying about here and yapping about. And you're saying, like, how difficult that is. Imagine what it's like for the actual average American. Like, it's almost impossible off of just a single income, which is why dual income is kind of the only way people are able to even start to tinker with the idea of getting a house and starting a family. It's extremely difficult. And even with dual income, that's still not reaching 170K a year off the average American working salary, Mike. This is just a terrible, out-of-touch argument that he's making. And again, in the full context, he is saying that he's, like, in favor of the ban, but if that's the case, Mike, why are you gathering sympathy for those that are doing this stock trading, this potentially dirty dealings here using insider knowledge? That's a little weird. It's almost like it's just lip service, because all of these politicians know that if they just outright said, like, insider trading, fuck you guys, kick rocks, we're gonna do it, come hell or high water, who cares, they would get pushback even from the most brain dead of drones. So they have to put on this facade of like, oh no, this is really bad. And even though a lot of them will say things about how bad insider trading is and make these pushes to put the kibosh on it, somehow it just never quite pans out. Isn't that weird? Isn't that so strange? It's almost like it's one of the big perks to being in their positions of power. Milking it for all the money they can possibly squeeze out of it, using information that isn't available to the public and only available to them. It's what we're seeing right now with so many of those close to Trump, for example, where it's just very clear. And it's also something that's been going on for an extremely long time in previous administrations as well. Insider trading has been a staple for many members of Congress for so long. And unfortunately, I don't think it's going away anytime soon. No matter how much talk there is about it, it just seems like it is truly corrupt to the core, just rotten. And Mike Johnson isn't even shy about trying to, talk about it positively. Anyway, I'll stop blabbering about it. It's fucking infuriating. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
The other night on stream, I fell into a rabbit hole of employees and politicians urinating into sinks, which, I always knew was a possibility. I knew our species was capable of such evil, but seeing it unfold firsthand, it still leaves you in shock and awe. And it's not like I was blissfully unaware of the existence of this tribe that walks amongst us, the sink pissers. On Reddit, quite a few years ago, there was actually a blossoming community, r/sink pissers, that a lot of people were making fun of, but in the shadows, they only grew stronger, only finding more and more sinks to relieve themselves in. And now, since we went through that rabbit hole on stream, I've just been getting fed even more cases of workers pissing in clients' sinks.
like this one.
You probably won't believe an Indianapolis woman says a maintenance worker peed in her kitchen sink inside her Northeast Side apartment.
No, you won't believe that I do believe that. It doesn't shock me or surprise me in even the slightest. I have known about the sink pissers community for a long time. And these kind of scenarios have been unfolding pretty often, actually, more so than you would expect.
With who captured this video on her Ring camera inside of her apartment, and she now tells 13 News she's traumatized over this incident and wants the man to pay her back for the things he damaged.
Can't put the piss back in the balls, but they could at least reimburse her here for the hassle. And I do imagine if this happened to me, if I found out someone came in and started urinating all over my dishes in the sink, I would never feel comfortable cleaning in that sink again. Because there would always be that lingering what if. Like, you know, this could be some highly acidic piss this guy contaminated my sink with. Even if I replace all the dishes, even if I do my best to really scrub that clean, I just don't know if it would ever be enough. It would leave a lasting impact on me.
Now take a look at your screen. In this video, you can see this maintenance man pulling down his pants and then peeing in Shirley's sink while the dishes were filled in that sink. So Shirley says the incident happened last week at her apartment over at Blackburn Terrace in the Martindale Brightwood neighborhood. Shirley says she was supposed to be there, the maintenance worker rather, was supposed to be there to fix her water heater. When she got back, the man said someone else would be back to finish those repairs. That's when she looked at her camera to see what he did, and she was stunned.
Greaseball really gets up close and personal with the camera here. He's like right up on it, looking like a Twitter profile pic for those 40-year-old dudes that spout out the worst dog shit takes of all time. We got him on the microscope here checking on this. Now, judging from his build, I feel like I can say with a high level of confidence this is probably a frequent user of r/sink pissers. This guy's got the quintessential narwhal baconer at midnight Redditor build. So I think this guy was probably inspired by some of the posts on there over the years and said, you know what, today's the day. Or maybe he does this often at his work, pissing on people's dishes in the sink.
Flabbergasted, you know. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Can't imagine if I didn't have it and he did that and I would have been eating from those same dishes later that day.
Just very shocking. And according to Shirley, that man was fired after this incident was reported.
I fear, like Michael Jordan in his prime, you can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. So even though he may have lost his job here, I don't think that stopped him from pissing in strangers' sinks and all over their dishes. That looks like a man with no remorse, a loose cannon. He doesn't even think twice about just pissing on the dishes in the sink. It doesn't even seem like he bothers washing down the urine, which is unusual because other employees that have done this usually try and hide the evidence. But this guy, he's proud of his work. He just tinkles it all out on the dishes and just leaves it there like his calling card. And I have to imagine he probably wasn't well hydrated. I have no evidence to base that on. He does have like this meatball build going on here, but I feel like he probably wasn't well hydrated. It's probably very yellow pee-pee, and he just leaves it there too. It's like he wanted to be caught. Maybe that was part of the thrill. This is like, this is, you know, final raid boss sink pisser here. But again, this is not as unusual as you might think. So let me just show you from the rabbit hole when we were diving down that on stream the other day. You see where that landlord went to fix a problem in a tenant's home and took a piss in the sink? I can't say I saw that. Well, I mean, that's fine though. Maybe solved the problem and then even gave them a little treat. Let's see. I didn't know how to look for this, so I just said landlord fix problem, pee in sink. Maintenance worker fired after allegedly urinating in tenant's sink. Oh, it wasn't the landlord. I thought the landlord went in there. He's like, alright. He just bangs a hammer on the TV to fix it and then just immediately relieves himself in their sink.
Funky story here. We told you about a Bloomingdale tenant who says a maintenance worker urinated in his sink. Take a look for yourself there. The tenant says what should have been a routine service call turned into a disturbing discovery. He says a maintenance worker entered his apartment to address an issue with his washing machine. While inside, the worker was allegedly
But then he identified another issue, an unpissed sink. So he solved 2 problems in one outing and didn't even charge you for the secondary service. And you have the gall to get angry about it?
The tenant's apartment cameras urinating in the kitchen sink. Well, tonight we heard back from the management company in a statement. They said, quote, management was made aware of the incident regarding one of our employees, and upon learning of this wholly unacceptable behavior, we immediately put the employee on leave following an investigation. We terminated the individual's employment.
Unjust. Can't piss in sinks anymore, huh? Some guy pissed in a coffee maker in Canada. He was candidate for an election in 2015. Well, was it his own coffee maker? Or was he also a maintenance worker who went in and relieved himself in a coffee maker? Canadian candidate Jerry Bance out after video shows him urinating into coffee cup. Toronto businessman who's been running for parliament with Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper's party made the wrong kind of splash, has been dropped by his party after he was caught on video urinating into a coffee cup while working as an appliance repairman. That's pretty cool. Where's the video? This seems like a common occurrence. Lot of wacky pissers.
In other news now, a developing political story tonight. The Conservative Party is looking into one of its candidates over some surprising behavior. For more on that, the CBC's David Cochran joins us tonight from Ottawa.
Hey, David. Why do you look so sad?
Well, Wendy, this involves Jerry Bance, who is the Conservative candidate for Scarborough Rouge Park. And just a few days ago, Conservative Cabinet Minister Jason Kenney was in Bance's cameras set up, and those cameras caught Jerry Bance urinating in a coffee mug and then dumping the contents of that mug into a kitchen sink while the homeowner was in the very next room.
That's like an elevated form of sink pissing. A more elegant solution for the sink pissing enthusiast on Reddit, I would say. Hey, Jerry.
Off to the other room for some reason.
Oh,
he's also taking a cup.
Oh my.
He just peed in the cup.
Then he empties the cup in the sink, rinses it, and puts it back.
So when we learned of this, we immediately contacted
Jerry, I gotta tell you, that seemed like the work of someone who often pisses in coffee cups. That was methodical. That was just like business as usual to this guy. But why, and Jerry, far be it from me to question your technique, why not just cut out the middleman and piss into the sink at that point? What was the point of the coffee cup? Did he just want to, like, maximally contaminate as many things as he could find in the kitchen? I don't even see what the purpose was. Not tall enough, he was too short? No, was he? Let me see. Oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess the countertop's a little high. He could have waterfalled it, just aim up. Arc it. But then I guess you risk contaminating like floor and stuff, and he's not looking to make a mess.
Now, coincidentally, Conservative leader Stephen Harper will be campaigning in the Scarborough area tomorrow. Jerry Bance is not scheduled to be with him. Wendy?
Yeah, he is busy pissing in my sink right now, probably. I mean, the sink pissers community seems dedicated. Yeah, the sink pissers community is very enthusiastic, but even they, I don't think, would be lobbying for peeing in strangers' sinks while on a job. I think even they would show restraint. That's all they do on that subreddit, bro. Unless the subreddit's changed drastically from the last time I took a peek in there, it's only them pissing into their own sinks, right? Oh, here's the top post of the day is actually about the maintenance worker. Rookie move, says Sasquatch. I probably have to be careful showing this one on stream, actually. Have I just done the first ever girl sink piss? Well, I probably can't even look at this on my other monitor because you see it in the reflection behind me. But yeah, this is definitely their own house. So like this one. This milk stool was a game changer, and one of the sink pissers just put a stool in front of his sink for being able to get his cock and balls over the edge. It's never like strangers. They have stats at the top of the page on why it's actually better to piss in sinks. What stats? What does it matter what receptacle gets peed on? What does that change? Where? Oh, environmental impact of sink peeing. Okay, average gallons, flush 1.6. Analysis. R/sink pissers will save over 16 million gallons of water this year. Number of sink pissers, 4146. Average pisses per day, 7. Wow. Gallons saved daily per person, 11.2. Gallons saved person yearly, 4,088. Number of sink pissers per day, 78. Sink pissers per year, 28K. Gallons saved per year, 118 million? I don't know about this. These numbers don't feel right. This is 7 years ago. Their projections were way off, by the way. The community, I think, is at 15K. Didn't really experience the growth they thought they were, with 4.1 million sink pissing members. They just missed it. Someone also shared a YouTube video called West Virginia Pizza Hut Manager Caught Peeing in Sink. God, they're everywhere. Oh, this was 2014. This was the height of the sink pissing craze, it seems. You had the Canadian politician doing it. Now you had this Pizza Hut manager doing it. Video unavailable, what the fuck? Where'd it go?
Here's an extra special ingredient that no one wants on their pizza. Pee. A district manager...
Now that's an intro. Where'd this energy go, USA Today? What happened to you guys? Your writers were cooking. She's fucking right. That is the last secret ingredient I want on my pie.
At a Pizza Hut in Kermit, West Virginia, lost his job after this surveillance video was released showing him peeing into a sink. The sink that
Why'd he lose his
used
job?
Was the same one the store used
Even hitting
to
the fit
wash
lean.
utensils. Ugh. Fortunately, the incident did not include any food tampering, as it happened during non-business hours. Pizza Hut officials said in a statement that they are embarrassed by the actions of this individual.
Throwing him under the bus.
Pizza Hut has zero tolerance for violations. Better now that Pizza Hut has taken care of business.
Well, I mean, it is Pizza Hut. It's not like it could have made the pizza worse. Do I personally know any sink pissers? I do not. That you know of. Yeah, it's true. I guess I've never asked if anyone's an active sink pisser that I know. Could you be friends with a sink pisser? Like, if all your friends came out as sink pissers, would it change anything? The only thing it would change is I wouldn't really want them around, like, my house. But yeah, I could definitely be friends with them. It wouldn't ruin it. Just wanted to give a little eulogy to Highguard. I'm sure many of you have heard the news of its passing. They are shutting it down, so it truly is a certified goodbye guard situation here. The writing was on the wall. The last update we got with Highguard wasn't exactly joyous. It was about the layoffs that they were experiencing, where they let go of the majority of the development team, so it felt like it was just a matter of when as opposed to if they pulled it off life support. It had been hemorrhaging players, and they didn't have the confidence to see it through, to see if they could find a community that would fall in love with it through like updates and tinkering around, which I'll reiterate, I find to just be so vomit-inducing as a norm in this industry, where they'll put millions of dollars into these projects, and if they don't instantly become the next fucking Fortnite or something, they just call it curtains and like, oh, doom and gloom, we're dead, is what it is. On to the next one. Like, they don't even really like try. They farted out like a whole roadmap for this game off rip to show that they're like really committed to building it with the community, only to just instantly bury it 45 days later. It only lasted like a Concorde and a half. It's so odd, these executives, man. Like, I don't know what they expect. Anyone could have looked at the trailer for this game at the end of the Game Awards, which absolutely blew its ass wide open. That was a really unfortunate position for it to be in because of the expectations for a game like this. It already put a sour taste in people's mouths. But anyone could look at this game and tell you, yeah, it's not exactly going to stand toe-to-toe with the big dogs. This is something that would need to carve out a niche over time in order to find an audience. Like, it just surprises me that they all have become so deluded that they think it's going to happen immediately for them. It's not. So this game made it like 45 days, and I'm sure learning of its shutdown isn't the most surprising thing you've ever heard, because it's probably the most surprising thing you've ever heard. We'll look at their statement, though. Hi, guards. Final update arriving soon. Thank you for playing with us. Today, we're sharing difficult news. We have made the decision to permanently shut down Highguard on March 12th. Since launch, more than 2 million players stepped into Highguard's world. You shared feedback, created content, and many believed in what we were building. For that, we are deeply grateful. Despite the passion and hard work of our team, we have not been able to build a sustainable player base to support the game long term, which runs contradictory to what was stated initially once the players started to drop off after day one about, like, we don't need massive players. You know, player count isn't everything. We can continue to sustain this for the whole fucking roadmap. Like, now it's a very different song and dance here. Servers will remain online until March 12th. We hope you'll jump in with us one more time to show your support and get those final great matches in while we still can. The team is excited to release one final game update to enjoy in the remaining life of the game. We'll be adding a new warden, a new weapon, account level progression, and skill trees. Full patch notes are coming, and we're targeting tonight or tomorrow morning for patch release. From all of us at Wildlight, thank you for playing, for supporting us, and being part of Highguard's story. They're sailing off into the sunset with one last content drop here for Highguard. And I gotta tell you again, sports fans, I just don't know what kind of stupid juice executives are fucking squirting down their gullet there, the video games industry, to make them think that games like this are going to immediately pop off. Be real. A game in this genre that is so fucking saturated is going to need some time to bake. It's going to need a lot of tender love and care, a lot of alterations, a lot of listening to the community in order to build something that will hopefully get more players in the door. It was never going to be like a smashing global phenomenon or anything like that. That is very rare. I just don't get how they wouldn't have accounted for that and allocated budget of, like, here's what we're going to go for this length of time. And if we don't grow to this level over the course of like 6 months or something, then we call it quits. They give it just over a month. Like, it never stood a chance. Even setting aside the blunder of the Game Awards for Highguard, even if that didn't happen, it probably would still be getting shut down right now, or maybe it would have even happened earlier, because at least the Game Awards put a lot of peepers on it, and even though it was like, you know, people just looking the clown on it, it did get a lot of people in the door initially to try it, to the tune of almost like 100,000 concurrent on day one. So maybe if that didn't happen, it wouldn't have even come close to that, and they would have shut the doors after 3 fucking days or something. Like, oh, it's over. Okay, everyone go home. Pack your bags. You're fucking fired. It didn't work. Like, maybe that's how it would have happened if the Game Awards, you know, blunder didn't go down the way it did. Who's really to say? But all I can tell you is that I find it really just gross that these companies only give a game like a month and some change to be like the biggest game in the world, as opposed to like working at it for a long time. Like, let's take, for example, Rainbow Six Siege. I don't know how many old heads out here remember launch Rainbow Six Siege. That shit was almost non-functional. Siege was in a bad spot for a really, really, really long time. For like a whole month or two after its release, it was the Highguard of shooters. People would go into Siege just to make fun of the motherfucker. So like, that game had, by all definitions, a like rocky launch. Now, of course, it did have more players. I get that. It is like a huge budget title. But even still, by all definitions, it was a game that was floundering. But over the course of so much iterating, so much changing, and spending a lot of time, it was able to carve out a niche and grow into a successful game. Now, Highguard, of course, came out, and when people tried it, they weren't blown away. It was mid. That is just how it is. It wasn't spectacular. It wasn't the shittiest thing in the world. It was just mid. It was kind of a been there, done that kind of thing, but with a different coat of paint, like a different spin on it, kind of, where now it's like pseudo base rating, but it still just felt like the same dish we had been served numerous times before. But that's not to say it would always exist in that state. Maybe over time they could have fleshed something out and made something unique out of it that would have attracted a community to it. You never know. And now we will never know because the game's already getting shut down in just over a month. Like, it's just so fucking weird to see how content these companies are in the industry to just dump millions out the wazoo on these games, and then they only let them live for like just over a month or sometimes even less. What a huge fucking waste of time and money in that case if you're not even going to try to see where things go down the line. I get it's still expensive to keep running the games, which is why I think these companies need to be a lot more realistic with their expectations on things like a fucking pseudo-hero shooter experience. Like, come on, wake up. This is ridiculous. Now again, it's not exactly surprising because there's at the moment 350 players playing Highguard. That's not a substantial player base to justify like still spending oodles of clams developing it. I get that, which is why this is not shocking in the slightest. I just feel like it's something they should have been preparing for, and maybe, heaven forbid, not investing millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of dollars into these games, expecting them to instantly blow up and instantly make all your money back within the first fucking 48 hours of it being live. But who knows, maybe I'm just on the crack pipe with that take. It just feels stupid. It feels like this was the most predictable thing that you could have seen unfold from any level. Like, anyone who has any level of experience in gaming could have told you Highguard was going to struggle finding like a solid player base, like a sizable player base. It would take a long time and a lot of work and a lot of effort to carve out a niche. And they weren't willing to commit to it, so now they've shut it down. Anyway, just wanted to let you all know that Highguard's going offline pretty soon. The guards are going to be sailing off high into Valhalla, it seems. That's really about it. So yeah. About 10 months ago, I made a video talking about the Neo robot, which was this Jetsons level technology that was fundamentally a household chore bot. And I've always been skeptical when the claim is made that it's right around the corner, because you hear that for every piece of tech ever, and then half of it just kind of fizzles into the fucking ether, just falls into the back rooms, never to be seen again. But now, 10 months later, I got a bunch of egg on my face because the Neo robot is here. And it's affordably priced. It's a very cost-conscious $20,000 for the household chore bot. You're losing money not buying this thing. It can do so much. Kind of. To a certain extent. It does chores. Now, Marcus Brownlee just made a video kind of going over his qualms with this robot, and I think he brings up a lot of good points. Points that I also briefly mentioned when even just talking about this from a conceptual standpoint, even before the price was revealed and even before they showed its actual capabilities here with chores. It is just, I don't see a world where it makes sense to own this, even if you do just have $20,000 shoved in your fucking prison wallet. If you got $20,000 floating in your colon and you're looking to get it out, I think there are significantly better uses for it than buying the Neo robot.
So meet Neo, potentially the most futuristic product we've ever seen. This thing is a full-fledged humanoid robot, 5'6", 66 pounds, 4-hour battery life, self-charging, and it lives in your house. It's finally here.
Now, 10 months ago, the design of the robot looked fundamentally the same, and I think they do still have similar faces. Back then, the main one I saw looked like Shaka from One Piece, or it looked like fucking Dynamo from Deadlock. Now they have like those two little eyeballs and like a leather mask there. It almost kind of just looks like Jason Voorhees mask to a certain extent on this thing's face. And I think having it be 5'6" is obviously the best possible decision you can make. That is the optimal height. I think most human beings would like to spec into that if they could choose their height. Luckily, I was blessed with 5'6" naturally. I wasn't, needed to be created in a lab to achieve that. But I understand why they went with 5'6" at the very least. And the rest of the specs here sound pretty good.
It's a housekeeper. It has the same dexterity as a human because it's shaped just like a human, walks around on 2 legs, has 10 fingers. It can fold laundry and put it away for you, or it can do the dishes for you from start to finish and then put everything away. It can go around and water the plants outside or inside on a perfect schedule, and it never forgets a single plant. And then it'll go around and vacuum and tidy up the house if anything gets left out. It always knows where everything is. It can find the TV remote, and it'll basically actively do all the chores that you know you have to do, but you don't actually want to do. And when it's done, it goes back to its little docking spot and charges itself.
That fully sums up the purpose of Neo. It exists to do the chores you don't usually feel like doing for 20,000 clams. So it'll go do these things to varying degrees of success, but it will do them, and then it goes and then chains itself to your wall. It goes and plugs itself in and charges itself. That's really about all that it does. Except, of course, for those little JoJo Siwa dance moves you saw it do there for a second. Other than that, it's just focus on doing chores. Its goal is to, fucking pass the butter and fold the clothes. That's really it. Now, a lot of people talk about, this is for lazy people, like people that don't want to do chores and just want, this robotic servant to do it for them. But really the main clientele, as far as I can tell, is that it's aiming to help elderly or disabled individuals whom these kind of activities are more difficult for. But at a $20,000 price tag, that's not exactly a reasonable price to try and help there. And I imagine, as Marques Brownlee also points out towards the end of the video, that's not going to be a demographic that's really, enthusiastic about being an early adopter of this, because basically you're guinea pigging this thing. This is so new. This is such brand new technology. It's still pretty primitive here. You are beta testing it for a $20,000 buy-in. But there are, admittedly, other options that are less than $20K. Like if you want to rent it, from what I can tell, there's like monthly installments you can do. But even still, it is extremely expensive for this.
This is available to order? This feels like it could be the best tech announcement of all time in 2025. Except, this isn't real.
You know what is real, though? The Starforge solo leveling collab. Starforge just dropped its PC in collaboration with Solo Leveling. It's available right now. You can click the link in the description below. There's also a big Halloween PC sale. Marques Brownlee goes on to mention that one of the main things about it not being real is how they're claiming you can order it today, making you believe that it's here and it's available now. I can go right now, get my Neo ordered, and it'll be here lickety-split, and then I'm going to have my nice little household chore bot running around. I can slap him on the ass and tell him, good game, keep up the good work, and then he'll maybe give me a cool catchphrase like, I've got nipples, Greg, can you milk me, or something, then he'll go charge himself, all my chores are done. It's not here. This is a pre-order, and there are options for a $500 a month subscription or $20K to own it outright, and it's expected to deliver sometime next year, but there's no actual real delivery date that we know of at the moment, so it's not here today or anything. It's still right now just an idea that you are pre-ordering with the hope that it will be delivered when they say it is. But that's not the only thing that makes this not real.
My issue with this product is the gap between what it's actually capable of today and what they're promising as they take your money today. Like, I think when people watch a video like this, they expect that this robot has some sort of built-in artificial intelligence that allows it to recognize objects and navigate around on its own and learn your house and be productive for those hours while you're gone. And that, I think, would be a reasonable thing to get out of watching that video, because that's what it's designed to show. That's what you're supposed to feel. That's the dream.
He is exactly right. When you watch these showcases, what they're selling you on is a pipe dream. But what you're getting is the crack pipe. You watch these videos and you're under the impression that this robot has the ability to recognize things in space and accomplish these tasks like Sonny from iRobot or something, like what you've seen in movies throughout the decades, where this is a robot in the truest sense of the word that you picture up here in your noodle. And that this has some kind of AI driven components that are able to somehow figure things out for itself so it can do your chores. But that is not the reality of what is actually being done here to get the robot to accomplish these tasks.
But that's not actually what's happening. So Joanna Stern, the legend, she did a video with this Neo robot also this week where the company showed her all of the things that it could do. And turns out 100% of the things that they showed her were remotely controlled by a human in another room wearing a VR headset with controllers. That's not exaggerating. 100% of the stuff they showed her. The carrying things around, the loading up the dishwasher. I mean, look at this thing. Yeah, all of this is teleoperated. And this was a demo set up by this 1X company. So this is like best case scenario stuff.
This is very, very, very different than what most people expect from this robot. It is not doing these things itself per se. It is being teleoperated by someone wearing a headset and everything to control it themselves. So it's basically acting like an extension of their body. They're playing a VR game in your household as your butler, basically. It is not a robot in the way that you think of it. So what you're doing is you're paying $20,000 for someone to come into your house in a robot skin suit. That's basically it. And like very stiffly, like the Tin Man, walk around and very slowly go through simple chores laboriously. Like, even something like loading the dishwasher is a Herculean effort here for the Neo robot. And it is being controlled by a human being in the first place. The Neo robot is just the conduit for it. It is just, I think it is very misleading for people that are just going to see this robot do things and not understand that it's not the robot itself doing them. It is a human being that is controlling it outside of that robot.
And I see a lot of people defending this robot online like, oh, no, there's probably other things that it can do autonomously. They just didn't show her yet. Really? You don't think they would show her the best stuff that this could do autonomously to keep selling the dream?
Fucking exactly. There's always crazy cope from people that are so desperate to defend like massive corporations for no reason, man. I don't get it. How do we live in an age where people are willing to fight tooth and nail, doing free PR for companies that don't give a fuck about them in the first place, don't even know they exist? They're just a piggy bank hoping to stick their dick in at some point. I don't understand where that delusion's even coming from. This is them coming out here and trying to put the best foot forward for this product, to try and sell the dream, like Marques Brownlee mentions. Why would they not show everything it can do autonomously? That makes no sense. That'd be the stupidest fucking marketing move ever. Now, he mentions that there are two things in that video that it does label as autonomously performed. One of them was opening a door for a guest, and the other was transporting a cup. Other than that, everything was teleoperated. That's so night and day from what people perceive this robot to be. It is not capable, or at least it doesn't seem like it's capable of doing the vast majority of your chores autonomously. It needs to be teleoperated to accomplish those tasks. So basically, you're paying $20,000 for real steel, like Hugh Jackman's real steel, but instead of like Hugh Jackman boxing and having the robot throw punches, it's Hugh Jackman cleaning piss off of your toilet bowl, and it's the robot mimicking it in your household. I highly recommend you watch his full video here because he does a great job breaking it down and also going through the footage from Joanna, who is the one that got all of this information and showcased what this thing can actually do. It's extremely interesting. He mentions, and he's right, that one of the big things is that it needs tons and tons of data. So the idea seems to be to push this out to early adopters so that way, while they're using it, it can be gathering all this data so it can get better at doing things autonomously. It can learn all of these variables. And in order to do that, it needs access to individuals' households of these early adopters. So they even have something called, I think it was expert mode if I remember correctly, where you opt in, you give permission to have one of their experts tap into the mainframe here of the robot and learn how to do a task by guiding the robot through it. So basically, he's digivolving into your house, like he's manifesting himself into your house, this expert, into the robot, so that way they can do the task and collect the data and get better at autonomously doing it down the line. And it seems like it boils down to early adopters that are going to spend this money to get the Neo are going to have to be okay with sacrificing some privacy for the sake of science, because down the line, maybe it'll lead to enough data that the Neo can eventually do it without the need of a teleoperator to be scheduled to take control of the robot, look through its sensors in your house and do it. So, I mean, it is an interesting little creature here for 20K. It's a very interesting piece of technology.
5'6" humanoid that wanders around your house and does chores. Like, are there really that many people, you think, that are willing to spend that amount of money and know that they're going to have to potentially give up some pretty serious privacy and are basically going to be a beta tester for some unknown number of years to hopefully maybe someday achieve that dream? There are obviously a lot of potential downsides to this robot. You know, it's too small and weak to carry anything super heavy.
As a petite, fun-sized 5'6" man, I took great offense to him saying that right there about the robot. Too small and weak to carry anything heavy. Brother, I can carry some of the heaviest shit in Florida. I'm gonna chalk that one up to maybe he just, got a little lost in the sauce there. It has nothing to do with the robot being 5'6" or anything like that. It looks like it hasn't been hitting the gym. That's all. But he makes a very strong point here. How many people are willing to spend that kind of money and also be the guinea pigs for this technology for X amount of years? Who knows how long? Scheduling, this company's experts to take control of the robot, looking through their house to do the task to collect that data to improve it down the line, to maybe one day have it be something that's possible autonomously. I don't know. He also mentions he doesn't know. It is just a very interesting spot we find ourselves with this technology here. All I wanted to talk about here, though, is that a lot of people are really misled on what this robot is even capable of right now, because it is confusing. As he mentions in his video, what they're selling you, like the idea today, is not what it's capable of today. They're selling you the idea of what it could be many years down the line, but making it seem like it's here today, which I think is a bit scummy. In my personal perspective here, I just don't see a ton of people being comfortable paying that amount of money and just inviting all of these cameras and microphones that are remote viewable from these strangers into your household. I just imagine most people wouldn't really be comfortable with the idea of someone potentially peeping through those cameras that are remote viewable and these microphones that could be listening. Like, I imagine most people just wouldn't fully trust it. Like, around your family, like your kids and everyone around there would probably be a little on edge knowing that this robot, there is just the chance that someone is looking through it right now, even if you didn't schedule an expert to take control. Because again, these are remote viewing capable cameras and microphones, stuff like that. So I don't know, maybe there is a ton of people out there. I just would be very surprised if there were. But anyway, I wanted to talk about this because I was yapping about it 10 or so months ago, and now it's getting even closer to coming out. They're claiming that it's already here, ordered today, but it's still not actually fully here yet, but I just wanted to follow up. That's really about it. So yeah. If you could only see the world through my eyes, you'd be looking most people in their chest. But I'm going to show you a little something that these eyes have seen today. It's a pretty chaotic video with a woman and a man she was with. Could be husband, could be Tinder date, who really knows? Could be a complete stranger who was trying to impress her. No telling. But they were at an event, and she hit the sauce a little bit too hard, had a little overdose on the fun potion, a little bit of glug, 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 oh, Reggie, ree, and started throwing hands with the staff, and it does not end well with her. This story is not a happily ever after for her life.
Alright, he's just fucking harassing me. Yeah, he's on a distraction.
Please leave.
Tell me one more time.
I did not touch it.
Oh, he's a liar.
So the background here is she's a little too drunk and she's starting to hallucinate. She is now accusing someone of harassing her which apparently did not happen. The guy's even saying that didn't happen. She's got her phone out to record her POV, so you already know she's fucking delusional. It is crazy, astonishing, just how often people that are making complete fools of themselves, just absolute clowns, will be the ones to take out their phone and start recording it as if they're in the right, thinking people will be on their side. So she's got her own POV. Well, it's not even really her POV because she's holding it like up here. It's probably looking like straight at the ground, but she's just off her gourd right now. According to a bartender that was at the center of this fucking pandemonium, couple came in at around 9 p.m. and immediately there were concerns raised about how intoxicated they were. The night was quite chaotic. The couple came in, they were requesting dinner service. Initially, the server verbalized to me that she could tell that her table was not only intoxicated, but perhaps on some other substances, and they were giving her quite a rough time and being quite verbally abrasive with her. Then I do believe after that, the server asked for the manager to intervene. So the manager got summoned to the battlefield here. He enters the rift, runs it down mid, basically just saying, get the fuck out of here, takes their cocktails away, asks them to leave. And when he brought the cocktails back to staff, he said they had enough to drink, we shouldn't serve them anymore. And that's what led to this intense spiral you're about to see from that couple. She tries to slap the phone out of someone that was filming her, which is odd because she wasn't exactly shy about filming this herself, but I guess she doesn't like the angle that stranger was catching her at. I don't really know what the thought process was there. Obviously not a whole lot of thoughts going on in there in the first place. Right now it's just her seeing red and on a rampage. Right now she is just like in Kratos Spartan mode, but she's super drunk, so she's throwing wet noodles instead of knuckle sandwiches. And she gets physical with one of the staff back there, and the boyfriend's trying to like separate her from them. And as he is doing that, she then aggroes somebody else there trying to attack them, and they were not playing games. This was not Weenie Hut Jr. anymore, so she actually got hip tossed. You can see the staff pick her up, well, not fully pick her up, but take her and throw her down straight to the floor, and you hear a big thud. She just got potato sacked. It was almost like a perfect little hip toss there, and she was too drunk to really feel the impact, but I know that shit hurt the next morning. She probably felt like she got hit by 5 different fucking freight trains.
Get
out the way. Get out the way. Let's go.
No pooping.
Now the goober she's with is trying to get involved, so he's starting to get physical with the staff. You can see him kind of like loosely shoving them a little bit, kind of bumping and grinding on them more than anything. And eventually they both get dragged out of the establishment. The guy was getting absolutely manhandled. He tried to get physical and then ended up just getting like fucking little broed here in a headlock. And then she gets taken out in like a pseudo full Nelson, and people are cheering for them getting thrown out. That's how you know you are in the wrong. That's how you know you are a giant asshole, when people are applauding your exit. So they get forced out of the establishment here, but that's not where this is curtains. It doesn't wrap up there. It only escalates because these two are now even more upset and even more combative.
Let go! Let go! Let go! Let go! No, let go right now, please. Let go. Yes, please let go. Please let go. I'm not touching your blood. Okay, stop. No, he's on his phone. No.
Hey.
You're in that bitch.
There's a lot to unpack here. There's quite a bit to digest. So they have now been forcibly removed from the premises because they were obviously disruptive, violent, aggressive, combative. They're now outside, and she grabs a fistful of hair, refusing to let go. She has got it firmly grasped here like SpongeBob. And as she does that, her boyfriend or whatever goofball she's with there, whatever his relationship is to her, he is now gripping onto her like this, yanking her back as he is getting pulled back by somebody else. So it's almost like that stereotypical scene in a movie where like someone falls and like 5 people grab each other's arms trying to catch them. It is that, except people desperately trying to get these 2 fucking colossal losers to get out of there. And unfortunately, it's still just not enough. She is a force of nature fueled by pure alcohol in her veins. She's still going Insano style, and this time she's breaking free. She's going off the fucking leash here. It's sicko mode now. Because the employee whose hair was being grabbed her phone, saying, she wraps my hair around her hand and just pulls on it for dear life. It was quite painful. And that she only let go when he took her phone out of her hands and threw the phone to distract her to get her away from the restaurant. Like throwing a bone at a dog that's attacking you. So that's exactly what happens. He threw the phone, and immediately she's like going right after it, so charging back towards them. And so she got tripped. And my God, it's like all the momentum stopped. Not like she was, really breaking any land speed records for her 40-yard dash or anything. She was kind of drunkenly waddling over there. But when she was running and got tripped, it was textbook form. And then she just drops like an anvil, like a piano being dropped in a cartoon. She just hits the ground so hard instantly and starts calling the wambulance. She starts immediately crying in a Peter Griffin death pose.
Guys. No, Stop. Hey.
So now that she's been kind of decommissioned here, too many boo-boos for her to continue, she now starts insulting the guy she's with, saying, be a fucking man, trying to goad him into getting his ass kicked as well for a biblical smackdown that would have been placed upon his soul. She's just like, be a fucking man, do something. And you can just kind of see the gears turning in his noodle. You can kind of almost hear his heart breaking, like, oh no, if I don't do something, she's gonna break up with me. But if I do something, I'm going to be broken in half. What a conundrum, no! And then he eventually just decides, fuck it, we'll do it live. So he shoves the guy in the Santa hat, who is much larger than he is. It's a mismatch. He has to know that right there. That's David versus Goliath. But David's a big fucking douchebag here. He has no chance. But he goes for it. Smoke him if you got him, So, no fucking ZD now? So he pushes the guy in the Santa hat. And I swear to God, there might be a longer cut of this, but I bet that guy in the Santa hat could have picked him up like Bane to Batman and broken him over his knee. He had no chance there. But that girl, she was whispering the siren song in his ear, and by whispering I mean shouting drunkenly, fucking trying her best to make sure he is also bruised, bloodied, and broken. Now that's where the video ends, but the story just keeps on going. This is the holiday gift that keeps on giving here for everyone that's not her and that guy she was with. So apparently after the dust settled and everything, the San Francisco Police Department took her in. This was a very popular clip, so much so that her employer caught wind of this. Her name is Shireen Afkari, and she worked for a popular fitness tracking app named Strava, where she was a senior manager of growth marketing and retention, and has now been released from the company. They made a statement on Instagram saying, "We are aware of an employee who exhibited extremely concerning off-hours behavior. We don't condone violence of any kind, and this does not reflect the standards we expect of our team. This past Monday, we made the decision to end the individual's employment." No word on anything in regards to the guy she was with. I imagine in the director's cut of this footage, if there's a longer version of it, he probably learned his lesson after he tried to pick that fight with the Santa hat guy at the behest of his sweet milady fedora tip. An unsurprising conclusion there. She really did go pretty hard, but surely it was worth it. I bet that was an unforgettable night out that she can't remember at all. Little too hard on the old eggnog this holiday season, I think, for Miss Shireen there. Yikes. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Insomnia is beating my ass like it owes me money. Sandman must be too busy out there honking boobies to come pay old Charles a visit. He's a little too preoccupied, I suppose. I just can't get sleepy. That's alright. It is what it is. I don't hold a grudge about it. But what I did notice just a minute ago is that Matt sent me a message that I missed earlier today. So imagine my surprise when I took a peek there and noticed that I didn't respond to something because I didn't see it from him. It was this wacky little clip here that I actually kind of want to yap about. It's a stream clip from a streamer named Plaqueboy Max who was out in public letting people know that they should vote for him at the Streamer Awards, and he happened to run into a former America's Next Top Model winner. I think they were a winner, I'm not entirely sure. I decided to look it up. The old curious cat over here. She did not win America's Next Top Model. As far as I can tell from researching it, she got third. Doesn't matter one way or the other. But what happened is, he ran into her on stream. It was a holly jolly good time. They were having fun back and forth for a little bit. And then she wanted to film an Instagram video showcasing him and telling her fans, like, you know, let's support him. And then while doing that, she asked if he's going to kiss her. And what happens next will shock you, like a fucking Darman video.
What's your name?
Should I put you on my stories right
Yes,
now?
yes, yes, you should.
Support your black business?
100%.
We're here with
Plaqueboy Max. Plaqueboy Max, y'all know what time it is. All platforms.
all platforms. You
Make
gotta
sure y'all
support
vote.
him.
Oh, upside down. Make sure y'all vote. Vote. Exercise the right MLK fought for. Vote.
Period.
All platforms. Grammys and Streamer of the Year. Let's do it. Come on.
Okay, are you gonna
Yes.
give me a little smooch?
I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
You know what?
I can't. Love though. I'm out. Oh my God. What the fuck?
He declined the kiss. He said, I don't see no mistletoe. No thank you, ma'am. And excused himself from the situation there. Her perspective, I'll go ahead and show you her clip here so you can see her side of things.
And Streamer of the Year. Let's do it. Come on.
Okay, are you gonna give me a little smooch?
I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
You know what? I respect
I
it.
can't. Love though.
Goodbye. Sir, I wish him the best. Wish you the best, young man. The gag is that I wasn't even going to allow him to. Now the question is, do we post it on the ground? Nah.
I'm assuming after having a hard think on it, she ultimately decided to post it on the gram, is my guess, considering I've now just seen the clip here that she was filming. She's claiming that it was supposed to be a gag where she wasn't even going to allow him to kiss her. That's an interesting maneuver. I haven't seen that line in chess before, quite the gambit. Why would that be the gag? Is the joke supposed to be like humiliating the person you do that to? Like, are you gonna give me a kiss? I guess. Idiot loser! You thought I'd let you kiss me? Ha 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 ha. Like, I don't get what the gag is there. That's very odd, if that truly was the plan. But regardless, what happened is he said no, and she was very upset about it. She made a series of follow-up videos that get really off the rails, like actually pretty wild stuff.
Top of the morning to you. I'm going to say this to Plaqueboy and your entire team, because I walked up to you with two witnesses, okay, after his fumble of, I mean, just complete lack of humility and lack of a lot of stuff, okay? I walked up to you, Mr. Videographer, after even offering yo ass a job. I don't care what he's paying you.
She hit us with the Jacksepticeye top of the morning to you, and then calls what Plaqueboy Max did a fumble, and then tries to say it demonstrated a lack of humility from the way that he departed from their conversation. Like, she found it, like, you know, in poor taste to leave the way he did. And then she talks about the videographer, where she even says that she offered him a job. Doesn't care what he's being paid. She offered him a job. Why would you do that? You just met these guys. What? I don't... There's a whole lot here that I'm not really able to wrap my noodle around. Why would you be offering the videographer a job when you don't even know who the streamer is? She says multiple times she has no idea who Blackboy Max is. Thus, I would have to imagine she also probably doesn't know the videographer. Why is she randomly just trying to, like, poach him from Blackboy Max? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and it's kind of just a weird thing to even mention here in the first place.
And you guys were filming stuff obnoxiously with every single person who recognized him. I don't even know this guy. I literally am running an empire right now and have no clue who. I don't have X and don't even have the time to log in and sign up.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? I mean, congratulations, I guess, for not having X. That's admirable, I suppose, but what does any of that have to do with this tantrum that you're throwing because he declined the kiss and left? Keep in mind, Blackboy Max, that was the end of this whole interaction, and he probably forgot it ever even happened until she started going on this, like, massive rant about it. About how she doesn't even know who this guy is. It was so obnoxious, yet she wanted to give his videographer another job, wanted to steal his videographer for her own business. And she's talking about, like, how busy she is running her empire, doesn't have the time to even learn who this guy is, just a plebeian to her because she's too successful. Did you know she was on America's Next Top Model? Like, I don't even understand where this is coming from.
So, I walked up to you after his little outburst. He probably don't even date black women.
What? Well, again, where is this even coming from? Just because he didn't accept your, like, kiss offer gag, all of a sudden now she's saying, oh, he just probably doesn't date black women. What the fuck? Like, this is so weird.
But I said to you guys very clearly, please don't use that footage. And I don't know what collegiate level you guys are at, if you guys went to college or whatever. But I asked you not to use that footage. Not only did you use the footage, but out of everybody there, you talked to a lot of people. We heard you a mile away. That was the only footage that you used.
This is another part that's a little confusing to me with what she's referring to here. It's a stream, so the footage is being used by default. Can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. It's already broadcast, so her asking not to use it, the ship's kind of already sailed. Maybe she means like he used it elsewhere, but I can't find it anywhere else. It truly has lived as just a stream moment from him. The only one that's using this whole situation anywhere else is her. So I'm just a little baffled with what she's even talking about in regards to this. And she's saying that out of everybody there, hers is the only one that they used. Where? What did they use it for? Like a fucking billboard advertisement somewhere? Like, where are they using it? I don't see it unless she's seeing, like, clips from it floating around and then misunderstanding where that's coming from. Because as far as I can tell, it's not like Blackboy Max or his team is, like, you know, plastering this all over the place to try and besmirch her name or anything. The only one that is attacking anyone here is her to Blackboy Max. And in fact, on his stream, he did, like, address this saying, hey, all love, this is kind of weird, especially because she threatens a lawsuit. He's like, hey, don't really know why we're talking about that. This is weird. All love, though. Like, he's the one that's trying to, like, calm everything down.
And I verbally told you not to use it. I have so many things going on right now that I don't have time to take you to court, but I dare you. I dare you to try me, because now you are taking up my time. This 3 minutes that it's taken to post this, I could have been making money.
Yeah, there's a ton of income you can generate in 3 minutes. That's true. Yeah, he's going to be liable for damages in that lawsuit, too, for that extra 3 minutes that was spent with these Instagram reels she was posting. That's going to be up there in the tens of dollars, potentially. So be careful with this lawsuit that she's, like, vaguely tiptoeing around, saying, try me, and you'll be hearing from my lawyers, pal. You best hang on to your britches, Buster, if you want to try me here. Try you for what, though? What, like, why would he do that? Like, what would he even be like attempting to go after you for? There's nothing here. You're the only one that is making a big deal out of things here and bringing up like a lawsuit. You're so busy, but you know, if you swing for the fences here, she'll have to carve time away from her busy day running an empire to get the legal system involved. For what though? Like what is that lawsuit? I'm no lawyer, so maybe there's some like charges out there I've never heard of, but I am so like taken aback by this decision she's made here to make it so hostile when all he did was simply just say no when she asked, "Are you going to give me a kiss?" He didn't want to do that, and that's what he said on his stream. I just didn't want to. That's totally fine. Why is he not allowed to say no to you without it being a huge issue? It's just so weird. It's just such odd behavior.
Your new fame, his Instagram, I don't even know who gave him the idea. Do you know the connotation behind the word plaque? And I don't know if this is maybe a different kind of plaque that you're talking about. Maybe it's a different one. But the first thing I thought of, because I don't think he has any real plaques, was plaque on your teeth, okay?
Oof, shit. Now it's getting real nasty. Saying you don't have any plaques, so the plaque I thought of was plaque on your teeth. Jesus. Jiminy Christmas. Oh, yikes. That's rough. This is, like, this is all over nothing. All he did was just not give you a kiss. Play into your scheme where you'd, like, pseudo offer a kiss only to say, you know, it's not allowed to happen. He just said no outright, and I guess foiled that. And now it's blown up into, like, fucking 4 different videos she's made about it, like, very upset.
You maybe want to understand the connotation and the vibration that certain words carry through society. I don't give a damn about who you think you are or any of your followers.
I gotta pause real quick because we gotta give an official funeral to the word vibration. That shit has been murdered. It has been bastardized to such a criminal degree. That word is used as the ultimate buzzword in every, like, pseudoscience, mumbo-jumbo nonsense speak ever. Now she's saying that he needs to better understand his name because of bad vibration or something. It is crazy just how much this word gets used in just the most meaningless ways. Go ahead and eat this eucalyptus goat urine pill. It'll fix your vibrational chakras and realign you with the universal vibration type shit. It's just so odd. It's just so peculiar. I feel bad for the word vibration at this point. It's completely lost its identity.
But he walked away from me so disrespectfully. And it doesn't matter about America's Next Top Model. You don't ever depart from a real woman in that nature. Ever. You played yourself. And good luck with that Grammy. Good luck. I really genuinely hope you get it. Because that's probably going to be the height of everything that you get. But that's not none of my business. It's between you and God.
Yeah, winning a Grammy is usually the height of a lot of people's existence. That's like an unbelievable dream. So if he does accomplish that, it will probably be the height. And it's something the vast majority of the world and the vast majority of artists will never get to experience. And she's here talking it down as if it's like a meaningless award or something. Like, yeah, I hope you get that, 'cause that'll be all you ever get. A fucking Grammy. Oh my god. But anyway, she brings up America's Next Top Model here unprompted. I don't know why that came in here out of nowhere. The way that comes across is because she was on America's Next Top Model, she believes she deserves to be treated differently than other people, but she then says, doesn't matter that you don't walk away from anyone in that disrespectful manner. But I would argue he didn't do anything disrespectful at all, and I feel like most people would agree, and I don't think anyone would feel like he did something rude to them if he had left this conversation the same way to someone else that had offered a kiss that was not something that he wanted to reciprocate. Like, it is a weird thing to do. And he said no and then left. That's it. He did say, like, what the fuck was that? but I think that's a pretty natural response to having a stranger say, "Are you going to give me a kiss?" Like, imagine if this was just some random dude and it was a girl out there promoting her business and whatever she's doing, and the guy starts filming and is like, "Are you gonna give me a kiss now?" And she's like, no, and then leaves saying, "What the fuck is that?" I feel like everyone would be like, yeah, it's a pretty normal response. Because it is. Like there is nothing he did here that I think could even remotely be viewed as, like, disrespectful. At least not from what I've seen. So anyway, just wanted to blabber about this a bit. Just a very unnecessary attack on somebody who I think did really nothing wrong here. He just didn't want to give you the kiss is all. Like, I don't think it's that deep, and it shouldn't be that big of a deal. That's about it. Yeah. I don't think there's any celebrity on the planet that's done more damage to their reputation over the last couple of years than Will Smith. His name has become synonymous with cringe. He discovers new ways to embarrass himself that most scientists didn't even think possible. It's baffling because the call is coming from inside the house. He is the one that is making the conscious decision to open himself up like Goatsy for everyone to take a peek inside, and it is irresistible to point and laugh at what we find. Like, he is the human manifestation of asbestos, where asbestos was once like this really celebrated thing, but over time, as more information came out about it, people realized, oh, this isn't very good. That's what's been happening with Will Smith. Like, I remember growing up, he was like an idol to so many people. And over the last, I'd say like 5 to maybe like 6 or 7 years, he has just become laughable. It just seems like he's stuck in a perpetual humiliation ritual of his own making. And now, his new thing is promoting his tour with AI images of concert goers. So I don't know how many of you know this, Will Smith is on tour right now. He's back making music, and he's got some finger-wiggling boner jams like "I Like Pretty Girls." And he's on tour right now, and he just posted on his official YouTube channel a clip that features an AI-generated crowd. I had to mute the audio, obviously, but there are definitely real people that are going to his tour. I don't think the number is as great as him and his team want it to be, so for their promotional material for the tour, they resort to showing AI-generated crowds cheering and going ballistic for Will Smith, and it's blatantly obvious that it's AI. This is some turbo insecure activity right here. Like, this is an actual, like, midlife crisis meltdown moment where he's like, the numbers aren't where I wanted to be. Let's go ahead and fudge it with some AI-generated crowd reactions that love me. It's so fucking odd. I imagine you can see a lot of AI here already. There's, of course, real people that are spliced in here too. But just take a look at this, for example. This clip has me feeling like I hit the crack pipe while on ayahuasca. Like, look at this image. Like, here, we'll just start zooming in a couple of different places. Like, here, look over in this direction. What in tarnation? What the hell are you even looking at when it comes to this? Who is this? Looks like the scary monster that would chase you around in an amnesia horror game. All the people around her too are all anamorphing. If you go in any direction in this section of the video, this is exactly what you'll find. Over on this side of the freak show in the Sea of Monsters, things get really weird. Everyone has completely blended into some, like, amorphous blob. There's one guy here in front of this gray shirt man that looks like Asmongold got hit with, like, an anvil that flattened him. And then if you go above him, you'll find, like, a Neanderthal with his arms pumped up and Jeffrey Epstein taking cover behind him. It is clearly AI, and it's very reminiscent of early AI video footage, like with Will Smith eating spaghetti. It's like one-to-one with that. Because, especially in that, like, last shot there, everyone in the crowd looks identical to that painting you see in every horror game, Saturn devouring his son. It is crazy just how bad the AI crowd is here in his own promotional video. He is just shamelessly using an AI crowd to promote his tour and how, like, emotional it's been. Like, this is why I do it. For this. And then it's like that lady that has like 45 different hands while everyone around her is getting fucking morphed into some giant amalgamation of flesh and bone. It's so pathetic. I really cannot wrap my head around how nobody on his team nor himself saw this and thought, probably a bad idea. People are going to know this is AI. Like, I don't know how that notion never once crossed their minds. Because, again, it's not even like it's good AI where it's, like, indistinguishable from reality. It is clearly an AI crowd in a lot of these shots. And that makes the tour look so bad. It makes it feel like nobody is going. That's the perception now. I guess no one's going to Will Smith's tours because they can't even find enough crowd shots to fill a fucking 58-second promotional video for it. I really cannot believe that he would be in such a bad state financially that he would have to resort to something like this. Like, he was like one of the biggest actors in Hollywood for so long. Like, top tier A-list actor. He's gotta have unfathomable wealth. Why is he doing this? Like, one has to wonder what has brought him to this. And like the endless amounts of embarrassing shit that he himself won't stop talking about. Like, I'm not just gonna regurgitate all of his past scandals and like weird behavior and weird stuff. But he himself loves to bring that kind of shit up. Seems to like to wallow in that. Like, he plays around in the pig pen of past controversies proudly. So even years later, he will bring up that incident with Chris Rock where he went on stage and slapped the shit out of him like he was trying to fucking neuralize him via the 5 fingers to the face. Like, he is the one that will bring up things like the slap and all of that. It makes no sense. It feels like he loves when people are laughing at him as opposed to with him. I don't get it. I really don't know. Anyway, just found this silly. Wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. See ya. I've been on YouTube for almost 19 years, and I'm not kidding. I have never seen nor heard of something like this before. Yesterday I made that video about all, like, the Taylor Swift hoopla, and the video got copyright claimed because I showed a snippet of lyrics from her song Wood, which is an ode to Travis Kelce's cock, and I said a couple of the lines. And it got claimed because apparently that counted as me using the melody of Wood, the Wiener Ballad. That is unbelievable. Keep in mind, I didn't sing it. It's not like I gave an a cappella version. I just said a couple of the lyrics because they were so silly, and it's the one track on there that I thought was like actually just kind of revolting, like it just wasn't good. Overall, I thought the album was just like very generic and mid, but not nearly as bad as people were saying. But I used this one as an example for a track that I just didn't like. And somehow that was enough to flag the copyright system internally. Now, it's not like a strike or anything, it's not the biggest deal in the world, but I just found this so fascinating that now we split revenue on that video because I said some of the lines. Again, I didn't even sing it. All I did was say, like, redwood tree, not hard to see, Dick learned to pee, put soap in my eyes. I had to remix it here a little bit just out of fear that this might get claimed if I say, like, the full lines. Like, and speaking of soap, by the way, our vanilla scent is available now at usecheeky.com, best soap in the universe. But the point is, like, I cannot believe that just saying the words without even a single hint of melody was enough to get flagged because Taylor Swift, I guess, owns all of those words in that combination. That's wild to me. Now, I do know, of course, that you can get copyright claimed by doing like a cover of a song, or if you're like singing the hook to a chorus of a mainstream song, sometimes that'll, flag internally. Like, I know that happens. But this is so far removed from that, because not only was I not singing, it was only like maybe 10 seconds of that section of the song, too, that I said the words. It is crazy. Like, there's no music or anything there. I didn't have, like, the instrumental going or anything. I'm really just stunned. So I saw this last night. Obviously, I decided to take action just to see if, like, Taylor Swift's legal team was going to fight tooth and nail about me stepping on her toes by reading her copyrighted words. I guess she owns these words now. But I took action, and it has been overturned, which is nice. But I do wonder,
For a channel that doesn't have the, ability to fight back against a claim like this, would it have stuck? Like, would a smaller channel, maybe like a Swifties fan account, still have this claim? I don't know. I'm just surprised that it was even allowed in the first place. Since when are words forbidden to use because an artist used them in their songs? Or maybe I guess it was me showing a snippet of the lyrics on screen, but even then, showing some words being copyrightable is pretty crazy to me. It is. I am not kidding. I've never seen something like this before. And since we're on the topic, I did learn that my assessment on her level of greed yesterday was underselling it. Apparently, and I've looked into this and it seems accurate, there are 28 variants of the same album that she is selling her fans. 28! And this album is less than a week old. That is crazy. And the differences between each variant are so trivial. Like, it's usually like a different cover or a different name, such as my personal favorite, The Crowd Is Your King Edition, parentheses, Summertime Spritz Pink Shimmer Vinyl Target Exclusive. That seems a little excessive to me, but I've seen a lot of defensiveness from Swifties that have purchased every single one of them, saying, nobody was forced to buy these, we wanted to support her. I mean, she's a fucking billionaire, she doesn't need you to buy 28 copies of the same thing, but again, it is your money, you spend it however you want. You could wipe your ass with it doesn't bother me. You can waste your money in whatever ways make you happy. But come on, there is no justification for why Taylor Swift is selling 28 and ongoing, it seems like she's planning to introduce more variants, copies of the exact same album to her fans, other than just to make a lot of money off of them. It inflates the fuck out of her numbers too. I think each variant should count as its own separate album as opposed to all roped together as Life of a Showgirl sales, because that shit is just foul. That is so absurd. It's like if I was going to show you my Skechers collection, and it's just the same pair of Skechers Go Walk 28 times, but with like dirt placed in different places. Like, that'd be the only difference. Or like, maybe the stitching was a little different on this one versus that one. But I have 28 copies of the same pair of Skechers. It's absurd. Like, it is, the only reason to have this many variants is to squeeze your community for all the money that they have. And again, if they want to, like, spend hundreds of dollars to own every variant of this album, all power to them. But it is greedy. Like, you can't explain that away or justify it. It is greedy. And it's very clear that Taylor Swift only really cares about the money with this one. She already apparently released a little video with AI for this, which again is crazy. This is the album rollout and she's just freely, willy-nilly using AI for it instead of like hiring real people, professionals to breathe life or like bring any level of creativity or passion to the project. She instead just uses AI to save money. It does seem like the entire purpose behind Life of a Showgirl and the monetization model here and everything she's doing with it is just to make as much money off as little as possible. Which, if you're a Swiftie who doesn't mind, thinks Taylor Swift needs an even bigger bag by any means necessary, then that's okay too. I just don't think there's any need for mental gymnastics to try and explain how it's actually not greedy. Because it is. There is just no world where that makes any level of sense to have this many variants and ongoing. Like, there'll probably be like fucking 400 versions of this by the end of the year. The goddamn Life of a Showgirl Travis Kelce Hot Dog Turbo Arcade Edition or something dropping this Christmas. Like, it is just for the sake of making even more money off of an already finished album that she keeps repackaging and selling to the community. There are more variants of Life of a Showgirl than there are re-releases of The Last of Us and Skyrim put together. Like, it is an outrageous number. But again, if you do not care, that's fine. But there's just no reason to get mad about people rightfully pointing out that this is a preposterous level of greed with it. Because it is. Like, just, it's time to be honest about it. It is just about the money here with this model. And if it doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother you. That's fine too. Anyway, got a little lost in the sauce there on like the variance tangent. The whole thing that I wanted to yap about was just that copyright claim. That is preposterous. I hope that was just some kind of fluke and an isolated incident that isn't something that's happening across the platform. Because I would feel really bad for people that do want to like celebrate the album that are just talking about it,
getting claimed for it. Taylor Swift isn't above copyright law where she can just rewrite what is and is not acceptable at the mercy of her will. You can talk about the songs, you can show lyrics, and boy howdy, if you can believe this, you can even say the words that she uses in her songs, or rather, you should be able to. Again, I wasn't doing an a cappella cover of Wood or anything, like there is no melodies that she owns that she can claim by me just saying the words. So you are allowed to say some of the lyrics from these songs without fear of copyright claims or anything like that. Like, I have to imagine this had to be a mistake. And of course it didn't come personally from Taylor. I'm not stupid enough to think that she was right there watching the video, got angry and claimed it or something. I know this is just from like her army of lawyers and her team, whatever. But this is a huge overreach that hopefully isn't something that's common right now. Because it shouldn't be. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. I recognize this isn't a new phenomenon with grown adults stealing items from children at sporting events, but I would make the argument that it's becoming more and more common now. Maybe all those 5G towers really did take a toll on some people's brains here, because it is crazy how often I am seeing footage of these grown-ass adults just stealing candy from babies, like literally at these sporting events. I just learned about another one from last week at a Chiefs game where Patrick Mahomes was giving his headband to a 10-year-old who was actually there celebrating his birthday, apparently. And as Patrick Mahomes is giving the headband to the kid, this woman comes over, snatches it out of his hands, and then runs away, gets called out on it, and then makes the dumbest fucking TikTok video about it I've ever seen. But first, let me show you the evidence here that she stole it.
Yo, she just stole that from me!
I think that's pretty obvious. There's other angles that show it even more clearly. I don't think it's necessary. I think that's pretty cut and dry there. But she then made a TikTok video after people were giving her shit for it.
To make something straight, I did not steal a headband from a little kid.
Yes, an excellent job cropping this photo to try and prove your innocence here. This would fool even the most seasoned of forensic experts, I would say. Irrefutable proof that she was the intended target, which you can tell because she's nowhere to be seen. In her own evidence here, you can see that she is reaching out in front of the child to take it from him. Like, come on, this is unreal. Also, she was dressed in Giants accoutrements. She was a Giants fan. I don't think Patrick Mahomes was intending to give you the headband. He didn't even register your presence there. This is so ridiculous. Oh my god, my voice is cracking. It's so absurd.
I just need to explain myself because everyone's having heart failure over this. You just need to understand, I'm at a football game. Last 2 minutes of the game, I allowed many people to come and sit down next to me or stand up or whatever you want to say. But I paid for my damn tickets. I paid. Well, Michael paid. All the same money. We paid for our tickets. It was 2 rows back. I went all the way in the front. People were coming from all over, probably the nosebleeds.
This is a masterclass in how to become even more unlikable in a situation I thought it was impossible to be more hated. People already don't like her because she clearly steals from a child, and now in her response she gives people even more things to dislike her for. She's talking about how she allowed people into her area after she paid for those tickets to be there. Well, Michael paid, but it's her money too, obviously. In fact, it's mostly her money, really, I would argue. Lady, the game is over. That is now moot. You can go wherever you want in that area. You don't own it. But she's talking about it as if it's her fucking stadium. And being the benevolent saint she is, the angel, she allowed them with her grace to be in this vicinity with her. That's crazy. That is actually crazy, the delusion. And she even says she was 2 rows back, so she also went up. But then she's like, talking about how, like, these people came from everywhere, probably the fucking nosebleeds or something. Those plebeians, these heathens, invaded my space.
I don't know if that kid was from the nosebleeds. I don't know if those were his seats or whatever. But people were saying, could we come and sit over there, stand over there? I was saying, yeah, sure, whatever. Last 2 minutes of the game, they were all KC fans because the Giants lost, so all the Giants fans left. But I wanted to stay there and see if anyone's going to come down. Michael stood 2 rows behind me. Couldn't have even seen me because so many people were around standing up.
Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter here in what happened. The game was over. You can now move around freely. If you were letting people in around you, that's so nice. What a superstar you are. Oh my goodness, that's the sweetest thing I've ever heard. But it also has nothing to do with you stealing the headband intended for a 10-year-old.
At the ending of the game, the KC players was coming. Not gonna lie, what's his face? McDuff, I think his name is, came right to me to give me his gloves. But I was looking behind him and was looking at Mahomes, and I was screaming, Mahomes, Mahomes. He got mad, he like sort of got upset. Looked at me and said, I'm not Mahomes. So he gave the gloves to the next door little girl next to me. She started crying. I felt bad for her and I was rubbing her back. I said, are you okay? Don't worry about it, baby girl. They're just people. Don't cry.
I don't even know what that means. What kind of yappuccino are you serving up here? What the fuck? Jiminy Christmas? What? What the hell is even that? What are you even... Huh? What are you blabbering about? So, the pieces to this puzzle I don't think are going to fit together. Like, following the breadcrumbs that she's sprinkling out here, she's farting out a poop that I just don't understand. So she's saying she was screaming, Mahomes, Mahomes. Turns out it wasn't Mahomes, it was McDuff. I think she means McDuffie, would be my guess. She can't even bother to get the player's name right. Also, side note, she's a Giants fan. Why does she even want Chiefs gear? I imagine she just wants to resell it. That'd be my hunch. But anyway, so apparently McDuffie got upset, like, I'm not Mahomes, and then gave his gloves to a little girl next to her who started crying. So then she started to console the little girl, reassuring her that it's okay. They're just people. Yes, of course. Now it's all starting to make sense. A confounding mystery, but it's becoming more and more clear. It's coming into focus now that I say it out loud. This must be how it feels to, like, do whippets. Like, listening to her speak actually makes me stupider.
I am not a thief. That little boy, when Mahomes came, if you look at the video, both of our hands was on it. He was right to the left of me. I didn't look in Mahomes' eyes to see where is he looking. I just seen he's handing out something. I put my hand, both of our hands was on it. I took it.
Yeah, but you definitely knew. The kid even said the lady just stole that from me. Like, you definitely did know you reached out to put your hand on it. He didn't just, like, set it in both of your hands and say, like, good luck. It wasn't like the Dark Knight with the Joker doing an initiation. Like, he was clearly giving it to the kid. You reached out to grab it and put your hands on it and then take it from the kid. Like, that is clear in the video that you keep urging people to watch.
If he was 20 years old, would it have mattered? If he was a 20-year-old man and both of our hands was on it, and if he would have took it away from me, would have been like, oh, you should have gave it to the woman. So if it was a guy and I'm a girl, then he should have gave it to the girl. But because he's a 10-year-old little boy or 8-year-old or whatever, how old he is, I should have gave it to him. But I didn't even know.
Good news, I just went and bludgeoned myself with a sledgehammer and I understand her perfectly now. This is a bulletproof defense. She's got us all in a checkmate. So, I think what she's trying to say here, very convoluted, is that if it was a 20-year-old man that she stole it from, would people still be upset? And the answer is, people would still think you're an asshole. And then she flips it saying, what if a guy took it from me? Would anyone care? And in that case, yeah, people would think he's an asshole. Like, stealing an item that was intended for somebody else and everyone sees it, they're gonna think the person who stole it is an asshole. The fact you steal it from a child does make it significantly worse. 100%, yeah. This isn't the gotcha you think it is.
Why didn't they stop me and say, hey, yo, bitch, give it to my son or my brother? But no one didn't say nothing to me. I turned around, I walked away. I seen Mahomes. That's who I wanted to see. Why no one didn't say anything to me? But now you are posting it 1 week later?
It's your fault. I stole it and nobody stopped me. Thus, you have only yourself to blame. She's now trying this angle. Also, people did mention it, by the way. The kid even called it out that she stole it from him. And I'm pretty sure in one of the other videos I saw, someone else also mentioned it. She just ignored it and walked away. So, like, they did. But now she's, like, trying to say that, you know, the father or whatever should have reached out privately to tell her that it was intended for his son or whatever. So it's his fault.
Mahomes tried to give it to my son, or my brother, or whoever the hell he is to you. Look at this video. Look at, you put your hands on top of my son's hands, and then you took it. You're older, you're stronger. You could have grabbed it more than he could have. Maybe I would have felt bad.
She literally talks like a 10-year-old. She sounds like a toddler. All you had to do was DM me and say that you put your hands on top of my son's hands and you're older, which means you're stronger, so you could have grabbed it more than he have. Holy shit. This is a grown woman, by the way. I don't know Michael, but listening to her speak, I feel bad for Michael. A conversation with her must be miserable. Dude probably has to leave milk and cookies out every year at Christmas. She probably still fucking stuck thinking Santa Claus is coming through.
But now you're trying to embarrass me. I don't think so. It is what it is. Make your son a tough man, because we're trying to make everyone a little too weak in this world today in 2025.
Oh, when that line hit when I first watched this, I knew it was something special I was bearing witness to. So now she's saying the 10-year-old is too weak. I guess she was expecting the 10-year-old to just like fucking judo chop her or like throw her over his shoulder or something and body slam her. And because that didn't happen, now she's saying that the 10-year-old is too weak and that the father's like failed because raising a weak kid because a grown woman stole from him out of nowhere. What a great lesson. Yeah, you're raising a weak kid because he didn't attack a grown woman at a football stadium. Right. This is unreal. It's fucking unhinged.
It is what it is. You don't get everything you life happens. Do you know how many times I took my sons to baseball games when they were young? They would have catch the ball and then men would have came and took it out of their hands.
Well, I don't know, crazy lady. It almost sounds to me like you're raising some weak sons. You're telling me that at the ball game, someone came and took the ball out of their hand and they didn't beat their ass? Based on what you just said here about that 10-year-old, almost sounds like to me you've got yourself a little bit of weakness in your own household, huh, now, doesn't it? Interesting. Very interesting indeed. I'll drop the sarcasm for a moment. I actually feel really bad for the kids. having their mom go on TikTok and just make a complete fucking fool of herself. Like, she tries to claim that everyone's trying to embarrass her, but it is her. It is her embarrassing herself. That's gotta be awful. That has really gotta be bad. And I really do feel awful for them.
Guys, I just want to talk to you guys for 1 minute from my heart. At the game, with all the noise and all the excitement, I honestly thought that Pat Mahomes was giving me the headband. I reached for it without thinking. Later, I found out that it was meant for that little boy for his 10-year-old birthday. When I found out, I felt horrible because I don't want to ruin anyone's little time at the game and ruin their little birthday. To the young boy, I'm sorry that I ruined your moment. You should have had your moment for your birthday.
She takes her foot off the gas in a follow-up video where she releases this apology here. Very different tune she's singing this time around. I guess the first one didn't really go over the way she had hoped it did. Well, her excuses don't really work anymore, though, because she already made it clear in her last one that she didn't feel horrible at all, even calling the kid weak. So this kind of falls flat on its fucking face here. And she also can no longer make the claim about being confused, which would have been like a legitimate thing, because there is the potential that she was confused and thought maybe it was intended for her. But she already made it clear that was not the case in the last video. So yeah, while it's a valiant attempt at trying to seem more sympathetic this time around, like, oh, this is a sincere apology, you should have had your special birthday, and I'm sorry, it was such a mix-up, a very unfortunate set of circumstances. It doesn't work anymore.
Got an update on Joey. I want you guys to watch this.
We signed it.
No, we didn't.
They signed it.
Oh my God. What's in there?
Oh. The real deal.
I just wanted to tell you that I meant no harm done, but it all worked out in the best, and you got so much more. You got an autographed jersey.
And this is her latest video on it. So the Chiefs sent Joey a lot of gear that is signed, a lot of autographed gear, and she's talking about how happy she is that he got all of that. Yep. And that's that. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a bit. It had me laughing really hard watching her first response video. That's really about it. So yeah. I'm not someone who typically believes in the supernatural. You all know that. I am an active ghost hunter. I battle the unknown. I've been on 5 expeditions into paranormal territory with some of the most haunted locations in this country, and all 5 times have turned up without a single shred of evidence to anything unexplainable. No hauntings or anything like that. Which means one of 2 things. There's only 2 possible explanations here, 2 conclusions to draw. 1, I am an extremely powerful psychic and I just don't know my own strength, so when I walk into a haunted facility, I immediately exorcise all the spirits there. Or 2, there is no such thing as the paranormal. I'm inclined to believe the latter, but I continue to ghost hunt, and hopefully one day we'll find some actual evidence to the existence of spirits and ghouls and goblins and gnomes and all of that. But for now, still a big goose egg there. Though I don't believe in that kind of paranormal activity, there is something science can't explain that I do believe in. Curses. As I always say, a curse is just science that we haven't been able to comprehend yet. And I, unfortunately, was the victim of a very potent curse. Almost up there with like Avada Kedavra, except instead of killing me, it's killing my dreams of winning big trophies and big tournaments. The curse I'm referring to is my esports team's drought of major wins. What do I mean by this? Well, I've been in esports now for about 5 years. As all of you know, we have recently merged with Shopify Rebellion, so Moist Esports and Shopify Rebellion, we've rolled into one team. I've already talked at length about this merger, but I'll go ahead and give you the biggest cliff note here, one that people keep asking about. Why did we change the name? Well, one of the big reasons we did this merge in the first place is because our previous name, Moist Esports, well, that name was mud. They actually treated that like it was a slur at U.S. immigration, so we were no longer able to get our players, our international players, into this country for tournaments, and we speculate that it might be because of the name. Someone had a huge hate boner for it. So, obviously, keeping the name would still keep that problem. With Shopify Rebellion, that issue has been completely resolved, and it's been extremely exciting, it's been a lot of fun, but unfortunately, the curse has persisted, or at least it did, past tense. The curse latched onto my very soul. We were still in a major drought for the last 6 months, but I'm happy to say, this week, we finally broke it. And not only did we win a major, we won a super major as well. And then we won another big tournament that qualified us for the World Championship in another game. So in 1 week, the curse was lifted, and then we blew its ass wide open. Now, some of you may have noticed I wasn't watch partying any of the tournaments over the last week, and it's by design. I've become very superstitious over the years. I think a lot of you have noticed that. So I wanted to try not watch partying these huge tournaments to see what would happen. And lo and behold, we won every tournament. And so, I think there was some kind of voodoo magic placed on my watch parties to ensure that we only ever got second place. And now that I didn't watch party it, we got first place in multiple tournaments. Huge tournaments. I'm hoping the breaking of the seal here means I can safely watch party our teams and watch us win these tournaments again. So I just wanted to make a mention of that, and I also want to just show you some highlights from this last week of wins because it has just been so incredible. Our teams have been amazing. I want to start with the most recent one. This one happened only a couple hours ago. Zane took first place at Supernova, the largest Super Smash Bros. Melee tournament of all time in terms of participation, in terms of attendance. It was the largest ever held, and Zane absolutely slapped. He Gangnam Styled all the way to Grand Finals and won Grand Finals through winner's side. He looked untouchable.
Yes. Big thing. Okay. Cody has to stay confident on his edge guard routes, even though he has one stock left.
Got to be careful there, too, because I thought Zane was going to tech that. Nice shine grab, okay. That might be it.
This might be it.
The weak hit.
But he's got it. He's got it. He doesn't want to commit. He has it this time. Surely.
Okay.
It is enough to do it. And Zane Nagmi, your Supernova 2025 champion. He's got 2 in a row.
That's right. Zane's got it all.
Let's go.
He's got it all. Winning the world's biggest tournament in history.
The biggest tournament of all time. And now you can see the emotion has come from this man, Zane Nagmi, number 2 in the world as of this summer, making a statement with the gold medal
Number 1 today, though.
Number 1 today.
Let's go.
Yo.
Let's go.
Doing it on the home turf
on the home turf, bro.
This is a huge dub here from Zane. This isn't just a major. This is a major set to Wumbo. It's a super major. You fucking love to see that. That right there could make a grown man cry. And you know what else could make a grown man cry? Just sob? Doing this, a huge win here, after we had also won big time at a Halo major. Our Halo squad took home first place at the most recent HCS major over Optic Gaming. In a fucking nail biter. This one was a real ass greaser. Shopify even made a whole documentary about this one. The documentary slaps, by the way. I'm gonna show you a little piece of this from the grand finals because holy. This series was a roller coaster. Game 1 got me real nervous. They put the stink on us in Game 1, unfortunately.
First battle against Formal. They knew exactly where Formal was, and they have continued to rack up the kills since.
Cycle now will be last alive. Optic Gaming, fresh forward dead from Shopify. Formal will hold the ball. He will watch his teammates do the heavy lifting. And Optic Gaming will take game number 1 here at our grand finals.
3 dead for Shopify. Optic Gaming heating up here.
Shopify focusing on the spawners, but Frosty just felt there was something up. Optic need to put runs together now. Trading will only mean Shopify closing this game out quicker. Switches to the Bandit, should be able to clean that up. This kill onto Bound, it's a killing spree for him.
After trailing, they now 2 kills away from closing out the game. Here comes the push.
Formal might be the 49th, 50th! Shopify tie things up, it's 1-1.
That game 2 was a different story right there. They came in there and farted in them. It was beautiful. The boys started coming alive and they were starting to feel it.
There, he kills Renegade, who had that sniper rifle. Doesn't go for it. Does the damage onto Legend, and now pushes forward to find himself a double kill. Shopify will take this first hill unless something magical happens. Optic are going to stop Shopify Rebellion from scoring. Ooh, that's Royal too. And Frosty is buying time, gets the trade in that position somehow or other. All of the players are falling. Frosty last alive. I don't think he's going to be able to get near that hill. He's cut down, and it looks like Optic might have done enough. And they will go ahead in the series. They're up 2-1.
Just when you thought Shopify was finding some footing, finding momentum after that second hill.
Spots out Bound. Oh! Deletes Bound with a backspace. Shopify cap.
That's a big trade for Formal, however, still a man advantage. It's a 2v1 on the map right now as the flag will continue running through Rat.
I don't know if Optic can stop this one. I don't know if there's anyone in position. I think this is going to be it. Renegade the last hope, and the G-Slide is there, but it's not going to be capped just yet.
Does not get it. Here comes Cycle, though. He will be there, and yes, Shopify Rebellion will get the flag and tie up the series 2-2. World 2 tries to make something happen for Blue Pipes, but cannot, and now he just needs to stay alive.
He's out. Nades fly into tower from Shopify Rebellion. They get the pick, and most importantly, it's the pick on the shock rifle player. Last shot with a double, last shot with the shock rifle.
2 dead, but Optic's still in the lead here. It's all about this camo bottom middle.
Oh, he's sending it. Last shot with the slide.
Now 48-46, 2 kills away.
Last shot gets the pick. There 2, there's 1. Shopify close out. Shopify 1 map away.
Best of 7 keeps me sweating. Squad is looking so strong here. Lot of momentum, but then game 6 gets rocky.
All right then, Salt Lake City, this could be the final game of our grand finals. The final game of the event. Frosty wins that battle. 2 dead on either side at the moment, although Shopify have that spawner just coming up in time. 4 dead. The fuse is lit again. They're up by 2. Spots out Legend.
Not over.
And Frosty connects. Gets popped up. Frosty starts to march that bomb towards the base. Royal 2 also in position with his sniper rifle, but Renegade picks up one on last shot. Like you say, Cycle also falls in this push.
Cycle and last shot fall. This is falling apart for Shopify Rebellion, and what a counter from Optic Gaming.
Frosty in a 1v1 with Legend. Legend gonna win it. Cycle collects his sniper rifle though and keeps the pressure on. 10 seconds left in this game. Bomb is set around 5 seconds left in the game. Shopify can't do anything about it. And ladies and gentlemen, Optic will win it!
Before showing you the exhilarating Game 7, I do want to say, I know how a lot of people feel about Halo in the current era, about it not being the juggernaut that it once was. I understand. But I need you to trust me when I say the esports side of Halo is a totally different beast. Halo professionally hasn't been this good since the OG MLG days. I'm talking back in the straight Rippin era, the Walshy era. I think the Halo we're seeing over the last 6 to 8 months is up there with some of the greats from back in the day. It has been so fucking fun to watch. Even before we merged with Shopify and had this Halo team, I was still watching these tournaments because they are just so good.
We're tied up at 3-3. Renegade has that green gun. There's a player behind him in the chimney. Did he get the stick? Shield's broken again.
Wasting ammo and playing it, just taking absolutely zero risks. Also has the QT. He can QT right out if he needs to, but the shots are so good that he doesn't need to just yet. Gets some extra damage as well, but looks like should be flushed out. No! He's all over the map.
He's putting the QT to use, and he spotted out the camo here. He knows it's here somewhere. Legend has no idea. Last shot picks off camo. QT's back.
24-28. They're down by 4. Last shot with camo.
2 dead. For Optic Gaming, Royal 2's chasing down members of Optic at the back of the tower. It's 4 dead. It's 4 dead for Optic. It's a 1-kill game.
Last shot plays it perfectly. Doesn't try to get too crafty. Doesn't try to get too aggressive with the camo. Instead, just plays the advantage, gets the damage that he needs, and also catches Renegade off guard.
1 bullet for Frosty. Success for Shopify a lot of the time is in this man's hands. He can't win the fight against Renegade though. Shopify making a play though. They're swarming on the big door. Cycle managed to get 1 kill. Renegade! Renegade! If he goes down there, this game looks so different. It is tied up at 40-40.
Frosty can't peek. They keep Frosty off of dummy door. Very nicely done. They take the lead on Shopify.
Royal 2 has a flank. Sniper rifle coming up as well. Still the 1 kill between the 2 teams. Legend versus Royal 2. And Legend was last alive. It's 45-43.
Where's that snipe go? Where does that snipe go? It's in the hands of Frosty. Will he hit the shots to take this team home and their first ever Halo Infinite win?
Royal 2 picks off Bound. Shopify inching closer. 2 kills to go with 2 members of Optic in the death screen. The sniper rifle in the hands of a man who has lifted so many trophies throughout his career.
Bound his way out at green. Let's see if they can splat him out.
Cycle finds 1. 1 kill to go. Frosty with this snipe. Optic with barely any hope at this point.
No room for error on Optic. Knows it. That's
Cycle!
gonna be it.
It's Cycle. And what a story has got its conclusion. Cycle, the youngster, the new blood, gets the final kill to push Shopify Rebellion through a grueler of a grand finals.
I'm so happy for this squad, man. They super deserve it. Last Shot, Cycle, Royal 2, Frosty, and Nick Bestman. They have worked so hard for this, and it is such a joy to see them finally hoist that trophy. They are the best team in the world in my eyes. I am so fucking proud of them, and I can't wait to get a replica of that trophy. They get to keep the real ones, of course, but down here in the swamp, we get the bootleg version. We make the replicas, we fucking moonshine it, and I can't wait to add it to our trophy wall, put it in the collection. And this also wasn't the last tournament we won this week. We also won the Rocket League North American Last Chance Qualifier, which means our Rocket League team is now in the World Championship.
Relax, let's relax. Watch the 50s. Oh, hell no. Wavy, this has to be you. What a save. 2-piece with 0 boost. Wavy has to be you again. Reynolds, great cut off the demo of the respawn. 4 seconds. Let's end this 3-1. Come on now.
The game 1 victory here for Shopify Rebellion.
On that one hitting the ground, Rebellion with a statement. It still got that dog in him, right? Even though he's got the mech.
What a bump from Reynolds. What a shot as well. What placement. Look at Hoxer backwards on the crossbar. Look at the pop. Great pop. Wavy, slot it. Great pass back, free for 2-piece. This has been the best game I've ever seen us play without scoring. Keep it up. Keep it in. He's got 35. We've all got the boost. Oh, no.
Hoxer, the shot. He scores. The boys win game 3.
Dude, Wavy. This is still a shot. That's okay. Good patience.
But now has to rotate
One on
back.
2-peak.
He's trying to get it up and over the defense.
Reynolds has boost. 2-peak, you cross and go crazy. Anyone there? Anyone there?
Far back. They don't want to take any chances.
Shoot! Shoot! Yes, Wavy! Come on!
The overtime winner!
These clips are from CJ's watch party of the event. His watch parties are so fucking hype, but he was playing some copyrighted music, so I can't let the audio play here during the clips, which is why now I'm yapping over it, just giving you a heads up.
We've seen crazy things happen. I saw crazy things happen in Raleigh, and the fake kickoff! It blows up to be able to make a major, but then gets
Stuff the majors! We're at Worlds, ladies and gentlemen!
As Gen G or Wavy, who was brought in.
We're at Worlds!
To get this job done. Wavy, who has been
Wavy, Reynolds, and Two Piece pulled it off. A lot of people did not expect Shopify Rebellion to make this run. It was a fucking gauntlet getting here. And they came through and stomped in grand finals. It was beautiful, and now they get to go to the World Championship stage and hopefully make magic happen all over again, baby, and hoist the biggest trophy in Rocket League. That would be exhilarating. It really has just been an incredible week here for our teams, and I'm so proud of them and super happy about it. I hope we continue to flood the esports space with W's from our teams. It's been amazing, and I just wanted to showcase some of these big wins here since I didn't watch party them. I'm going to watch party the next ones, and hopefully all of these W's have fully undone the curse. Fingers crossed. I'm hoping the curse is broken. That's really about it. See ya.
No doubt the most common source of insecurity for men is penis size. There's a lot of value placed on the dimensions of your meat. And no doubt you've also heard micropenis tossed around as an insult, but few people know that it's an actual medical diagnosis, and in some cases a debilitating condition. And last night on stream, a chat member put a little something interesting on my radar to dive into. A man claiming to have the world's smallest penis had just done an interview with The Morning, which is a news program. And I thought, okay, this will be, fascinating, but probably incorrect, because I imagine the title for world's smallest penis would belong to a professional Reddit moderator. But nonetheless, I decided to take a peek.
With the average UK penis size around 5.2 inches, our next guest measures up to just 0.38 inches. For comparison, that's about the size of garden pea.
Yeah, 38.
Still don't really get why she said that. For comparison, it's the size of a garden pea. Just sounds like she's insulting him right to his face. Ah, yes, it is very small. It's like a clitoris down there. Like, all right. I mean, you can tell by the measurement there that it's not optimal. I don't really know why he had to try and paint like a fucking picture with it, especially in the studio with the guy there. Like I said, it is a real medical condition, and I actually feel extremely bad for the guy here. I don't really want to show too many clips from that, because the more he talked about it, the more it really starts to dawn on you what living with something like that must be like. He describes not being able to use public restrooms comfortably because he can't urinate standing up. He has to be in a stall, and even then it's kind of like a tricky ordeal. He also describes, of course, the complications with romantic partners, like women in his past, that kind of thing, and how difficult it could be to navigate that with a condition like this. It is just a very sad set of circumstances, and I feel really bad for the guy. It takes a lot of courage to come up here and be the face of what he describes as the world's smallest penis. And the reason he went on there is he said he wanted to raise awareness about micro penises being an actual medical thing, and if you do catch it early enough, you can get it reversed. You can have surgical intervention that can help. But in Michael's case, he said that it's too late. And when that was brought up, it led to an entirely different can of worms that we opened on stream about a man who completely lost his penis with an infection and then had a new one grown on his arm, which was eventually, well, I won't spoil the whole story.
To see if there was anything I could do to make it bigger. But what is available doesn't really provide much.
It's so difficult as well, I think, because it's kind of the moment that you discover that, and knowledge is power, and then you can go and get some help. When did you first start to realise that you had a really small penis?
What the fuck kind of question is that? Hard-hitting journalism. Wow. I don't understand how it could possibly be too late. Surely it'd be expensive to do a full penile reconstructive surgery, right? But there's gotta be a way. It's 2026. I have an AI goon tube that's at my disposal should I choose to waste hundreds of dollars. That'll backseat game me. Telling me to aim for the head and shit. You're telling me we can't make a 0.38 inch penis a bit bigger? I don't believe that for even just a second. I don't get it. That's so weird to me. I feel like he's just seeing the wrong specialists, right? Like maybe like in the UK that's not like an option, but I have to imagine somewhere in the world you can put a couple extra inches on that shaft. There's a transplant an option. A penile transplant? I can't imagine you can successfully penile transplant. Like I said, I just don't know how you wouldn't be able to do like reconstructive surgery on it. Can't they grow a penis on his arm like the other guy? The hell are you talking? The one got pauldron penises? What are you talking about? A man whose penis fell off is growing a new one on his arm. What? I don't think I can pull this up on stream. Malcolm McDonald lost his genitalia to a severe infection and now sports a bionic penis on his left forearm. So I didn't think I'd be able to show the pictures from the article I was reading, but he did a few interviews a few years back, and I feel like I can probably show you one of those since it's on YouTube, right?
Can you show us now?
Yeah? Let's say hi to my little friend. Hey, Jimmy.
Imagine rolling up your sleeves to pull your cock out. That is wild. So, it's not like clickbait, it's not like phony baloney headlines here. This was a real medical procedure here to grow a new penis on this guy's arm to get it ready to move back to his groin. That was the goal. It wasn't to like, that wasn't its final evolution there. That wasn't the, perfect cell form of having, penis arm or anything. It was to get it there, get it healthy, and then get it ready to move to the groin. It is an unbelievable story. After a mechanic from the United Kingdom lost his penis, medical innovators fashioned him a replacement out of his existing tissue, and it now rests on his left forearm. But why put it on his forearm? Why would you... If you can grow it again, just put it downstairs. So as I read more, it became clear that they couldn't grow it back there at the time, so they chose his arm for it. But even after doing more digging on this, I don't understand why it had to be the arm in a place that's so visible. I don't know why they couldn't grow it on, like, his thigh, or, like, maybe a little more up here on the arm meat, around, like, the triceps area or something, as opposed to, like, his actual forearm here. That then just meant he couldn't wear, like, t-shirts or anything like that. It just felt like the placement was suboptimal. But again, full disclosure, surprise, surprise, I'm not a cock savant. I'm not a wiener scientist. So maybe the forearm is the only environment in which you can plant that seed to, grow dicks. But I don't know why it couldn't go elsewhere, like the thigh, somewhere less visible. The chest, on the titty, dick nipples or something, like, pretty much anywhere but there. Because in that position, that means he has to be extremely careful when out in public. Because it could just at any moment fall out, which you're going to hear did happen. He's just got a dick on his arm. It's fucking crazy. It's like the Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, but wiener. Ralph and his team partially removed this section of skin, blood vessels, and nerves from McDonald's left arm, shaped it into a replacement phallus. A urethra was then created via surgery, and 2 tubes and a pump were inserted, which would allow the new penis to achieve mechanical erections. Once the penis was finished, the shaft was detached from the arm, allowing it to grow additional skin and tissue while dangling freely. The original intention was for the new penis to be surgically reattached to his groin in 2018, 2 years after the original procedure. However, due to various scheduling issues, illness, and more recently widespread delays caused by the coronavirus pandemic, this is 2020 by the way, McDonald's new penis has been on his arm for the last 4 years, and it looks like it may be staying put for the foreseeable future. Yeah, so McDonald, who was profiled in the post back in 2020, eventually became used to having the appendage on his arm. People ask me about it when they see me in the pub, and of course people make jokes. But I get it, it's not every day you see a man with a penis on his arm. Of course, I see the funny side, I have to. I don't have any other option. In a new documentary, The Man with a Penis on His Arm... You couldn't give it a cooler title.
McDonald recalls helping an elderly lady retrieve an item from the top shelf at a supermarket only to have the penis pop out from beneath his sleeve and nearly hit her on the head. It's something to tell the grandchildren, isn't it? McDonald tells the program, clearly keeping a sense of humor about the situation. Earlier this year, however, doctors finally performed a successful surgery moving McDonald's man-made penis from forearm down to pubic area. It was a 9-hour op. First thing I did was look down and I was like, oh my days, they got it this time. Nerves and blood vessels... no, this is different. Nerves and blood vessels were taken from the arm and stitched together in the pubic area to establish blood supply to the manufactured penis. Urologists worked with plastic surgeons during the process to make sure McDonald could have a functioning urethra, meaning he will now be able to pass urine normally. And the clever medics even installed 2 tubes to allow McDonald to inflate the penis with a hand pump in order to give himself an erection. Oh wow, so he's the master of his own fate now. He doesn't need to rely on nature. This could be a turning point in my life, the divorced dad gushed, thrilled at the prospect that he'll finally be able to have sex again. Turns out McDonald's artificial penis is even better than his real one. The dad designed his dream penis with the help of surgeons and added an extra 2 inches to the man-made model, making it 6 in total. They were happy to listen to what I wanted it to be like, which was amazing. Not many can say they have a designer penis. Well, it has a happy ending. I don't know where you saw that he chose not to put it down there on the groin. Yeah, I can't show you it on his arm, but I can show you the scar. And then immediately it gets right to his arm. Yep, that went to the top of the page. I was going to show you that, but that went to the top of the page. It's blurred, though. So if we can do this, why can we not help him? I don't understand. That guy's condition seems far more severe. He literally lost his cock to sepsis. This guy just has a very small one. I have to imagine it would be even more convenient, since everything's still all there, to just do something to help, right? So like I said, all the plumbing is still in order, like the wiring's still good, like he still does have like a functioning penis. It's just at a size that makes things more difficult. Whereas in McDonald's case, he completely lost that. And yet they were able to grow one, a designer penis. They built a cock out of a box of scraps. I just don't understand if that's a possibility and it has successfully been performed before. Why, in Michael's case, is he led to believe that it's too late and there's no action that can be taken outside of like a couple of smaller procedures like fat injections, which in the later part of the interview he mentions he tried, it just didn't take, and the other options add like very trivial amounts of size for a lot of risk and a lot of money. So I'm just kind of left confused is all.
Just more like...
Man, that's so fucking sad. There's gotta be a way to help this guy. I don't understand how it's like unsolvable. He's younger than the guy who grew it on his arm. His problem isn't nearly as severe as the guy who grew it on his arm. Well, I make it sound like he's an X-Men mutant who did it on his own accord. The doctors grew a penis on his arm and then put it in his groin. Why is that not possible here? Just connect this guy with that team. It's entirely possible this was something that Michael was offered, but he didn't want to be, growing penises like body hair, which I think would be understandable. What I more mean is that it feels like, based on what I've learned now about like McDonald's case, as well as like a couple of other like very rare cases, that maybe there are some other options that aren't just like, ineffective fat injections and things that he's already tried. Like overall, I just feel so fucking bad for Michael, and I'm just hoping that there's something more that can be done should he choose to want to pursue that. He also mentions in the interview that he's doing all of this with gusto here to try and help others out there that might have something similar going on but don't realize how serious it is, so that way they can act now and hopefully avoid like problems down the line. And I think that's great from Michael. Yeah, they got a lot of wild ones. This is the same station that had that woman come on about like how she left her husband because she was fucking a ghost. Right? I'm pretty sure it's the same station. So yeah, this program does have a lot of interesting stuff come across. Right now, I want you to try and imagine the worst thing you can think of. Genuinely like the most horrific, traumatizing sight that you can picture. I want you to briefly do it. Not for too long,
but I just want you to plant it, burn it into your brain for a moment. Now let me guess what you just pictured. Was it a bear opening your car door and destroying the interior of your Rolls Royce? Yeah, I thought so. Luckily, in this case, it was just a thought experiment, but what if I told you this actually happened? And then what if I told you it didn't actually happen and the claims were all part of an elaborate insurance scam? I say elaborate, but that's definitely not the word to use for it. Almost 2 years ago now, I covered a story about some fucking goobers, some true goofballs who hatched this scheme where they had one of their friends dress up in a bear suit to go into their luxury cars like a Rolls Royce, and then take kitchen utensils and start scratching in the car as if a bear was the one destroying it. Even though it never even, ruined the interior, it just left, little marks like a kid with a fork, dragged it across the seats a little bit. And then they would go to their insurance claiming that a bear broke into their car and get an insurance payout for it, and it actually worked 3 times. But they were eventually caught when they took a closer look at the footage that was submitted. It is fucking incredible how awful it looks. It's like if I had my buddy Eric dress up as a bear for a child's birthday party or something, and they just have this guy go into their car and just do this a little bit. It was so interesting. And somehow it took this long for them to get sentenced. I won't spoil the surprise there, but I bet they are not happy and are very much regretting this plan here, this dubious plot. Now, I want to be clear, it's not that it's unbelievable a bear would break into a car. In fact, there's a lot of footage of that happening, which is probably why they chose this in the first place instead of having it be like the fucking chupacabra.
We got some brisket if you want.
Oh my.
He's opened that door. Oh my god.
Psst. Get out of there.
Oh my god.
No. Hey.
Oh my god, he got us.
You won't be laughing when that dirty bastard hotwires that car and pit maneuvers your ass to try and confiscate the footage to hide the evidence. It is impressive, actually. To me, that's no laughing matter. That's fucking terrifying if we gotta worry about bears opening the car doors, breaking in, and stealing our loot or something, you know what I mean? So, and it's more than just this. This isn't the only guy that can do it there. Bears are impressive. Somehow, they've been training. They've learned how to do this for a lot of cars. I forgot to turn off the face cam for this one so you can see me nodding in approval here, impressed by the bear's ability to get into this vehicle, and they eventually steal something out of the back seat. It was like a bag of diapers or something, I'm not really sure. But the point is, I know bears can open car doors, but what you'll see in this insurance scam doesn't look like that at all. It looks like just a dude going up, opening it, and then crawling around. It's incredible stuff. But yes, also side note, be aware, sleep in fear knowing that if you're transporting honey from the grocery store, you are not safe. At any moment, a bear could fucking scoot in sideways, open that car door, and rob you. Because they have learned how to open these car doors. That much is confirmed. You saw the California bear suit scammers finally got sentenced? Did they? I remember talking about that a while ago. I feel like it's been 3 years. They only just now got sentenced. They were the ones committing insurance fraud. Because they were claiming a bear went in there and fucked it all up, but then they got caught on camera and it's clearly just a guy in a bear suit. And yeah, you're right. It looks like it only just now went through. Humans who used bear suit to defraud car insurers are sentenced to jail. Oh no! And they took the high-quality bear suit! What? California Department of Fish and Wildlife biologists reviewed video footage of the attacks on luxury cars and said that the animal was clearly a human in a bear suit. I like how they had to bring out the certified expert, but anyone with eyes could tell you the same thing. Hold on, let me pull up the footage. It has been a while, so maybe you guys forgot about this. This shit goes crazy, actually, though. It's a very interesting scheme, to be honest with you. Get ready to cover your eyes. It's horrifying. That's a bear in there. Watch out!
It's ruining the luxury vehicle! I think that's a Phantom, it looks like. I can't really tell. I don't know cars well enough, but that looks like a Phantom. Oh, he's in the back seat! Oh, God, no, he's ruining it! What's he doing, that degenerate? Oh, the bear's gooning in there. No! He just bought that car, too. Wow. That's brutal stuff, man. Damn, look at the damage that he was able to cause. Fuck! Oh, there he is again. That fucking maniac. That bear got a taste of luxury cars and now he can't stop. Yep, right to the back seat again. Mm-hmm. Now he's getting in there causing all kinds of commotion. A huge ruckus. Oh, wow! He totaled it. Oh, no. He's back again! Oh, look at the way he opens that door. He's so smart. Who taught him to do that? Apparently they're going to jail for this, by the way. Imagine going to jail because of this fucking scam. Absolute losers. Holy. They forgot to draw a sea bear circle around the cars. True. I truly cannot believe the horror there. So what did they rule? They were sentenced to jail after masterminding a scheme in which they staged fake bear attacks on luxury cars and collected more than $141K in insurance payouts. Isn't it sad that it actually worked? They actually got paid for that. Someone watched that footage, fucking mouth agape. Oh! Wow, alright. We're approving this, my god. We're sorry this happened. To carry out the attacks, the residents had a person in a bear suit climb into the cars and use claw-like kitchen utensils to leave scratch marks. The residents filed claims to defraud three different insurance companies. Two defendants, Ruben Tamrazian, 26, and Vahi Muradkian, 32, of Glendale, were sentenced to 180 days in jail, or about 6 months, and ordered to pay more than $50K each in restitution. Another defendant, Alifa Zuckerman, 39, was sentenced to 180 days in jail, while a restitution amount is yet to be determined. All three had previously pled no contest to felony insurance fraud. Oh, there was a fourth one. Ararat Trikinian, 39, of Glendale, has a preliminary court hearing scheduled for September. Not immediately clear if they had lawyers. Oh, maybe they represented themselves. Or maybe they brought someone in a bear suit to defend them. Pretty cool. Hey, boo-boo, what do you think we're gonna find in this Rolls Royce? 180 days in jail. Good thing they brought in the biologist. They would have got away with it, too. You see the Lakers beat the Rockets last night without Luka or Reeves. I didn't watch the game because I figured it'd be a blowout. So when I saw that headline, that was more unbelievable to me than this fucking bear insurance fraud. I cannot believe they actually squeaked out a series win. I see no world where they actually win the series, but even getting one game there blew my mind. Oh no, they're also paying restitution, so it's 180 days in jail and restitution, so it's not like they're coming out in the green here. It certainly wasn't worth it, I'll tell you that much. For a handful of years now, I've made an effort to occasionally tune in, try and keep my finger on the pulse of wacky stories coming out of Australia. It's been a bit of a guilty pleasure of mine. I've just noticed some similarities between some of the crazy stories here in Florida and the weird and wild stories of Australia. One of my favorites being this almost Lord of the Rings style plot and adventure
where there was a business that was illegally dumping trash. And what would happen is the service would be called upon, like in one of the cases, they were tasked with getting rid of a huge refrigerator. And the guy shows up, takes the refrigerator, walks it down the street, and then just dumps it on the street. Basically just like fucking timber tips over the fridge on the street. Just like illegally dumping their trash everywhere. And then there was a huge investigation as well as like an attempt to scam the scammer. Just stuff like that I find to be endlessly fascinating. So I like to check in occasionally, see if there's any, quirkiness like that going on there. And today, during one of my check-ins, I found something mind-boggling that I've just got to yap about.
Police have taken a young Meadowbank woman to court, alleging she left an anti-Semitic voice message for a well-known nutritionist just days after the Bondi attack. But the accused's lawyer says it was an accidental pocket dial, and the charges are a massive overreach.
Yep. In a nutshell, there is a nutritionist claiming that an empty voicemail she received was actually an anti-Semitic voicemail. She reported it to authorities because she believed in this voicemail, which has no words, no nothing, mind you, she believes she heard gunshots there in the emptiness, in the void. So she contacted authorities. Authorities showed up at this woman's house the next day and are now attempting to charge her with an anti-Semitic hate crime.
Serena Tanuri charged with harassing Mandy Sacker, a nutritionist of Jewish faith she'd never met but seen on TV and social media. The alleged offending contained in a voicemail 1 week after the Bondi massacre.
Obviously, the Bondi massacre is a tragic, fucking horrible thing. But it's also entirely unrelated to a completely silent voicemail that was accidentally left on this woman's phone. It was, by all possible accounts here, a butt dial. It happened at, I believe it was 1:30 a.m. And she didn't even know she had called her in the first place. So when authorities arrived at her house, she didn't even know what was going on. She immediately gave them access to her phone, everything like that. And this whole story just seems fucking absurd.
All of the circumstances of this case point in one direction. It is an accidental call.
Serena's lawyer noting his client, who works at Bunnings, has a severe intellectual and cognitive disability supported by the NDIS.
She's not anti-Semitic. She doesn't even understand the conflict.
I also don't understand the conflict. This is actually a fucking nothing burger that is now positioned to maybe ruin this woman's life, all because of accidentally calling someone that she was attempting to get nutritional advice from. I can't even imagine a world where there'd be gunshots on a voicemail to intimidate her. Like, what would that even be like? She calls her up and then lets the voicemail play for 4 minutes, and then I guess at one point just like Yosemite Sam breaks out fucking, akimbo revolvers to scare her. Like, what the fuck is that? That would never happen. Or like maybe she's assuming that the gunshots she heard in the voicemail was her maybe playing like a soundboard of gunshots, or like, I don't know, playing audio from Apex Legends or something for gun sounds. Like, why would she think that there's gunshot sounds on her voicemail? That doesn't even check out logically. Why would she start shooting a gun on voicemail as a means of intimidating her? Someone she has never met before, and someone who had just previously, earlier that day, sent her text messages very politely asking for nutritional advice and seemingly looking to, pay her for nutritional advice after seeing that she has successfully done that for others. So why would her conclusion that she draws from an empty voicemail that's like 4 minutes long be, this must have been gunshots to intimidate me and scare me, this is an anti-Semitic hate crime? That's just fucking unhinged thought process.
It's alleged Serena sent a text to Mandy, writing, "Hey, how are you? Is this Mandy? I saw somewhere that you helped Katie from Married at First Sight with her nutrition. I was wondering if you could help me as well, Serena." Around 5 hours later, a call from Serena's number went to Mandy's voicemail. No voices were heard on the recording, but Mandy claims she heard sounds she believed were gunshots, causing her immediate fear and nervousness.
It could be a bed creaking. It could be someone snoring.
It could be a million things, the least likely being gunshots. It sounds, by all evidence here, to be an accidental butt dial. And guess what? When an accidental call comes through, you're gonna hear some weird noises and some creaks and moans and stuff like that, like you're playing fucking Amnesia, the Dark Descent or something. Because, again, it's a butt dial. It's an accident. My dad sometimes forgets to hang up the phone when we're done talking, and I'll sometimes, I don't know, out of curiosity, just continue to listen to hear what's going on around him. And that shit sounds like I've just taken a trip into his fucking gullet through the magic school bus with Miss Frizzle. I'm hearing all kinds of weird noises. But I'm not under the impression that my dad just then went into a fucking firefight or something. Like, I don't know how you even jumped to that conclusion that those noises that you were hearing in the background of an empty voicemail were gunshots. Like, I don't know how in the silence she's getting gunshots and whatever going on there. I so desperately wish they released the voicemail to the public. That is not accessible as of this moment. I don't know if it ever will be, but oh my god, fingers crossed they eventually release that. I am so curious to hear it. And the woman here that's accused of an anti-Semitic hate crime does not appear to be an anti-Semite. This appears to be a woman who had no idea of her faith or anything beforehand and had no idea what was even going on here, why she had like agents at her doorstep demanding her phone in the first place.
Saka contacted a community security group who alerted police. Serena claims the first she knew about the voicemail was when detectives arrived on her doorstep the next day. She willingly handed over her phone and gave them access to everything on it.
Until the point she was charged by the police, she did not even know that the complainant was of Jewish faith.
I imagine that's got to be the most confusing situation to be unfolding. You just now have some agents at your door demanding your phone. You give them your phone out of fear, and then you find out later that it's all because of a voicemail you didn't even know you left in the first place that is now being labeled as anti-Semitic against someone who you didn't even know was of the Jewish faith in the first place. And also, according to the reporter here, Serena is apparently someone that expresses no interest in politics or religion to begin with. So it makes even less sense why Serena would be leaving a anti-Semitic voicemail in the first place with gunshots on it to try and threaten someone that she was trying to look for help from. Nothing adds up about this. I don't understand why there are now potential anti-Semitic hate crime charges being pursued against Serena over actually fucking nothing. I have to imagine some of the authorities have taken a listen to that voicemail, right? Wouldn't they want to employ some level of common sense like, that's probably not gunshots. Like, that could be a million things, and gunshots probably isn't one of them. This woman has no history of, like anti-Semitic hate or anything like that. I don't know. Maybe this isn't really something we should be putting time and resources into to, attempt to ruin this woman's life over what seems to be, by all evidence, an accident in the first place. Like, why is that not happening there? This makes me feel like if I traveled to Australia, walked down the street, closed my eyes, and just started pointing at people saying I imagine that they said a slur to me, I could get them in trouble.
Today, the newlywed pleaded not guilty to using a carriage service to menace, harass or offend. In these sensitive times, her lawyer stressed they weren't critical of the complainant.
I just hope police use some common sense here.
You and me both, man. I would hope common sense will prevail here. Unless that voicemail is really damning, which I doubt. It seems like a fucking butt dial at 1:30 a.m., and she started, like, fucking hallucinating gunshot sounds in it. I do not think this was an anti-Semitic hate crime where she left a voicemail starting, shooting guns on it to scare her for some reason.
The 26-year-old, who has also been hit with an AVO, pleaded not guilty today. The case is listed for next month when a decision will be made on whether the charge is dropped or if the matter goes to a hearing.
And you were very shocked to hear you being charged from police?
Especially like with my mental health. Just wish people could understand.
I'd never heard of an AVO before. I thought this was like a separate charge she was also given here for this voicemail. But I looked it up, and it's an apprehended violence order. And in Australia, it's used to protect someone they believe is in need of protection from, like, harassment, stalking, that kind of thing. So I'm assuming, based on the way the reporter presents it, saying that Serena got hit with an AVO, it means that they believed Mandy was in potential danger from Serena doing something.
so now they've served her an AVO to protect Mandy from Serena, all because of an accidental fucking butt dial at 1:30 a.m. when she was looking for nutritional advice. Quite the circus, I would say here. I'm hoping the charges get dropped and that it doesn't go to a hearing for some reason, because I truly cannot imagine a world where this is an actual anti-Semitic hate crime where she was shooting a gun on voicemail to scare a nutritionist she was looking for advice from. But I guess we'll see. I'm very curious to see where it goes in a month here, to see if it does progress further. Hopefully it doesn't, but we'll see. That's really about it. So yeah. What are some of the most dangerous combinations on the planet? Dynamite and a lighter, opioids and alcohol, Charles White and a basketball. But what about obsession and a weirdo? That is a recipe for disaster. A deranged individual becoming obsessed with someone or something, that is boogeyman shit. And I'm not talking obsessed about like, oh, I'm obsessed with working out or something like that. I'm talking about the obsession where it becomes like a full-blown fixation and genuinely a full-blown red alert mental disorder that spirals out of control and has oftentimes in the past led to some fatal outcomes, like with stalkers. Most notably, the one everyone always goes to is the Bjork stalker, Ricardo Lopez. He was the one that filmed himself blowing his brains out after forming this obsession with Bjork and trying to assassinate her with a letter bomb, trying to murder her. It's frightening. It is genuinely scary. And last night on stream, I learned about a new, potentially dangerous, obsessed weirdo where someone became fixated on a child from Fairly Odd Parents, a character named Hazel. And this obsession has become so strong that now they are sending threatening emails to the voice actress that plays this character on the show. And I've seen a handful of people saying that it's not that big of a deal, just point and laugh at this weirdo and move on. He's probably harmless. Just pop some popcorn and clown on him. And I just think that that's not exactly the way of handling someone like this. This is someone that needs to be reported, like genuinely to authorities. This is someone that is like actually unhinged. This is a potential maniac, and I don't think it gets taken seriously enough when it comes to this kind of shit. So anyway, I'll show you what we went over on stream, and then we also went over some other big examples of people just like this guy that have in the past gone on killing sprees as a result of their obsession with cartoon children. You saw a super creepy email the voice actor for Hazel in the new Fairly Odd Parents cartoon received? Fairly Odd Parents voice actress Ashley Crystal Hairston shares disturbing obsessive email from fan fixated on character Hazel. Ashley, the last time I sent you a message, you ignored me. I really did not appreciate being discarded like that, so I'll try to reach out to you again. You do not have to respond, but I implore you to at least listen to what I have to say. But if she doesn't respond, you feel discarded and get upset and then send another email. It's a lose-lose. You're not even really giving her permission. It's the illusion of choice. I'm going to assume you did not read the DM I sent you. But on the off chance you did, I apologize for using racial slurs. So I'd just like to reiterate that I am completely in love with Hazel. She is perfect in every way. To say I'm in love with her is honestly an understatement. She is the love of my life. The universe itself has told me that Hazel is my soulmate, and who are you to go against God? This immediately has the DNA of that guy who killed his sister over his love of Clementine from The Walking Dead. Anyone remember that guy? It was this Nicholas Prosper. It was his sister that he murdered, right? I'm pretty sure it was. This is some very, very, very disturbing shit. We talked about this on stream a while ago. But he became obsessed with Clementine from the game. A child, by the way. And I think it was he let his sister play the game, and he was watching and then didn't like a decision that she had made. Why did you kill Larry in front of Clementine? That kind of thing. And then killed her. It was actually his whole family. He killed all of them. What? Oh my god, what? It's been a while since we went over it, but I thought it was only one person that he killed. It was his whole family? Yeah, you're right. The Prosper family murders. 18-year-old Nicholas Prosper murdered his mother, Juliana, his sister, and brother. And yep, all three had been killed by a double-barrel shotgun. He also intended to commit a school shooting. And so his father survived. On September 16, 2024, his father, Ray Prosper, shouted, "I still love you, son. It's not your fault, okay?" That's just heartbreaking to hear, man. I couldn't even imagine being a parent and having something like that, where your son is a fucking evil monster. It must be the most difficult thing in the world to come to terms with. And now your whole life, everyone that you've loved, your wife, your kids are dead because of your son. That's just an entire brain breaker. Prosper shared a pre-recorded video where he referred to The Walking Dead online at 6:22 a.m. and disposed of 2 mobile phones, believing this would protect a group of pedophiles he talked to on Twitter. At one point, Prosper abandoned the bag containing the shotgun and ammunition in a bush at a playing field. At 7:55, Prosper left his hiding spot, walked down Birmingham Road toward a passing police car, which he flagged down with a raised hand. Prosper believed that all schools in the area would be locked down, so his plan was foiled and decided to surrender. That's how they caught him. He was charged with 3 counts of murder. This video, like, he had a YouTube channel dedicated to his love of Clementine. Like, it was all documented.
It's on Living.
It's completely fucking crazy. Like, it's unbelievable. It's beyond disturbing. Here's one of the videos.
He went home with it, and there he set up a webcam, put on his best bucket hat, and began to film a video. Right away in the video, he clearly states that, due to the decisions Giselle made in the game, he was planning on mutilating her face beyond recognition.
On June 30th, my sister decided to make the only correct choices in episode 1 of season 1 of The Walking Dead games, and for that her face will be mutilated further than necessary.
After mentioning his sister, he turns his attention to a video he saw on YouTube. This was gameplay footage of the Walking Dead game recorded by a channel called Living Echoes.
It's just fucking horrifying, man. Sick, twisted, evil people out there. The point is, this is giving me that exact same energy. This feels like the exact same guy. This is dangerous. Genuinely is dangerous. Like, it is wacky to point and laugh at the freak, but this is a genuinely dangerous, unhinged person. What I'm trying to say is that to see you, Hazel's voice actress and co-creator, ship Devzel broke my heart. She's my wife and I love her more than anything. God hates you for getting in the way of Hazel's and my love. Soon you will feel the universe's wrath. Hazel is mine and mine alone. I love her, and she loves me. I will never forgive you for the hurt you have caused. I suggest you take down all the Devzel posts you made, the interviews mentioning it, and stop shipping them if you want a peaceful life. Hazel is canonically 10 years old, by the way. Well, yeah, that's pretty clear. It's Fairly Odd Parents. That Danny Phantom dude had a YouTube channel too, right? Yep, oh, God, what was it called? Something Blaze? Was it Andrew Blaze or something? All about his obsession over the Amber. Yeah, it was Andrew Blaze. Thought so. Scary stuff, man. Scary stuff. He also did a shooting, such a weird phenomenon. Yeah, he went and killed coworkers. His real name's Randy Stair. But he went by Andrew Blaze online and was obsessed with her from Danny Phantom. It's scary how common this stuff is getting. Feels not safe. I wouldn't say that it's getting more common. It's just we see a lot of it now. But this kind of obsession has been around for as long as, as long as I can remember. Think about the Bjork stalker, for instance. But if you're talking about like the phenomenon of people getting obsessed with fictional characters like in cartoons and shit, I guess that's a little newer since cartoons are a little bit newer. But those kind of people have always existed. It's fucking scary. And they seem to always get obsessed with children characters in the cartoon. Clementine, Hazel. I've talked about some deplorable evil people on this channel, and a lot of the times the people I cover do face, like, very real punishment for being monsters. That's not always the case, though. Last month I made a video talking about Jesse Butler, the rapist. Jesse Butler, the rapist, was facing 10 rape-related charges, looking at a potential 78-year sentence, and this isn't a case of he was framed, turns out he was innocent, completely blameless, it was the damn deep state working on a crazy conspiracy to throw an innocent man behind bars. No, there's overwhelming evidence to confirm this, including a video he himself took of a strangulation on one of his victims that, according to experts, would have literally killed her if he continued for even seconds longer. He is a rapist. He is a turbo rapist, in fact. And you would expect, given that this is so cut and dry, he would be behind bars for the rest of his life. Well, you'd be wrong to assume that, bozo, because it turns out his family, they've got some real leverage over there in Oklahoma. So much so that the judge and everyone involved in this case thought it was appropriate that he doesn't go to the slammer. Instead, they came up with a fate worse than death. Community service. Yep. His punishment will be no jail time, no nothing. He continues to breathe the free air, be a free man, and all he has to do is complete some community and service, do like a phone call, check in weekly, and then some sex offender treatment. They're treating this animal like he stole a balloon on Free Balloon Day. This is absolutely preposterous, and in a sane society, it would lead to everyone involved in this catastrophic ruling not only fired, but also thrown in jail themselves, and then re-sentencing Jesse Butler to a life in prison. Like, it's not a matter of if he did it, they know he did it, and they just don't care. Let me show you what Susan C. Worthington looks like, the judge presiding over this case. I want to put a face to the name so you can see what a rape defender looks like. She is totally okay with this course of action, or really lack of action. Payne County District Attorney Laura Austin Thomas also seems to be enthusiastically on board with this, confirming that his sentence requires him to complete his rehabilitation plan successfully, including an aggressive schedule of therapy with a specialist in sex offender treatment, and should he fail, he faces reclassification as an adult and a sentence of 10 years in prison. That aggressive schedule of therapy, from what I'm seeing, is basically just weekly check-ins. Whoa! Holy shit, how is he gonna survive that? Man, that actually might be harder than going to prison for 78 years. He has to call somebody once a week to talk about, like, his feelings, and probably still raping on the side. Like I said in the last video covering this, him getting away with this, the only lesson he's learned is that he can literally do whatever he wants and he's untouchable, he's invincible. So I imagine, not long into the future, he will rape again, and this time, he might kill his victim. He got very close to a fatal strangulation on his last one, and maybe the lesson he took away is that the reason he got caught is because his victims survived. So, maybe next time around, he won't let them survive. I think there is going to be blood on all of these people's hands. Now, I want to also show you a picture of Lauren Austin Thomas because I think it's important you see all of the rape defenders here. Now, of course, it's not just these two worms responsible. This is a long process with tons of clowns in the circus that led to this disaster, but these were the only two pictures I could find to associate with them. But, yeah. Jesse Butler is free. He doesn't even have to register on anything, by the way, so he's going to go completely under the radar, incognito. He could be in your backyard raping your dog right now if you're in Oklahoma. Sleep in fear. Just sickening, disgusting stuff. Susan and Laura have sent a very clear, very loud message to the entire world. That if you're a rapist, come on down to Payne County, Oklahoma. That's a place you can call home. They'll even pop champagne to welcome you and do everything in their power to protect the rapists. Now anyway, the reason why I'm yapping about this again is because Jesse Butler, the rapist, just had another hearing where a lot of people turned up to protest this complete affront to God that has unfolded here.
In the courthouse. Jesse, why did you rape those girls, Jesse? Jesse, why did you rape the girls? You have anything to say to the victims, Jesse? Do you have anything to say to the victims? Being loud is not a violation. Sir, do you have anything to say to the victims? Do you have anything to say to the victims, Jesse? Why did you rape them, Jesse? Why did you rape the victims, Jesse? Why did you rape those girls? Why did you strangle them, Jesse? You raped those girls, Jesse. Do you have anything to say to the victims, Jesse? Why did you rape those girls? You as dumb as they say you are, Jesse. Is that why you were adjudicated in juvenile because you're that stupid? Are you that dumb, Jesse? Why did you rape the girls? Jackie, why are you defending your rapist son? Why'd you rape him?
Do you feel bad for being a rapist, Jesse?
Rapist! Why did you rape him?
From what I've read and what I understand, there were a lot of people that showed up to express their outrage over this whole situation here. Payne County is very upset. But it doesn't seem like anything's happening at an upper level with Susan or Laura's jobs potentially going into the gutter, which I think they should. That should absolutely just be flushed right down the shitter because this is not justice. They are clearly not actually looking for justice. They are knowingly allowing a rapist to walk free. I do think they should lose their jobs, and a lot of people showed up to echo similar sentiments about how ridiculous this whole thing is. The sentencing has already happened. This was just like a further hearing that people wanted to show up at to let their voices be heard about how unacceptable this is. So it's all done and dusted. He is not going to jail. He's not going on any kind of registry. He's not going to face any real punishment. All he's going to be doing is some community and service, then like a bit of therapy work, I suppose. That is what Susan, Laura, and the squad of fucking vermin deemed appropriate for the crime of rape, violent rape, numerous counts of rape, as well as a near fatal strangulation. It's unthinkable. It's so unbelievably corrupt. I encourage all of you to look deeper into this case because, I mean, I covered a little bit of it in the video I made on it last time, but there is some really interesting connections with Jesse Butler's family, and not only the judge, but kind of everyone in that area where his family, they do hold a lot of power. Perhaps that played a role in allowing a violent rapist to be free on the streets. Food for thought, I suppose. As you saw in that clip, there are a lot of people following Jesse around, bringing up that he is a monster. And since he's not going to jail, hopefully people will never forget who Jesse Butler is. A rapist. And he should be reminded of that fact every day so people can steer clear of him. It should follow him around like a fucking cloud over his head, like it's a cartoon with like rain falling on him. Like it is literally a rapist that is a danger to everyone around him. And since the justice system over there in Payne County, Oklahoma didn't want to take it into their hands and do something about it, it's up to the citizens to keep each other informed that Jesse Butler is someone that should be avoided at all costs and ostracized from the rest of the community at the very least so he can't prey on more victims. He is someone that should never know a moment of peace and relaxation. He is someone that people should literally sound the rape alarm anytime they see him around. He is a fucking monster who got away with it. It is just so infuriating. It is beyond sickening. And I think there should be extreme calls to action for Susan, Laura, and the rest of the system that allowed this to happen. They need to lose their position. I 100% believe they are not fit for their job. They are clearly not actually in the pursuit of justice. The only takeaway you can have from the handling of this case is that the Payne County upper brass here in the justice system is on the side of rapists. It is inarguable. How the fuck can you allow them to continue to hold those positions? There needs to be some kind of governing body to come in and say, no, enough is enough. You're fired. Also, we're going to pursue charges of our own against you for this shit. That's what I think should happen. If there's any real justice out there, I think that's what should 100% fucking happen, because this is just unacceptable. It is completely unacceptable. Anyway, though, I'll stop blabbering about it. That's about it. So, yeah. It is wildly interesting to me how pranks have become synonymous with crimes, and I know I've made a ton of content shooting spitballs at and clowning on these worms that engage in this garbage, but it just blows my mind how now it seems like authorities are taking it far more seriously. They're no longer just punching with the soccer boppers on, they're going bare knuckle with the cutters out here and actually starting to punish more harshly these criminals that masquerade as pranksters. And even in the wake of all of that, it doesn't seem to have an effect on the overall quantity of pranks that are still just being posted that are just full-blown raw crimes. Like, there has not been a reduction in it. The fucking brain disease that these weasels suffer from
is not being curbed at all, even though people are actually being arrested now for some of these pranks. And today Matt sent me an interesting one that I gotta yap about. It's a guy pretending to be a health inspector so he can invade a small business and harass the owners for some clout on TikTok.
I'm here for an inspection, food inspection.
For anyone who didn't get the opportunity to watch the original video, please go and visit my page. But just a refresher, this kid Amber came into my parents' establishment pretending to be a fake federal worker, impersonating himself to be a FDA food inspector, to prank, harass, and trespass onto my parents' property.
So the original video got taken down and the prankster privated his account. Big tough guy. I guess the jester wasn't liking all the attention he started to get. Even though that food inspector prank didn't exactly blow up for him by any means, the son of this family-owned business happened to have seen it and reached out to him to tell him to take it down and also remind him this is a crime. So this video from the son covering this, it definitely has put a lot more peepers on this degeneracy here. As of me making this video, the first part of him covering this food inspector prank that his family was the victim of, it has about 650,000 views. I am showing you part 3 here, which is, you know, after everything's been said and done, so that way it's like the most complete lore of everything. Impersonating a government agent is just a crime, and that's his whole prank. And also, according to some of the other people that talked about this on TikTok, this goober has done this same prank before, where he pretends to be a food inspector. And then get a load of this, it's real knee-slapping comedy, because what he does once he convinces these businesses that he is a government agent, he then goes into the back and berates them. Makes fun of them, just insults them, and then he pretends to be checking things off and giving them advice on things that they're doing wrong, this and that. And that's the whole prank.
What you guys didn't get to see in the original video, which I do have security camera footage for, is him harassing my father for not knowing proper English, stating things that are violations that aren't violations, which if we listened to, we could have gotten into serious trouble for. I'll throw a quick pop-up on the screen, but this is him liking a comment stating that this is a felony, this is fraud, and could land him in jail. After I'd seen the video, it had already been up for 2 days, and I tried reaching out to him in his comments and in his DMs, which he politely ignored by blocking me.
He seemed to shy away when someone was willing to kind of stand up to him and put him in his place. He didn't like that very much. He plugged his ears to it, and then eventually privated his account, which is very odd because he's putting on such a strong face here as he kind of bullies his way into the back of this family-owned business as he's done before in the past, apparently. Now, I looked up food inspector prank because I hadn't heard of anyone else doing this, so I didn't know if this was like his galaxy brain scheme that he farted out for his dog shit content on TikTok. And it turns out, no, that's not the case. He actually just suckled this from someone else's teat. There's a handful of other deplorable losers like this that did the same food inspector prank where they just pretend to be a government agent and barge into the back and say that everything's a violation, basically. And what I've noticed in pretty much all of those is that they target small family-owned businesses and they look for employees that maybe aren't fluent in English, so that way there's like a language barrier there to create confusion, so that way it makes it easier for them to squeeze their way to the back here. So really incredible stuff here from the pranking community. They've got an absolute home run with the food inspector prank. It's a crime, and you are compiling evidence against yourself. That is always the most interesting part. You are committing a crime and you are filming yourself doing it. Like, there is no wiggle room for excuses or anything. Now, before showing you the rest of the footage, I want to show you something to cleanse your palate a little bit. Show you something exciting. Cheeky is partnering with the Vans Warped Tour, baby. That's right. Actual dream collab for me here, and to celebrate, we're giving away a bunch of VIP tickets. So if you want a chance to win, you can go to usecheeky.com/VIP. It's just an email you put there. That's it. You don't have to buy anything. We're doing this just because we're really excited to be partnered with the Vans Warped Tour. It is completely free. Don't panic. We're doing the email method here because that is just the easiest way to get in contact with the winners here over the next few weeks. So yeah, I'll fucking see you there. Cheeky at the Vans Warped Tour. You bet your sweet bippy. I'm so pumped.
Luckily enough, he went a little too close to home, and one of my friends was able to recognize him and let me know who he was, and he was basically able to reach out to him, letting him know that I was pressing charges against him and that he should take down his video. After the fact, he made a pretty lackluster, shitty apology just because he got caught. The apology will be on my page. It's hard to miss.
Something to consider, if the Sun never saw this video, this business would have no idea that it existed because they were under the impression that this was a health inspector that paid them a visit. And in all of the other instances of the food inspector prank, I imagine all of those businesses still have no idea that the individual claiming to be a government agent was actually just some fucking lonely ass weirdo online desperately fishing for clout by pretending to be a government agent. They were the victims of fraud. So if the Sun didn't see this, that video would still be up besmirching this business based on fucking nothing other than this guy just feeling like being an asshole for the sake of a TikTok prank video. I'm very happy he preserved the apology, by the way, because the apology is about as bad as you're expecting.
So this is an apology video to the restaurant owner's son and the restaurant owner and basically the whole entire kebab corner. So I basically went into the restaurant and did a fake food inspector thing. And yeah, so I posted it on TikTok. Then the son reached out to me saying he's going to press charges if I don't take it down. And yeah, so I took it down now. I just wanted to just like state it out publicly that I'm sorry and please don't press charges on me.
He's begging for the charges not to be pressed. From what I can tell, this wasn't enough to tug on the heartstrings of the son here, who seems like he still wants to go through with those charges. All power to him. He's totally within his right to do so. Impersonating a government agent is a really fucking dumb idea. It is, again, just a crime that this guy is pretending was actually like, you know, a good-spirited prank or something. It's not. The whole point was him insulting this business and the people that work there for no reason. So, I don't really feel too much sympathy for this guy. It doesn't seem like he seems to really care that much. He is clearly doing this just in response to fear of, like, punishment, fear of repercussion for violating the law. Also, a little piece of friendly advice, if you're watching this, shave that fucking mustache. It is hanging on for dear life. That peach fuzz needs to go. There's only a couple of threads left there. There are just little strands of pubic hair. Do yourself a favor, just shave it. It's not working out.
And since then has made pretty racially targeted videos towards Indian people. And because of that, he's still getting charges pressed against him. And funny enough, we had an inspector come in today, and guess what? We got the green light, and I'll put another pop-up of that right now. And I genuinely feel bad for the kid because he seems like the kid that you're friends with just to be the butt end of the joke. And if we learn anything, it's just to leave small businesses alone. All these prank videos can be fun and games until you start affecting people's lives.
I can't remember the last time a prank video was fun and games. Pranks in the last, decade have been so bastardized, it has just become harassment, or in some cases, just, actually assault sometimes. That's been another big one in recent years, where the prank is literally just, assaulting strangers. This, I think, would fall comfortably in the harassment camp, where that has now been misconstrued as a prank, where you just harass people, and that's the joke. Anyway, I'm happy the son was able to find this video so that way he could set the record straight on his family's business, and also, maybe this will help dissuade others from doing a similar prank, because this shit super sucks. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. First things first, before I cannonball into the spaghetti and meatballs of today's topic, I'd like to let you all know I've been actively working on my Mickey Mouse impression, so please let me know your thoughts. Pluto! So with that out of the way, I'm going to show you all of my analytics from my lifetime of being on YouTube and almost a decade of being on Twitch. Now, the reason for this is, a week ago I made a video called I'm Turning It Off, and in that video I'm explaining why I'm disabling any and all means of people having the ability to donate money to me. No more super chats, no more YouTube memberships, for all intents and purposes, no more bits on Twitch. I say all intents and purposes because you can't actually fully disable that on Twitch. Once you start streaming on there, you're fucking shackled to the bits ecosystem. It cannot be turned off. So I made the minimum so high that no one can pay it, hopefully, and actively discouraging people from subbing on Twitch as well. Any and all avenues where people could just give me clams, I am just putting the kibosh on. I should have done this a long time ago, but better late than never. Might as well get the farty sharded now. The reason is super simple. I would much rather you keep your money, use it for yourself, or use it for things you deem important, whether it's charitable causes or what have you, but just stop forking it over to me. Now, since posting that video, there's been a lot of questions and even somewhat of a pushback from other streamers about how, this sets a bad precedent where it, starts to shame other streamers if they don't follow my footsteps here.
Let me be clear, I'm not trying to make a rallying cry here. I'm not your dad. You do what you want with your own streams. Keep donations and subs on out the wazoo forever. I don't care. That's your prerogative. This was just my own personal decision. Obviously, that wasn't like the most prevalent take or anything, but it is a conversation I saw stirring about after I posted that video, because there are some streamers that believe that normal people having the ability to give them money helps them feel included in the community, part of the crew, part of the ship, and it's like integral to the streaming experience to be able to like sub and donate and things like that. I've never really shared that perspective. I've always viewed streaming as content that you are providing to viewers for free, and if someone's nice enough to toss you a doubloon, you tip your fedora saying, "Holly jolly, thanks for the Reddit gold, kind stranger," and move on. But it's not an obligation, and no one should feel like they need to be able to give you money to be included in the community. That feels very parasocial to me. But that's just my own view on it. But what I will tell you, breaking the magician's code here, there is no top streamer that needs your financial support to put food on the table or continue providing those streams for you. Also, the bulk of a streamer's income comes from ads in the first place. Anyway, though, I think this stems from people just not really knowing how much money a top streamer can make on Twitch, for example. So let me show you my analytics from my lifetime on Twitch. Now, Twitch analytics are a little wonky here on the back end, so I wasn't able to just set the date range from 2017 to 2025 because it would just freeze. It would just have a conniption. I bet the Twitch HQ server just fucking caught flame with me trying to do that, so I had to break it up into chunks. So in 2017 is when I really started like actually streaming on Twitch. I had dabbled in 2016, but it wasn't until 2017 where I got like partnered and everything. So from 2017 to 2019, I made $55,500 for those 2 years. And I wasn't full-time streaming at this point or anything. It was just a bit of goofing around, having some fun, and it brought in $55,500. From 2019 to 2021 is when I took it a lot more seriously, as you can see. My time streamed went from 600 hours on the 2 years to 3,600 hours, and I made $1.2 million for those 2 years. And this was before my Twitch contract, so the only ads that were running on my stream were like the pre-roll ads, the ones that Twitch would insert themselves. So this was still without ads, by the way. $1.2 million, almost 1.3. Then I got a Twitch contract which necessitated a certain amount of ads, 3 minutes of ad time per hour. And from 2021 to basically 2025, I made $4.1 million. And to those astute observers amongst you with those keen peepers, you might notice that my subscriptions are less than half of what they were for the previous 2-year period. So even though I have 180,000 less subs across these 3 years than I did for the previous 2, I still made significantly more. And that is because of ads. Ads are the breadbasket to streamers. That is the jelly to the peanut butter sandwich that is streaming. And keep in mind, these numbers here, the 4.1, the 1.2, those don't even include brand deals or sponsorships. And I didn't have any like ancillary donations, but a lot of streamers do through like Streamlabs for like text-to-speech, stuff like that. So that doesn't include any of those other means of making money through the medium. This is solely through just Twitch itself. And I think something important to mention, contrary to popular belief, I am not a top streamer. I am also not even a full-time streamer, and I haven't been for over a year and a half. So, my 2025 earnings, I didn't really put them here. It's about 100K. So another thing to add to the total here. But I'm not even a full-time streamer anymore, and I haven't been a top 20 streamer probably since the fucking Among Us boom. You know, back in the prehistoric internet age now. Like, the Among Us era is the only time where I broached, like, the top 20. I've not been in that ball game for a while, and yet this is still a crazy amount of money. Where there is no reason I should be taking money from just normal people working normal, everyday jobs. It just doesn't feel right to me. Streaming is the easiest job there is. Hot take, I know, sorry, that was a blistering, scalding magma that I just spewed out there, but it is just the truth. I sit in swamp ass for a few hours every day, well, at least I used to when I was a full-time streamer, playing games, or just yapping. Now compare that Weenie Hut Jr. routine to a normal person who is actually working their ass off every single day in a 9-to-5 environment, grinding in the hopes of chasing the American dream. And then they'll come home, maybe turn on my stream and donate a couple of dollars to me. And it just doesn't sit right with me taking that kind of money, given what I've made from all of this. And I really should have just stopped this a long time ago, especially considering this is just the Twitch side of things. I told you, I'm going to show you my YouTube earnings. So be ready, because here it is! Huge fucking number, an unfathomable amount of money. From starting this channel in 2007 all the way until today, I have made $35.8 million. I never even imagined that amount of money was possible to earn without just being born rich. I have said from day one, I got incredibly lucky. I will never be able to put into words just how lucky I got with all of this shit here. I'm not special. I got lucky. I have always said that, and I still believe that to this day. Now, something I saw a lot of people asking after the video I made about turning off all the donation stuff is how much money I'm leaving on the table. And while it's kind of hard to show it on Twitch considering both subs and bits are technically still on, even though I discourage both and have bits at a point where I don't think it's even possible to use them, I still can't get like a hard number on what's like gone now or anything like that. But on YouTube, I can show you directly. So with memberships and supers/gifts, I made over $1 million. Keep in mind, I've only had those things enabled for about a year. There was $1 million in a year from just normal people donating it to me. Again, that just doesn't fucking sit right with me. Now I know there are plenty of streamers and YouTubers that have significantly more money than me and have subs and donations on and whatever. I don't care. Like I said, this is not me trying to lead some kind of revolution here where all of them turn it off. It's their choice to make. I wanted to explain fully why I don't want normal people just giving me their money anymore at all. Also, to be honest, I think just full goatseeing, showing how much streaming/YouTubing can make, just showing you the full, unedited, raw numbers is probably helpful for normal people so they can see how much money is in this space, because I think there's often so many question marks from people wondering how much does a streamer or YouTuber make? They'll either say like they're making billions of dollars or they're making nothing. There's never like an in-between because there's never any like really hard numbers to look at. So I think something like this can be helpful for that, especially because over the years I've noticed there's been a multitude of creators that have come out and tried to like underplay how well off they are financially because they believe it could be somewhat of a brand risk where if they are perceived as being someone that's very rich, well, maybe their audience wouldn't like them as much because they're no longer relatable. It's just something I've seen here and there over the years from a bunch of different creators, and I just find it a bit disingenuous. So hopefully something like this can help show that if someone is in like the top sphere of YouTube or Twitch, they are very, very well off financially. Anyway, though, if you add both of these numbers up, I've made a total of $41.3 million. But that's not to say that's what I have. Now, I do live in Florida, which means there is no individual income tax. Big time Florida W right there. And I know, I'm big time gushing grannies, Florida glazer. I've lived here my whole life. And that is something very nice about it. But it's not to say that the tax man comes in gentle with the lube. He still goes whole hog raw. It is still brutal when the tax man comes a-knockin'. He'll blow up your guts. And that's just the way that the cookie crumbles. Obviously, a good chunk instantly goes to taxes. There's also like salaries for the people that I pay on my team, other expenses, and also for the first 4 to 5 years of me earning money through my YouTube channel, I donated every single dollar to charity. So while I may have earned $41 million over the course of my time online, I don't have nearly that much. But I still have more money than I will ever know what to fully do with. And I actually thought it would be kind of fun to go through like a deep dive on what it looks like. You know, taxes, expenses, all that kind of thing to see how it all breaks down. But maybe that's a topic best left for a different video. So for now, I'll probably just conclude it here. Hopefully this was insightful. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I've been doing one of these in a while, and I used to do them all the time. Many of you may remember way back many moons ago, I used to do a annual video, a yearly roundup of the most common questions I got asked that year, and answering them all in one big video dump. But it's been a long time since I've done that, mainly because I started streaming daily, which means I was answering the same 50 questions every 4 minutes, so there wasn't really a ton of questions that were going unanswered. But I wanted to give a little mix-up here, hit you with the shake and bake, because there is one question that for actual years I have been asked probably above all else. The only thing that comes close, maybe second place, is why am I so short? Which is a question I've answered 3 times now. I mean, again, it's not a question for me. You gotta ask the man upstairs. I don't know why God made me this short, but I don't mind being fun-sized. Can't change it. Is what it is. But I'll be right back, though. I have to excuse myself to the little sailor's room. Alright, anyway, and that question is about the gym. What is my advice for anyone looking to get started with gym going? A fitness journey. And it's a question I always enjoy answering or just diving in on. The subject is just something I'm very familiar with. Maybe you know, maybe you don't. Maybe go fuck yourself. But a little bit of lore on, my academic career. When I first went into college, I had a digital arts major. I wanted a career in animation. But it became painfully clear for the 2 years I spent in this major that there is no one worse in that field than myself. I have to be the least talented organism on the planet when it comes to art and animation. When zookeepers give paintbrushes to elephants and they fucking doodle on a canvas, that demonstrates a higher level of artistic prowess than what I was able to produce in 2 years with that major. So going into my junior year of college, I switched to a human sciences degree with a concentration on exercise physiology. And even though I don't use it these days, I of course still am very active in the gym. I know a lot of people like when I do the old sleeper build showcase type shit. It is something that I've always been very passionate about, and as such, I get questions about fitness and gym all the time, where to start, because that is the hardest part of this whole journey. So I wanted to make this whole video dedicated to that topic on how to get started with working out. I always really enjoy seeing that so many people are really taking their health more seriously. It's always been the number one thing I recommend to people that are struggling with self-esteem or maybe finding themselves in a bit of a rough spot mentally. I always recommend starting some kind of fitness journey, setting these small, attainable little goals that you can chip away at, so that way you can feel yourself progressing and taking your health more seriously. I really think it can just do wonders for people's self-esteem, their outlook, and their general attitude. And it's something that's completely free to begin with. You don't need an expensive gym membership. You only need your body. I'm a big proponent of calisthenics. The bulk of my training these days has been heavy weights, but I always integrate calisthenics into my workouts because I think they are just great for functional strength, and especially if you are just starting, it is great for beginners because there's so many progressions. So push-ups, for example. If you can't do a full push-up, you can do knee push-ups. Pretty much every calisthenic movement has progressions for it. But by far, the most important thing when it comes to working out and taking your health more seriously, and one that everyone always mentions, how do you stick with it? How do you stay motivated? I believe it's routine. It's not easy to start for a lot of people. It's very hard to stay motivated. It's hard. It is difficult. But if you can just grit your teeth and bear it for a week of sticking to a schedule, it starts to become easier. It starts to become routine. It becomes more comfortable. And then over time, maybe you start to enjoy it. Maybe you and your friends want to start working out together. You go to the gym together. Then it becomes fun. It may start as something daunting that you're not looking forward to, but if you stick with it for a week or two and it starts to feel like a routine or even starts to feel fun if you're doing it with a friend or you start to find the joy in working out, then it starts to be locked in. Then it becomes far easier to stay working out, going to the gym, this kind of thing. So that's always the number one piece of advice I give to anyone looking to start a health and fitness journey is stick with it for a week or two so it starts to feel like a routine. It becomes a normal part of your scheduling because then it's a lot easier to stick with it. Now, the next piece of advice I always give to people that are starting a health and fitness journey is you do not need to spend fucking oodles of doubloons on all of these outrageous fitness courses that are being hawked on every single social media platform out the wazoo. You don't need to do that. It's the big 2026. There is unlimited information right at your fingertips for exercise science. There are countless great resources online. There's innumerable channels on YouTube dedicated to every single possible training methodology that you could ever imagine. And when you're just beginning, you don't need to make yourself like the perfect split off rip. You don't need the perfect workout regimen to begin with. I think what's far more valuable to a beginner is having a big charcuterie board of a lot of different exercises that you have compiled from a lot of different training resources and trying them all yourself. Making sure to use good form, learning the movements, and finding which exercises you like the best. Because when you're starting a health and fitness journey, you probably want to be enjoying it. Having fun would make it a lot easier to stick with it. So finding the exercises you actually like doing in the beginning, I think, is far more helpful than immediately spending hundreds of dollars finding the most optimized workout splits for yourself. That can come later. Once you're more, seasoned in the gym, you know what you like, you know what's working for you, what's not, then you can start catering your workouts more specifically using other resources that are specific for the goals that you are trying to achieve. But I don't think you need to do all of that all at once. I think it's much more valuable when you're starting out to find the exercises that you really like. Now, naturally, that leads into another question. How do you find these exercises? Where do you go to learn about these lifts and how to properly do them? And how do you avoid the information overload if you do just type in just workout, for example? Because if you do type in something like that, you're going to get hundreds of thousands of videos from thousands of different channels and influencers telling you a bunch of conflicting things. Like maybe this guy over here is saying you're a fucking idiot if you're doing barbell bench press. This guy over here saying, no, actually it's a gold standard to just flat barbell bench. This guy over here is preaching the gospel about, no, actually you have to dumbbell press. That's the only way to train your chest. That's the way you got to do it. And when you're just starting, it's a lot of noise. How do you figure out what's the best or who to trust? And I believe, kind of like what was said in the famous commercial, why not both? When you are just starting, I think it's valuable to experiment. So learn both of these lifts and try them for yourself. Because maybe this guy hates dumbbell press, but you end up loving it. So now that can also help you narrow down what channels you want to get your fitness information from, what resources work for you personally and what you enjoy most from your lifts. And like I said, it doesn't always have to be weight training. Maybe you fall in love with calisthenics. The point is just trying a lot of these movements and a lot of these lifts and figuring out what you enjoy most will help you stick with something. I think that's far more effective than immediately spending tons of money buying a program and, buying a bunch of supplements. Just try shit yourself first. And as you become more accustomed to working out, as you start making it more of a routine, then you can start fine-tuning it a bit more. And I think by trying a ton of things, it'll help you narrow in on what resources are teaching you these kind of things. And those can be the channels or influencers, whatever, that you follow as your trusted source for workouts, because it's what's, most enjoyable to you and what's working for you on a personal level. But as I said, the most important thing to start is trying to lock it in as a routine. And starting with somebody else is always going to make things easier. If you do this with a friend, I think that makes it infinitely more fun just off rip. So if that's an option on the table for you and a buddy to begin this kind of thing, I definitely think that's going to help both of you right away. But again, it can be done solo too. It just takes effort. It does take some time and it takes some effort. But I truly think it's worth it, which is why I always recommend it to everyone. And I always like when people ask me about it, even though I'm not the most knowledgeable guy in the world on it. Far from it. There are people far smarter than I on this subject, but hopefully this yap session has been helpful to someone out there that's been tinkering around with the idea of taking their health and fitness a little more seriously. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, I actually haven't been this giddy about something since Jack Doherty got arrested for 12 hours. I played a Courage the Cowardly Dog fan game last night, and it is a beautiful love letter to the best cartoon ever made. Most of you know Courage the Cowardly Dog is one of my favorite shows ever, and this game was actually really good. Very fun, even if you don't know what Courage the Cowardly Dog is. But man, this game was special. This had me like feeling all types of things I didn't even know my 31-year-old jaded soul could feel. It had all my neurons activating and tickling me pink. It had me on like a nostalgia trip, had me feeling like that gif of Neil deGrasse Tyson going through the fucking cosmic wormhole. It was amazing. So I just want to show you some clips from it. If you want to see the whole playthrough of the game, it's on my Moist Critical Gaming channel. You should go subscribe. I play like 1 billion games a day. Huge shout out to the developer El Gato del Tejado. Absolutely fucking crushed it, and everyone that worked on it. This is a game made in Dreams, by the way. Also, shame on Sony for never porting Dreams to the PC. If they're able to produce games of this caliber on Dreams, for those that don't know, Dreams is basically a game engine on PlayStation where you can make games or play games through the Dreams creator. And clearly it's pretty advanced, it's pretty powerful tools here because they've got some pretty high quality games over there. They got some bangers on Dreams, and unfortunately it's exclusive to PlayStation. Sony never brought it to PC with no plans of bringing it to PC as of right now, which I think is fucking criminal. What a huge blunder. Imagine what kind of life it could breathe into Dreams if it would be ported to PC so it'd be more accessible to more people, and then there'd be even more games being made and more people able to play some incredible games that are already on there. It's just such an easy slam dunk that Sony has not done, but I think they absolutely should. I've become a big Dreams advocate now. This was an incredible experience. Anyway, here's the Courage the Cowardly Dog fan game. Alright, let's ride. I'm already gonna give it a thumbs up. So much work went into this, and the trailers that they've released on it are so fucking cute. Alright, Courage the Cowardly Dog, House of Revenge. This is like the first game I've played on Dreams. Okay, should I do that? I mean, he's telling me to. I feel like I should heed his request. November 22nd, 2002, the Bagg family disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The missing individuals were Muriel Bagg, Eustace Bagg, and their dog. The whereabouts of the family remain unknown. It was that damn Dr. Gerbil, I already know it. No! What's happened? Oh man, Courage has been tripping. Imagined Muriel and Eustace from the beginning. Flashlight. Run. Use. Got it. Oh, I don't have a flashlight yet. Muriel, I'll save you. I need a flashlight. Oh, no speedrun tech there. Oh! It's the alien ducks. Duck Brothers. I remember that episode. I picked up the key. I have to do it from inventory. There we go. Oh! Crazy jump scare with the bald guy from the episode with the green thumb. I wonder if I'm going to recognize every single reference. I bet I will. I've seen the whole series like 10 fucking times. Oh, Freaky Fred! Oh god, no! He's been very naughty. That episode's actually kind of fucked up. From that episode is where I learned the word ebullient. It's when he's being taken away back to the insane asylum. And he's saying goodbye to everyone, and he says, Eustace's ebullient charm. And then he, I think the rhyme is like, his ebullient charm something something, what's the harm if I was a tad bit naughty? And I always thought the word ebullient was so fucking cool. Oh shit! The zombie director! This is so cute, man. Holy. Don't remember those guys from the show. What the fuck? Is this one of Kat's pranks again? Salami guys. Oh god, there's so many. Oh shit! That I remember. Oh no! Abandoned as a pup. Aww. Actually a super sad episode where his fucking parents get shot in a rocket ship to space. The Tower of Doctors are lost! If I remember correctly, this episode was actually nominated for something. Maybe an Oscar, I don't recall. Such a good episode. It's my favorite in the series. I'm coming! Oh. No. Nice. The big toe. Yeah, see? Oh, I don't need to avoid those. I can just run right into them. Just fucking blast through it. Oh, that's episode 1 of Courage. With the shadow. Oh god. Ah, home sweet home. This is gonna be the tornado. Little Muriel. Yep, called it.
I'm Muriel. I'm only 3.5 years old.
Who are you?
I wanna go swimming. I want a new doll. I want a new front tooth. I want a tea party. I want a party dress. Play with me. Play with me. Play with me. Too much macaroni.
What an adorable little teaser game. Makes me very pumped for the full game now. What a nice love letter to the show. If I remember right, when he was playing with that toy, it was with the robot with the woodworking. Can't remember the robots. Oh, Robot Randy was his name. Attaboy, Eustace. Make sure to inhale all the smoke. That's good for the lungs.
Huh? Know what I have for you?
Eyeballs. I knew it, yep. Yep, I recognized the audio.
Hey, stupid dog! Bring me my socket wrench!
He's gone! He fell under the engine. Muriel, help! I wonder if this game has cool speed tech like fucking BLJs or something. No, Muriel!
Muriel! Muriel!
Hurry, go get help! Hurry!
I recognize that audio. That's from the episode with his brother's box, Horse's box. When he finally gets the box open, it's the fucking arms that get both of them, and they're trying to the arms are trying to drag him into the box. That's when she says that line. And then she says, "Did you hang the clothes?" What a good dog. That's the scene. Oh, fuck!
Muriel's in trouble!
This must be how it feels for Star Wars fans with modern Star Wars, pointing at the screen going, "I know that! I get the reference, I know who that is!" That's literally me with this game. I get it now. Uh-oh. You dirty bastard. Come back. That guy was one of the, riders when they delivered the demon mattress. So he was in the... That doesn't go here. So he was in the car, well, the carriage that delivered the demon mattress. And that's all he did in the episode, too, is he just looks at the camera and makes that sound. Uh-oh. He's gonna kick my ass! Oh, I thought I could run around here. I still gave him the slip. He's... Okay, I didn't expect that. Okay, let's go into the basement. I've really underestimated this guy.
Search found.
What?
1. Pleasant conversation. 2. Move out of the house.
That response is from an episode about the house being haunted. I can't remember which one.
Peru, your choice. Personally,
I think that one's Eustace's mom, with the ghost that's haunting her.
You twit. Paris alert. Clark. What Dickens is going on? Why? What do you want?
Oh shit, we're already going inside? Into the cyberspace? We're going to meet the worm with the cold. My plunger's gone. They didn't digitize it, they didn't mint it on the blockchain for me. But my computer turned me into a fucking NFT. And if I remember right, the cure was vinegar. It frees him from his cold. Take this! Oh, what the fuck. Okay. They're piecing me up there.
Achoo! I'm sick, and now I gotta deal with you? Okay, Buster, you asked for it. Achoo!
I just get one tapped? Oh. This is the boss fight. There we go. That was huge. Good DPS. Oh, I almost took damage there. That music they were playing right there, that was a remix of the Hunchback Bell music from the episode. That was cool. The amount of times you've glup shittoed in this game makes me think you made it. I know, like I said, I recognize fucking everything Courage the Cowardly Dog related. This is, like, legit my ultimate glup shitto. Oh, the magic tree of nowhere. That was this one right here. This is probably where Eustace is. Still enjoying his lap dance from her. Oh, the mallet! Okay, now I can kill the chickens. And I guess I can bonk the fuck out of her, I suppose. Oh, Eustace. Okay, that just stuns her. Oh! Man, I really concussed her. I'm no longer connected to the Dream server, huh?
There's no time to rest on laurels when we must
Prepare the coral. Singing helps the work goes faster. And pass the plaster. Yeah! Whoa, that didn't happen in the show. What the fuck? Do I still have my mallet? Nice. Oh, Velvet Vic! Yeah! Let's go. I remember that episode was actually really creepy to me. I'm pretty sure I've killed every chicken. Oh, the weremole. I can't pull out my mallet. Okay, what the fuck? Oh, I'm cooking him. We're both feeling it. Hold on here. Let me just heal. Just in case. Oh, shit. Oh. Got his head looking like a pack of sausages. Or pack of hot dogs. So I guess you could find a pack of sausages, maybe. I found a cool air stall. That's good tech. Oh, he didn't like that. Ah! What the fuck? How'd that hit me? That hit me? There we go, crushed bones. Well, it's not crushed yet. I'm gonna hit it with my mallet. My boy, I'm here. I've got your medicine.
Is it organic?
Just shut up and eat!
Well...
Vinegar? I love vinegar. Why didn't you say so?
Hey! I can breathe again! Hot diggity!
Wait, what? They cut out that whole scene. Damn! That's what he says right before diving into it. Right? Doesn't he? I'm almost positive. Crowbars for the barn.
Good.
Robo Eustace! It's like Mecha Godzilla. Oh, it wasn't a robot at all. It's the Great Fusili. How now, brown cow? That's what he says. And then they all clap. I flanked him. Oh, I got greedy. Yeah, okay. Really? Come back here! Oh, you coward. Yeah, how about you then? Okay, this guy's good. Oh, what? There we go. How the fuck does the ace of spades help me now? Unless I slide that into Velvet Vic's butt crack or something. No! They've turned him to dust. And now he's a tiny little puddle. I've got a bucket. Oh. Interesting way of carrying the ladder around, I suppose. There's the bells. There he is. This is about he's so ugly and he's going door to door looking for a place to stay to get away from the rain. And he keeps knocking on doors and they're like, "You, sir, are the ugliest thing I have ever seen." Hey, Schlep. I like when he called Eustace bald. Yeah, that was his roast session. And you are very bald. You are extremely bald. Are you bald? Yes, you are bald.
Hello.
Benton Tarantola! Oh, he's about to perform the resurrection.
Excellent. Let's roll camera.
Uh-oh. All the bad guys are coming.
This is going to be great. You assholes.
Nice. Okay. Oh shit! Oh, what the fuck? Ah, I'm actually stuck. Okay. Not that way. Got it. Oh boy, everyone's here. Oh, nice. Thanks, bud. Can I hit you with a mallet? Oh, Jesus! What the hell was that? I'm hitting him with the 360s. Wait, what is going on with my mallet right now? I've got like a crazy slide going. Wow, he killed that guy, huh? That's good. 1963. We're in. We got a bag of money. That'll go to Shirley. Uh-oh. He's coming back. Okay. Okay. Really, bud? Okay, he's fast. That's it. I'm getting me mallet. Ow, Jesus. Oh my god. Oh, I thought it worked. I gotta get inside. I gotta get inside. He's beating my ass. Beating my ass with that Buick. Oh. What the fuck is happening? Is he crashing through the house? Where'd he go? Oh, I see his lights. Alright, I can't go inside. I've got to stand and fight him like a man somehow. But how? I can't hit him with my mallet. Is this plunger time? I got him! He's still out there. Okay, basement is now off limits. Jesus Christ! Oh, fuck me! What? He's lost his damn mind! Well, he can't get me on the second floor, surely. Oh my god! This is so cool. Okay, can't get upstairs. Alright. Alright, tough guy.
Oh no! What do I do? What do I do?
Nothing a little WD-40 and duct tape won't fix up. You know what they say, if you can't fix it with duct tape, use more duct tape. Nice! Good teamwork. Funny! There we go. Muriel didn't even get kidnapped or anything, she's just hanging out. She was just sleeping.
I have a bad feeling about this. Well, my name is Ivana.
And it's not.
It's not.
It's the demon mattress.
Oh!
Oh, we're gonna have to do the exorcism chant.
Closer.
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 You won't get away with this!
Oh yeah? What are you gonna do about it?
Rock, paper, scissors, here it comes. Or, no, thumb war, thumb war. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Oh, just right into the exorcism.
Rullabaloo, rowdy roo, rory roo, ruff, rimbuck roo, roo, roo,
Rowdy roo.
rippity roo, recommend the
Just
wristband,
roo roo roo. Yeah. This is when Eustace comes in and does it right.
Incantation.
Rusty Prawns and Timbuktu. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Oh, wait, I had it backwards. Eustace blows it, then Courage does it. That's right. That's right. Rusty Prawns and Timbuktu. Kick him in the dishpan. Woo woo woo. Plunger. Oh my god, it is the plunger. I did it! And now I flush it? Oh no, wait, there we go. I just didn't go to the right spot. I had the right idea, I just didn't go to the right spot.
Muriel, are you okay?
Okay, I will unleash forces.
These are powerful forces. Very powerful.
Oh, yeah.
So it begins.
Very powerful magic, surely.
Muriel, I'm hungry. Who? Muriel! Ooga booga booga! Ow! What did I do? Well, I'm not putting up with this. If they got Muriel, they're gonna pay.
In cash.
Cash. Lots of cash.
That is the one with the invisible Muriel. When the secret agent, the secret agents, they come in, they kidnap Muriel because she has the invisibility stone. Oh, fuck! Fantasy Flan! God, that was so good. Holy shit, that was so good. I finally did it. I finally finished Andor Season 2. I went back and rewatched all of Season 1 and then Season 2, which is why it's taken me so embarrassingly long to finish it. I really liked Season 1. I didn't review it at the time, though, because it took me a while to finish it, and back then when I was still doing moist meters, I figured if you're not first, you're last. I thought if too much time passed, no one would care. But I'd always talked very positively about Andor Season 1 on streams. But now that I don't do moist meters per se anymore, now I just do really thorough reviews from the perspective of a Cro-Magnon man. So I don't feel like there's a time limit on that anymore. I don't feel like, the opinion's not worthwhile anymore because, the shit's already been in the toilet bowl steaming. Who cares? It's done and dusted. I no longer have that philosophy. So I'm even more tardy to the party with Andor Season 2 here, and don't give a fuck, because I really want to talk about this. It is some of the finest television you'll find. And I mean that genuinely. It's not just good for Star Wars, it is just good in general. This is like some really intelligent writing. And I know that makes me sound like a fucking Rick and Morty Redditor, but this is one of the actual smartest shows I've seen when it comes to their villains and their schemes. But not just the villains. The villains are so fucking smart and conniving that it forces all of the heroes, the people that you root for, to also be even smarter to try and stay ahead of it or try and use that to their advantage. It's such an incredible show. Like, I mean this sincerely. It is the best Star Wars that Disney has produced, by far, but also some of the best Star Wars produced in general since the original trilogy. And I know a lot of people have shared that sentiment, and before I finished Season 2, I didn't really see that because the first couple of episodes I watched when they dropped, and they didn't hook me. Not in the same way that Andor Season 1 did, which is why I kind of petered off and waited so long. They didn't grip me. But after those first 3 episodes, the whole picture comes into focus, and what they create here is nothing shy of a masterpiece. And it is a tragedy that so many Star Wars fans wrote this off as something that they wouldn't support because it's too dark. Like, what the fuck even is that criticism? We're not allowed to have, like, mature shows in Star Wars. There are a lot of people unironically arguing that Star Wars is supposed to be for everyone of all ages all the time, which this show is definitely not. A lot of viewers will find a lot of instances in here very disturbing. So they said that because this show is more gritty and dark, it's not a Star Wars show, and it shouldn't be supported as such, which I think is so stupid. To actually lobby against a show that is actually trying to deliver something special, something thought-provoking, and be like, nope, that's bad. That's real bad. We don't tackle those kind of themes in Star Wars. We need mind-numbing slop. What we need is to be fed more fucking bland garbage like Book of Boba Fett. Can we get a season 2, please? It makes me upset, because this show is incredible. And I know a lot of people have sung its praises and given it its flowers, but I still don't think it's enough. This donut deserves more glaze. It's not up to my satisfaction here. I'm gluttonous when it comes to the praise that Andor, I think, deserves. So, if you know nothing about Andor, it follows the rebellion. Literal, like, boots on the ground, grassroots rebellion. We follow Cassian Andor. He's looking for his sister. And through his search, he ends up killing 2 Imperial agents. And this murder, well, it gets him into some hot water, which, series of dominoes start to fall over, leads him to a man named Luthen. An incredible character. He is the one that's really trying to just put as much tinder on the fire as possible to build into a rebellion to finally bring down the Empire. And he knows that he is trying to lead this group to a treasure he himself cannot possess. He knows he will never see the fruits of his labor, but he does it because he believes so strongly in it. And we follow this rebellion as they fight against an extremely smart, thorough, and patient Empire. They have ISB agents that are always coming up with plans to use propaganda, use false flag operations, and use all kinds of underhanded tactics in their tool belt to try and snuff out these flames and try and find the rebellion and stop it. They are ruthless, merciless, but they're not, like, dumb, and they're not just, like, always a show of force. So, like, stormtroopers, they're, like, intimidating here. They're not just, like, goofy cartoon characters that are just, like, miss every single shot. The stormtroopers, when they are here, like, shit's serious now. They make them scary in the context of this series. They don't always just rely on going in nuts to butts, guns blazing to just kill rebels. They have to destroy the idea of rebelling. They have to tackle it in creative ways. They can't just go and conquer Gorman, for example, which is a huge part of Season 2. And what everything builds to, ultimately, is Gorman. And the secret resources that the Empire needs from Gorman for their top secret weapon that they're building. If you've got your thinking caps on, you can probably wager a pretty strong guess on what that might be, Death Star. And they know they can't just go into Gorman and just, like, strip mine, destroy the planet, full stop, caution to the wind. They can't do that. They can't just send in the droids and throw the kitchen sink at this planet. It has political power. So they have to use propaganda. They have to try and, like, subtly plant these seeds of inciting violence from the Gormans to fight back against the Empire, so the Empire can use it as a convenient excuse to snuff out this rebellion and get the favor of the general galaxy and the rest of the Senate. They can't just go in there and just start murdering everyone all willy-nilly, loosey-goosey. It is so smart. It is a show that's not just all about, like, action. You won't see a lightsaber turning on at any point. You won't see someone fucking force choking somebody. You won't see a ton of fights. But when you do see those conflicts, they mean something. They are so big in scale for what they actually mean in the galaxy here. It's so good. And the character work is so amazing. So, like, one thing, like I mentioned, Cassian was searching for his sister. Well, I get into spoilers. I don't remember if I gave a spoiler warning. I've kind of been talking kind of broadly at the moment, but I'm going to give you the spoiler warning now, just in case. In the beginning of the show, Cassian is looking for his sister. That leads him to eventually getting down this path on the rebellion, but he never actually finds his sister. Some people might find that to be an unresolved plotline that might be unsatisfactory. In a lot of cases, I would agree, like, why would you set that up if there's no actual closure there? But in this show, her purpose isn't to really be found. Her purpose of just, like, existing as this idea that Cassian chases that leads him here is far stronger than if he would have had this sibling reunion. So him never finding his sister, it didn't feel like just an oversight or something. It actually made sense. Pretty much everything gets resolved, and even the stuff that kind of doesn't, like that, there's a reason for it that fits really well in the universe there. But by far my favorite character is Luthen. Luthen, he is not a good guy per se. He operates in the morally gray for what is the greater good. So he'll do some very questionable things, and he lies to everyone, he manipulates, he uses everyone, and he's got no qualms about just executing someone he thinks might be a liability. Like if you've got Bubble Guts on a mission and he thinks you might just like break some wind, let out a little wet fart, he will just blast you and throw you into a dumpster. Like he does some things where he will just put someone down after they've outlived their usefulness, just on the slim chance that the Empire could use them against him. And that's like a bad thing he did, that was evil, but you also understand why he did it. He never compromises on his morals or anything like that. He is very upfront about who he is and why he does what he does, and god damn it is he effective at it. Without Luthen, the rebellion doesn't get to the point that it reaches. But once again, as he said, he is leading them to a sunrise he will never get to see. For all of his effort, everyone in the rebellion doesn't trust him. Pretty much everyone hates him. Even the people that owe their life to Luthen, they don't love him. Like, they appreciate what he's done, but they're not very Luthen positive. And it's tragic, but sensible. It's a show that, really respects the viewer's ability to actually get invested. It's a show that doesn't just spoon feed you everything. It's a show that respects your intelligence as a viewer. So when it's setting up all of these complex themes and all of these moving parts about what the Empire's doing and why, and how the rebellion is going to try and fight against it, it does it slowly over the course of multiple episodes and then builds into a huge payoff. The best example of that is the Gorman Massacre. That single episode is not only the best episode in the show, but I think it is one of the strongest episodes I've seen in a series for a while. It is up there with some of my favorite singular episodes. What that episode does is it is the boiling point of everything that's been built. All the propaganda the Empire's been feeding about Gorman, all of the seeds they've been planting to the Gormans without the Gormans knowing, and one character we've followed since the beginning, Cyril, who believes he is on the right side of history by trying to find Cassian, the man responsible for the murder of two of his associates, two people that he worked with, they're part of the crew, part of the ship. He believes from the very beginning, he is on the side of justice. So he takes a position on Gorman to try and lure out the big forces of the rebellion. He dedicates his life to this cause. But it turns out his presence on Gorman was not what he thought it was. The woman that he falls in love with, Dedra, she is someone that's very ambitious, but she is extremely smart in the Empire. And they know that, so they're using her to take control of Gorman through all of the propaganda, through all of the trying to spark a rebellion so they can have a convenient excuse, and she's using Cyril to get close to them. And Cyril believes he's getting close to them to try and get close to, the actual rebellion, not so much the Gormans themselves. He knows nothing about the actual purpose of all of this being the resource that the Empire wants. Well, in episode 8, it all becomes very clear to Cyril he's been used, not just by the Empire, but by Dedra. She played his ass like a fiddle. Not in the love department. They do a really good job of establishing she does actually really care for him. And he did save her life. She does really appreciate him. But she's got a job to do. And he's a really good pawn to use for this. So he sets pretty much everything in Gorman in motion without him having any idea what he was really contributing to. And then as they're funneling all of the protesters, all the Gorman protesters into the city square, they're setting up a blockade. They've got some big droids there. They've got all the pieces on the board. And Cyril starts to figure it out. Cyril really clicks all the dots in his head. He connects all the breadcrumbs, but it's too late to do anything about it. The Empire has a sniper on the roof. They shoot one of their own to make it look like the Gorman protesters have become violent. This insurrection is here. What the Empire has warned the rest of the galaxy about, the Gormans are violent. They have to be stopped. So they just start slaughtering all the Gormans in the town square. Thus begins the massacre on Gorman, the Gorman massacre. And Cyril, traumatized, looks around seeing it all, and his whole view on everything collapses around him. It is incredibly well done. It builds for so many episodes and culminates with this. But not only that, the man he has been chasing the entire time, Cassian, is also there. Because Luthen was more than willing to let Gorman be a sacrifice to progress the rebellion so they could capitalize off that, where they could use their power in the Senate because they had a senator sympathetic to the cause that Luthen was working with, Mon Mothma. He was willing to let Gorman die for this, so that way they could use that to try and ignite more rebellion across the galaxy. Like, look what they just did on Gorman. Look at this massacre. Here's the truth. But Cassian was there and was witnessing all of this and was there to kill Dedra. Well, Cyril takes notice of him, and then he attacks Cassian. He actually gets the upper hand. Cyril has the gun to Cassian, and with a single sentence, Cassian basically just drives the nail in the coffin of all of Cyril's belief. Cassian says, "Who are you?" The guy that Cyril has hunted, dedicated his life to, thought that what he was doing all this time was for justice. This guy, he doesn't even know who he is. Cassian has no clue who Cyril is. Cassian is just focused on trying to stop the actual evil. And it wavers. It like breaks Cyril right there. And then he gets killed. He gets shot in the head and dies. A super sad character arc, but a beautifully executed one. And the same can be said for just about every character that you follow in any capacity in this show. They all get so much tender love and care put into it. I actually just can't compliment this enough. I cannot believe that it came from Disney Star Wars. I actually cannot fathom that. This is so far removed from all of the boring, safe, sterile garbage that Disney Star Wars has become, that it really doesn't even feel like it should be called Star Wars anymore. It's so much better than all of what's preceded it. It's like, I feel like it's almost a disservice to how good this show is to even have Star Wars attached to it in name. Like, I really think that this show is something special. So I highly encourage anyone out there, even if you don't like Star Wars, like typically, I think you should still give this show a chance. It is really something that I think they nailed. So I just wanted to gushing grannies over this for a little bit here, because I am just giddy with how great this show was. They also had a really satisfying conclusion, I felt. I really think that at no point did it ever falter towards the end here. Like I said, the first couple episodes of season 2 didn't draw me in as much as I would have expected. I didn't love those all that much, but in the context of the rest of the season, they're great. Everything about this show is extraordinary. So yeah, just wanted to review Andor a little bit here. That's about it. So yeah, it's that time again. Another excavator police chase. These happen more often than you'd think, where someone is being pursued by authorities while in an excavator. Now, I don't know why it so commonly occurs with an excavator in particular. It doesn't feel like the optimal choice for evading anyone. Genuinely anybody. Fucking geriatric grandpa with his walker could catch up to an excavator. The best you could do is start, blasting shit with the big bucket. But outside of that, it's really just not ideal for a chase. Yet somehow, it continues to be the subject of these low-speed pursuits. There's always a lot of heavy equipment police chases now. I feel like this happens pretty often. Real quick to set the record straight, the title of that Midwest safety video is incorrect. It is not a bulldozer. That is 100% an excavator. There it is.
Hey, stop!
The kaiju. You can't stop it.
Stop the car!
Oh, he's gonna hit him with the bucket.
Hey! Put it down! Stop it! Stop it right now!
You see what I mean? These puppies are built for power, not speed. You are watching it at fucking full throttle. That is pedal to the metal excavator action right there, and it's not exactly zooming around, you know? It doesn't have a whole lot of get up and go to it. But what it does have is the ability to 360 degree, like a fucking owl's head there, swinging a big old heavy bucket, which collides with that truck there and manages to shake the officer off of the cabin. It's bulletproof glass. He thought of everything.
Get out!
Activate the turbo boosters. How are they keeping up with his speed? Officers, may I remind you that impeding in a construction site is indeed a crime? Clear the way, he's got a job to do. Oh, the officer's gonna get out there and hold him back with his bare hands. Man, how far away did the officer park? Maybe he doesn't see them. True! Maybe he didn't see them. They didn't have their lights and sirens on. The cherries weren't activated. Now he probably sees them. Oh, he's avoiding the pit maneuver. Nice. Get the spike strips out. We'll try and bust the tracks.
No, you're not! Show me your hands. No, you're not!
Wait, who is that? Those building employees? Are they implicated in this? I feel like they just came out to watch the chase.
Cars try to block them in. Also get canine this way.
Trying to block this in. What a terrible strategy. He's gonna go right through you like a knife through butter. Look at that speed. You can't stop that. This is the one thing the officers could never plan for. They have no countermeasure.
I love everybody in the area.
He's getting away! Oh! He's drifting. Ooh, smooth. Off-roading. Good luck getting him now. He's gone. We lost him.
Oh, they be right here. He's in somebody else's yard now.
Far be it for me to give advice to the guy in the heavy machinery, but maybe turn off the lights.
He's gonna ram you.
Kill the lights. You'll disappear into the night.
Nope.
Is there a way to open that back hatch and disable it while it's driving it?
Go deeper into the wilderness.
Backhoe whenever we try to get near it.
And start spinning it in a circle like Garen's E. Then they can't get close. What the fuck did it? Oh, I thought wait. Wow. I didn't see the other car pull up. I just saw this officer hit this guy.
Dumbass.
What? Okay.
Watch out, you got really bad drivers coming behind you. They almost hit Hughes.
He has felony warrants. He has felony warrants.
For what? What's the charge? Enjoying a drive, a succulent big bucket drive.
I don't care. I don't care. I'll get him. No, don't touch me. Don't touch me.
You want me to stay back? You want me to stay?
Hey,
Oh boy.
get him out of here.
It's getting crazy now. The crazy family has arrived, as advertised.
Oh, you want? Yeah, can you stop it? I swear to God, stop it.
Can someone give this man a cigarette?
Turn it on, I'll let you smoke. I swear to God. We're gonna let you get a cigarette, dude. Just step out of the bulldozer. Knock this
Quit touching me.
Y'all need to stay back.
Quit touching me. Let me get him. I'll get him out. I'll get him out. I promise you I'll get him out, man.
Man, these two really, like, these were the actual bulldozers. These two just went right through the cops. Stay back! I won't let you through! And then they just walk right by them. Very good.
I'll get him out. Hey, get back. Hey, get back. Watch out.
All right, let's calm it down a bit. Let's take the temperature down here. No need to be yelling.
Jacob, we're not. Come on, step out.
Easy enough. He just didn't know you guys were there.
I'll let you smoke.
Man, this is just so much commotion. Holy. There's so much yelling. I was just curious if he somehow got back into the vehicle. How is there still 3 more minutes of this? Let's go. The cigarette strat not patched yet. Yeah, it still works. Ultimately, he did get a cigarette. That wasn't a lie or anything. He was allowed to smoke his cigarette there. And the second that happened, the tensions just evaporated from everyone. The officers, the family, the guy, everyone just immediately calmed down and entered Zen mode. Like, it was just all, much more calm. Just the second that cigarette gets into the equation, everyone's like, well, I do say, chap, look at us. What a mess we find ourselves in, huh? It was remarkable how quickly things settled down there. Now, he did still end up getting arrested for, everything there, like the fleeing, and the officer says that the bucket did actually hit him, like he got hit by the arm when he swung it around, and took a picture of like an injury or something that he had there and showed it to the others. Of course, I don't know the extent of that. It didn't really look like the bucket hit him, but it was also extremely fucking dark, so can't say for sure. But things did settle down there, and as far as excavator chases go, this one was on the more tame side. Anyway, though, I watched just about every excavator or heavy machinery chase that unfolds. It's always so fascinating to me. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. I'm sure all of you are familiar with Vince McMahon. Even if you don't watch the WWE, you've seen his name. Or maybe you've seen him get hit with a bedpan by Stone Cold Steve Austin when he was in a hospital bed. Or maybe you've watched him blow out both of his quads when he tried sliding into the wrestling ring. You've probably at least seen this goober before. And I imagine a lot of you know that there is a very disturbing history with some allegations of horrible things, including a sex trafficking case. And it's very clear, it's no secret, that the thing Vince McMahon cares most about in this world is money. And if the allegations are true, then the thing that he cares about almost as much as money is not his family, it's, you guessed it, poop. Literal shit from ass. That poop. Seems to be a big fan of it, based on the allegations that are out there. But anyway, outside of those two things, we now have new body cam footage that gives us a little insight into something else that he likes maybe as much as poop and money. reckless driving.
A sports car is speeding down the highway with cops in hot pursuit. The Bentley is going over 100 miles an hour with no signs of slowing down. Then, the speeding car slams into another vehicle before smashing into a guardrail. Cops in Westport, Connecticut have some serious questions for the driver.
Dude's out here acting like it's Need for Speed Most Wanted, except he's 80 years old, he's literally an octogenarian, and he is just unable to even control his vehicle at these speeds. So he's apparently going over 100 miles per hour, and he crashes into an innocent civilian's vehicle. Then he hits the median, and debris from his car causes an accident on the other side as well. Luckily, no one was injured from this, but it very easily could have been fatal at those speeds.
Do you need an ambulance?
No, I don't.
All right. Why were you driving over 100 miles an hour?
It's my granddaughter's birthday. I got to get this the next exit.
Right. Did you see me trying to catch up to you behind you?
I didn't see that. I saw lights, but it didn't look normal.
All right. Yeah, I'm trying to catch up to you, and you keep taking off.
He's going with the classic excuse of, oh, I didn't see you there. I didn't know I couldn't do that. Huh. You guys were behind me, it all looked normal. I didn't think anything of those flashing lights. What? Color me pink, I can't believe it. But at least he had a good reason to be going over 100 miles per hour on the road. It was an emergency. It was his granddaughter's birthday, for crying out loud, and he can't be late. Her birthday celebration can't start without him. He's gotta kick down that door, fucking pyrotechnics going off, strut on up to her and say, "You're fired!" And then they can open presents and have a good time. So it makes sense that he's going this fast, and honestly, it's Vince McMahon's world, we're just living in it, he's shitting on us. The question we should be asking is, what was that civilian doing on the road when Vince McMahon was driving there anyway? They should have pulled over to the side like they do for police officers. It's Vince fucking McMahon!
Oh, no, I'm not trying to outrun you.
I know, I understand that, but that's why I was very confused. Right? Because it wasn't like you were running, it was just like you almost hit, I think, 115 miles an hour. Alright, and then you just hit someone because you weren't paying attention. Were you looking at your phone?
No, trying to drive. No, I'm not looking at my phone.
The person was right in front of you. There's got to be a reason you hit him.
No, the reason I haven't been driving my car, and God knows how long.
Right. It was right in front of you. You went straight at it.
That is a watertight defense right there. When the officer's pressing him like, how did you hit that car directly in front of you? You must have been distracted by your phone or something. And Vince is like, no. Well, you see, the reason I hit that car in front of me, I haven't driven this car in a while. Galaxy brain. The chess master has made his move. What a fucking wacky excuse that should have been used against him in court as evidence of him going senile and probably shouldn't be having his license in the first place if he can't remember how a steering wheel works because he hasn't driven that car in a while.
At 100 miles an hour. I'm just making sure you're not having a medical condition or anything.
I don't think
Do you need an ambulance?
No.
All right. Just your registration. Is your license in here?
It is crazy how much Vince McMahon's face looks like one of the guns from High on Life 2. So anyway, we'll fast forward here and I'll give you the aftermath. Like I mentioned, nobody was injured here, which is extremely lucky, and he was cited for reckless driving and appeared in court about it.
A judge granted him probation in his reckless driving case. That will allow charges against him to be dropped in 1 year's time.
It came after he previously applied for a pretrial probation program called Accelerated Rehabilitation in connection with a 3-car crash on July 24th. This is a picture of McMahon's Bentley right after the collision occurred on the Merritt Parkway in Westport.
Yes, they're giving him a very gentle love tap on the tuchus there. Not exactly like a harsh punishment or anything, so it'll be like a year of probation and $1,000 donation to charity, and then he is in the accelerated rehab program for it. Now, no doubt that $1,000 hit that Vince McMahon's about to take is one he's going to feel. That ought to be enough to put him on the straight and narrow, really teach him a lesson. He's only a billionaire after all, so every $1,000 counts, right? Then they show that picture of his vehicle after that crash. Holy shit. Like, again, it's extremely lucky no one was injured or killed in this. He was going fast as fuck. He was zooming. He erased half the front end of this bitch. Like, oh my god.
It's alleged that he was swerving in and out of traffic, going in excess of 90 miles per hour.
The police report said McMahon collided with the back of a BMW, then the center median, with debris causing another car to crash.
He's fully insured. He did send 2 apology notes out through counsel.
In granting the program, the judge also said McMahon must make a $1,000 charitable contribution.
God, that skunk shit he's doing with his hair is so peculiar. It's like he just watched X-Men 2 and wanted to copy Rogue's hairstyle for himself. So yeah, he's gonna have everything dismissed in a year thanks to that program, the probation and all that, and he is ordered to pay that $1,000. Now, he swears it'll never happen again, but if anyone has ever heard about Vince McMahon's driving, because it's not exactly like the most tight-lipped thing in the industry, you'd know that there are a ton of people in the industry there that refuse to ride with Vince McMahon because, according to them, he is a trash driver and very dangerous behind the wheel. Which I fully believe based on this body cam and also the fact that he is just an unhinged maniac in general. This guy is a loose cannon psychopath. So yeah, I can definitely imagine that him behind the wheel is a recipe for disaster. And it's just very fortunate in this case that he didn't kill somebody. I also saw this post here from the person who was apparently struck. I don't know if her name's public or not, so I went ahead and censored it, but she is recounting how this all unfolded with Vince McMahon rear-ending her, going 80 to 90, she said. And luckily, her and the dog are mostly fine and was able to keep control of the car. And this is also when Jim Cornette came in and said the long list of people who refused to ride with Vince driving, included me and Jim Ross, who told him I love my children and want to see them again. Once again, just reiterating how known Vince McMahon has become for this kind of reckless driving. So I'm surprised this hadn't happened sooner. And again, it is just very lucky that he didn't kill this woman or the other vehicle or anyone else on the road here with his driving. So anyway, just wanted to yap about that. That's about it. See ya. Strangers Chapter 2 came out. Did you even know that? Hopefully not. I imagine you didn't, and I apologize for even putting this on your radar. They made a sequel to Strangers Chapter 1, which was abhorrent. I can't even remember if I made a review spitting on it. I don't even know if I even bothered to take the time insulting that movie or not. I might have. Might not have. It's all a blur to me now. But turns out they've made a sequel to it. And they've made the inexplicable decision to make a sequel to that super stinker. And not only that, turns out it's a trilogy. At the end of this movie, they even have a montage sizzler reel giving you the little breadcrumbs for Chapter 3. It is so silly. I really thought Nick Fury was about to pop on screen and recruit Maya to the Avengers. Maya being the survivor of Strangers Chapter 1, The Attack. I don't say this lightly, but we might be witnessing the worst trilogy in horror movies. And only one question needs to be asked. Why? Why would you even make this in the first place? The first Strangers movie, the original, is a banger. I really liked that film. Strangers Chapter 1 is irredeemable dog shit. And Strangers Chapter 2 completely wipes its ass with everything that made the original good. You see, in the original... I just dropped a UC like Darman here. But it is this profound. In the original Strangers, one of the most horrifying moments is when they are asked, when the main character asks the strangers why they're doing this. Why are you torturing us? Why are you going to kill us? What is the point? What are you doing this for? And they respond saying, because you were home. That's it. You don't get a Naruto flashback to the strangers explaining what led them to this moment, why they turned out this way. You don't get any tiddlywinks of lore about these characters at all. It's this message here. That's all you get. Because you were home. Letting the viewer know that these are just unhinged psychopaths that are doing this just because they felt like it and this couple happened to be there at the time. It is such an effective scene. Strangers Chapter 1 was horrible, but it did at least keep intact the strangers just being like, you know, faceless nobodies doing something because they clearly have a love for it, and they gave their own spin, their fucking remix on Because You Were Home, and butchered it. Stranger Chapter 2, though, completely takes the Strangers concept and flushes it down the shitter. This movie dedicates a pretty substantial chunk of its short runtime to fleshing out one of the strangers. Well, two of the strangers, giving you their backstory. which is the antithesis to what these films are supposed to be about in the first place. So, of course, we're going to get into spoilers. This is your warning. Movie sucks. You're not missing anything. I wouldn't recommend it. It's not even like fun bad. It's just kind of a slog. Even though it's only like an hour and a half, it feels longer because it's just not good. And I saw the lead actress here come out and say, like, the best films are often polarizing. And I understand that you can't just come out and just, start pissing on the movie that you're in. You're supposed to promote it, but the best films are polarizing. It's not polarizing. No one likes this movie. And plus, this is not part of, like, the best films. This trilogy isn't going to be talked about in the same breath as, fucking Lord of the Rings or something like that. But anyway, Strangers Chapter 2 picks up pretty much immediately where Chapter 1 leaves off, where Maya has just been the victim of the Strangers' attack. Her fiancé was killed right in front of her, and she just barely survived, and now she's recovering in the hospital. And we immediately meet one of the strangers, unmasked. It's the waitress from the diner, Shelley. And then we get, throughout the film, like 20, 25-ish minutes dedicated to showcasing her childhood. And it turns out she was just born evil. She snaps the neck of a rat. She's obsessed with this boy who is like, has this girl that follows him around, so she gets really jealous and eventually kills that girl being Tamra. Which, if you've seen Chapter 1, first of all, my condolences, what a waste of your time. Lord, help us, I hope you don't see Chapter 2. Hopefully, me explaining this here will paint a good enough picture. You won't feel, the need to spend money on this piece of shit. But anyway, that's Tamra. And so she kills Tamra, and now every time the strangers go out and kill, she starts by saying, "Is Tamra there?" in reference to that moment from her childhood. And that boy in the flashbacks is pretty obviously the guy in the scarecrow mask. So we get like 20-25 minutes just showing that she's evil. That's it. But that undoes the whole concept of the strangers just being like these psychopaths you know nothing about, never learn anything about, and they're just doing this because, well, who really knows? They're just doing it because they want to. Here, you're getting so much backstory and shit. They're actually setting this up like it's supposed to be some kind of like Marvel universe here for the strangers. It sucks. I really hated that direction. But not only that, the movie itself is just not good. I will say, though, the best part of it was the beginning where Maya's in the hospital and the strangers are alerted that she survived. Well, they then make it their mission to go out and finish the job. But before doing that, Maya's talking to the sheriff and like the other officer, and they're fucking weirdos. Like, the sheriff is a freak. He's talking to Maya about, like, what she encountered. He's like, maybe your memory's a little foggy. You did almost die, It's pretty clear they're setting him up to be, like, this creepy presence who is clearly involved with the strangers in some shape or form. My guess is one of them is, like, his daughter or his son. So he, like, actively works to cover up their murders, which is a core component to the story that they sprinkle in here and there about how this town has all these murders that get covered up. And, yeah. So he's clearly involved. They make that very obvious from the get-go. But they also set up, like, this whole town might be involved. There could be, anyone could be the strangers. So Maya's being hunted in the hospital. The hospital is fucking ginormous, by the way, like probably the size of the town, it feels like, with the amount of rooms she goes through and hallways she runs down. And somehow the strangers have like fast travel throughout this film. So even when she ends up in like the fucking basement, like in the middle of nowhere, one of the strangers just happens to be there. Like she's just already there. Why would she be there? You knew that she was in one of the hospital beds. Why the fuck would you like fan out to like the basement garage? And that happens a lot, where she, like, ends up in the woods at one point, and somehow the strangers, these are giant woods, by the way, but somehow the strangers are always, like, right on her tail, like, only a few yards away, even though they never saw where she went, or even knew that she ended up in the woods in the first place like that. Like, it's just crazy to me how they're, like, this omniscient presence. Like, they are constantly able to find her in the middle of fucking nowhere. It's like they actually have a UAV online or something. Or like in Mario Kart, like rubber banding, where like they can always catch up to you. It's so baffling. But anyway, the best sequence is in the hospital where she's like running away from the strangers. I actually thought they did a good job of like building up some tense moments where the guy with the axe is coming through and she's trying to like outsmart him by hiding. But then it's always undercut by her making like a really stupid decision. So like she completely evades him at one point. And then while he's still like within earshot, she starts to like crawl away and she like blasts a wrench with her knee. So then obviously he hears that, goes over and starts throwing barrels around. Anyway, Maya manages to get out of the hospital. Axe guy butchered like 2 people. And then she ends up in the woods. She ends up in the woods. Somehow the strangers are like able to track her in the woods, like I mentioned. I guess they could just fucking smell her from miles away or something. So they're tracking her. She eventually winds up on a road where a car is coming, and it's one of the people from the hospital. And she stops, lets her in, and it's her, another woman, and then 2 other dudes are just walking on the road randomly in this pouring down rain. They're like, oh, it just happens to be our roommates. What are you guys doing? They're like, yeah. Fucking, he calls him Dick Stain. Dick Stain forgot the keys or something to the truck, so now we're walking home. It's like, well, hop in, and they turn it into a clown car, so now they're sandwiching Maya in the backseat, and these 2 guys are obviously very creepy, and they're setting them up to be very creepy. So the whole idea is anyone in this car could be one of the strangers. Maya starts freaking out because she thinks she's in danger. The guy next to her has like a smiley face tattoo on his neck, and he's really shifty. It's very clearly trying to nudge the viewer that this is probably the Scarecrow. And I thought it was a red herring, but I'm actually pretty sure it is just the main Scarecrow guy, because at the end of the film, the big reveal, like with the Tamara flashback, is Shelley and that boy draw a smiley face out of Tamara's blood, and this guy just happens to have that same smiley face tattoo on his neck. And also, he's never there when the axe guy comes through, the Scarecrow guy. So I think it probably is just that guy, but it feels just too obvious. But I also think this movie is just that shitty that they probably will just make it very obvious and not even try to subvert your expectations. But anyway, I'm getting so lost just like yapping about this fucking thing, just blabbering on. She's in the backseat with these 2 guys. She's freaking out. The other guy is, he's also weird. She grabs a knife that one of the girls was using to cut an apple with. She grabs a knife, jumps out of the moving vehicle, runs back into the forest, and then the strangers are starting to track her again. She goes like survivalist mode. She makes a fire and everything. She drinks some water from a nearby like stream, and then she gets attacked by a wild boar. Well, I guess not wild per se. It's semi-domesticated because the axe guy, well, it turns out when he was a kid, we get this from the flashbacks, he could like mind control boars. I say mind control, but like he's able to, he's like the boar whisperer, so he can like talk to the wild pigs and have them do his bidding. So he goes to a shed, unlocks the shed, and then that boar finds Maya, and then it becomes like the Revenant for a little bit. Like it is actually straight up just like the Revenant. So she's getting attacked by the boar, bitten by the boar and shit, and then she has to stab and kill the boar. She does. She's extremely injured, again, because obviously she just got attacked by this fucking boar. But she's able to muscle her way through the forest and end up back at the house from the Chapter 1 film. It's all cautioned off because there was a grisly murder that happened there, but she's able to take some refuge in there for all of like 45 seconds, and then some guy shows up, and it turns out he like shows her a badge. He's Internal Affairs, who's investigating the sheriff for his like covering up of all the murders that are happening in town. He just comes out of nowhere, by the way. I don't know why he ended up at this house. No one is at this house. It's all cautioned off. I don't know why he wouldn't go to like the town and like the police station itself to conduct like the investigation and everything. But he just randomly ends up at this house. He finds Maya, immediately recognizes that Maya is one of the victims. Like, oh my god, I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna do everything I can to help you. Here, get in my truck. We're gonna get into town. And then as she gets in the truck, he gets sniped by a crossbow from one of the strangers. So he was in actually maybe like 15 seconds worth of film there. So now she has a truck, she drives away, but it got hit by a crossbow, and now it's like breaking down, and it crashes, well, it runs out of juice right at the house from that woman from before, and the roommates and everything. It's their house. So she collapses at the door, they stitch her up, fix her, get her back together, and then that guy with the smiley face tattoo, his name is Gregory, and this guy is like the biggest. I cannot stress this enough. He is like what a Redditor thinks is cool. He is so fucking cringe. I had to write this down. I didn't take too many notes during this movie because it's just so bland and boring. But Gregory is bafflingly cringe. So, when she gets up out of bed, notices that she's been stitched up, she walks out of her room and meets Gregory, who's chugging a bottle of alcohol. And he's just immediately like going back and forth. He's like, oh, you like my tattoo, don't you? Yeah, it's a cool tattoo. We had a little like church retreat, and we all got tattoos and stuff. Like like what you're supposed to do and stuff. You like this tattoo, don't you? I know you like this. Yeah, you do. I know you do. And then like he's just being so weird, and Maya just says that's cool. And then the others come in, the other roommates are like, Gregory, stop being such a creep. And he's like, ugh, whatever. So then he like storms off behind her to the door right next to her, or to the door behind her, slams it, says fuck, and then turns on rock and roll music on his fucking boombox. It is so embarrassing. Like, it's so bad. I cannot believe they actually did that unironically, and it wasn't even played off as like a joke or anything. It was awful. But I'm also pretty sure that is just the Scarecrow guy. I don't think that they're gonna try and make him a red herring. It's probably just him. It's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Anyway, though, after that encounter with Gregory, she goes back to her room to rest. Gregory storms off, fucking hammered, gets in his car, drives away, and the roommates, they then get attacked by the strangers. So both of them get killed, and then the two female strangers are trying to break into Maya's room. One of them is actually behind her. Maya had no idea she got flanked. And instead of the stranger killing Maya, she instead starts singing "Rock-a-bye Baby" on the treetop, trying to be like really creepy. And then Maya had a pair of scissors, so she turns around and stabs her. The only reason Maya gets away at all in this film is because the strangers are so fucking bad at what they're doing. Like, they're not even doing it as part of like their game or whatever. They're just like genuinely stupid people. So she gets stabbed, and then she runs and locks herself in the bathroom, and then the strangers just leave. It's like, oh, I got stabbed like in the shoulder. I'm gonna go home. I gotta get this checked out. So they just leave. So Maya just waits in there for a couple minutes. Diagros leaves, and then an ambulance is there because an ambulance was sent to pick up Maya. And she gets in the ambulance, and it turns out the strangers didn't fully leave. They were waiting to ambush her. So Shelly is in that ambulance, and now they're fighting. And it's really an easy fight. Maya, who has been mauled by a boar, stabbed, beaten up, absolutely, like, beyond repair, like, probably tons of broken bones, ouchies, lacerations, can hardly walk, is able to easily overpower Shelly and stab her in the head, killing her. Or so you thought. As Maya's driving away in the ambulance, Shelly gets up and like starts strangling her with the seatbelt, so then Maya flips the ambulance, which kills Shelly. And then Maya watches as the Scarecrow guy and the other female stranger pull up in their truck and see that Shelly is dead. They unmask her, and he starts fucking crying over her corpse. And then you get that last flashback I mentioned with that smiley face after killing Tamra. And that's Strangers Chapter 2, setting up for Chapter 3, where she's going to kill the other two strangers. It sucks. Really does. I don't know what they were thinking making this movie. Well, making these movies. I don't know why they made Chapter 1. I understand even less why they made Chapter 2. And I really cannot fathom why they are making Chapter 3. Apparently these were filmed back to back to back. Like, they really banked on this being, like, successful. Like, people being very invested in this. But I don't know how anyone could possibly be invested in these movies. Anyway, that's really about it. Yep.
This is now the fourth video I've made on this topic. I follow Trump Mobile like a dog chasing the mailman. I just get excited and can't wait to get my T1 mobile device. I put 100 clams on it, and for some reason, gee willikers, it's just still not here. It was supposed to come out in August of 2025, and I've just been trying to find out what's going on. Why don't I have it yet? And I feel like I pay more attention to Trump Mobile than Trump himself. He probably forgot that this fucking company even exists at this point. It's just been radio silence and crickets for the longest time. And I do keep ringing up support just to see if there's any updates or anything there. And I did do that again this morning. I'll show you that phone call in just a moment. It was a very interesting one. Put a big smile on my face. But before doing that, I want to give you like the foundation for everything that's been going on recently with it. And just to bring you up to speed on the lore, if you missed the previous episodes of Dragon Ball Z, in January I called and they told me that it's any day now. In March I called and they assured me that they're shipping at the end of the month. At the beginning of April I called and they assured me they're shipping at the end of this month, actually. And I was going to wait to call them again in May, but I saw some news developing about the Trump phone, and it got me a little concerned. I had heard some whispers that they may have like quietly canned the project, which I just didn't believe, because if they are taking $100 deposits, even still to this day, and then just decide not to do it, that would be a huge issue, and I don't think that's going to happen. I'm just surprised it's taking them this long. I assumed that they'd just be drop shipping some Alibaba garbage, but they haven't even done that much. But there has been some fresh little nuggets that have been dropped that they've changed the look of the Trump phone, even the cost, and of course it isn't made in America. That was one of their biggest claims they were touting in the beginning when they were selling this to the country, that it's a made in America smartphone at a $500 price point, which is literally more impossible than the fucking unicorn and Loch Ness monster. So that was never going to happen, but a lot of people put money down because of that promise. They did, a few months later, change it to being a proudly American design when it became painfully clear that it would be impossible to domestically manufacture this kind of phone. And since then, there's been no updates until this week, where the website did get spruced up a bit, and The Verge actually did get to see a product that might be the Trump phone that they start sending out to people that have put money down. Now, the report comes from The Verge, but I can't actually read it on their site because it is paywalled, and I outright refuse to pay to read articles from these fucking sites that already ham-fist thousands of auto-playing ads out the wazoo, as well as banner ads everywhere to the point where you can't even read the fucking article anymore. I will never fork over a single doubloon for access to those kind of websites, so I can't read it directly from The Verge, so instead I'm going to be going through CNET's reporting on this Trump phone and what The Verge learned. So it starts by just giving you a timeline how in February, the Trump mobile executives actually showed off a handset that they said was near production version of T1. They showed that to The Verge. There were some changes to its appearance, and it was a completely different camera. Basically, the phone was not the same thing that they said it was on their website, and were still actively advertising it as on their website. What they showed was apparently completely different in a lot of ways. They spoke via video call with executives at Trump Mobile who held up the phone. I imagine that went a lot like Lion King, where they hold out Simba over the valley. This will be your domain, T1. Everything the light touches, you will have service. They then make a mention about the FCC documentation that they uncovered authorizing what appeared to be the T1 device. It comes from Smart Gadgets Global, whose CEO is Eric Thomas, a Trump Mobile executive, and it was FCC certified in January, which means that back in August of 2025, they had no FCC certification or anything for this, it appears, which means they were actually selling fucking nothing. They were selling the concept of an idea of a golden phone made in America, none of which actually existed, and couldn't exist, by the way, because you can't domestically make the phone that they were talking about. Genuinely impossible at that price point. Smart Gadgets' global website is apparently mostly empty, apart from some stock images of tech, and the AI chatbot could not provide any info on the T1 phone, and they submitted a question to a human via the chatbot, but we're waiting to hear back as of the writing of that article. Now, on the site, there's less information there than there is on fucking DB Cooper's True Identity. Like, it is always insisted that the T1 device is coming later this year, but it's been like that for 8 months. It missed the deadline in 2025, but it's still got plenty of time in 2026, I suppose. It launched in June of 2025 with their monthly mobile plan, and they sell refurbished Apple and Samsung phones ranging from $369 to $629. It was initially announced that the Trump phone was going to be made in the US, supposed to launch in August of 2025, but it did become obvious that domestic large-scale smartphone manufacturing would not be possible, so they dropped that claim and just call it proudly American without specifying what that even fucking means. That's actual just gobbledygook. It is manufactured overseas. They are trying their best to bury that, but it is just manufactured outside of the US, but they're still trying their best to put on this facade that it's proudly American. And apparently, according to Verge, they were actually eyeing a March release window. So when customer support told me last month that it was coming at the end of that month, maybe they were genuinely told that information and thought that's what was going to happen. but per usual, they were unable to deliver. It then goes into detail about the website's claims for the T1 device versus what they actually saw on video. According to The Verge, it wasn't what was being advertised on the website. Now, that has changed since the website overhaul. They did fix that up. I say overhaul, but it's not like they did a whole lot to improve the Trump mobile site at all. It reminds me of that meme of the guy who takes a picture of himself and then takes another picture of himself turned the other way, but a toothpick in, and it's about how that toothpick one is like a huge improvement. That's basically what they did to the Trump mobile website. So yes, they did try and change it to make it more accurately reflect the T1 device that The Verge saw, from my understanding. But for 8 months, they were advertising something totally different, and the cost of the Trump phone, the T1, is now completely different. It is more expensive. And also, it made me giggle that according to the report, the T1 logo will disappear before launch, but it'll keep the American flag. I don't know why that had to happen. They had to banish the T1 logo to the Shadow Realm, but yeah, I guess that's going to be going. But they are still accepting the $100 deposits on the phone, which continues to be advertised as being $500, which is still what it is on the website as of April 29th, as of me making this video. But this phone will reportedly cost more. If you've already put down the $100 deposit, they lock you in at $500, but I guess everyone else who, doesn't get in on the FOMO right away will then have to be paying more. It's unspecified how much more, but they're saying that it will be under $1,000, just more than the 500 initial. According to Trump Mobile executives speaking to The Verge, the phone has been delayed because the company decided to take its time and skip the first initial entry-level phone that they were going to kind of introduce and be quick to the market. And they told The Verge it's being made in a favored nation with final assembly in Florida. It's unclear what qualifies another nation as favored to handle most of the assembly of the T1 phone. Now, there are pictures of it that exist, and they're not like Sasquatch photos. They're not blurry. They do actually have pictures of this puppy here. But I gotta tell you, I'm equally as confused, scratching my head, wondering what it means favored nation will be doing the heavy lifting on the phone here. What the fuck is a favored nation in this case? Do they have the fucking Atlanteans working on it or something? We partnered with Atlanteans using their advanced tech from under the sea, so they're going to be doing a lot of the construction there, but don't worry, final assembly's in Florida, so it's proudly American. It's very silly. It's not made in America. It is made overseas, and then I guess is put together in its last step in Florida. I don't know about you, sports fans, but that doesn't sound proudly American to me. To have the phone that you advertised as being made in America be made overseas, giving the business, not domestically, overseas, and then just having it come over here for like the last touch-ups in Florida. Doesn't really scream proudly American to me, but what do I know? I also love their excuse for why it is so incredibly late. Oh, we actually just wanted to deliver a much higher quality product. Initially, we were looking to just kind of pump and dump some poop out there with this entry-level phone and get our feet wet in there, dip our balls in the hot wax. But we decided, you know what? You deserve better, so we're gonna do better. I don't think that's the case at all, because many of you might recall, the first time I called them in January, I was told that the reason for the delay was because of the government shutdown. The government shutdown from little ways back, which wouldn't have had any effect on the T1 phone. Again, it's not even made in America. But they had actually used that excuse for quite a while, that the reason the phone's delayed is because the government shut down, that pesky shutdown, put the brakes on the glorious T1 device. Like, they've had a bunch of different excuses, and now they're saying that the reason why it's taken so long is because they wanted to do even better. They didn't want just an entry-level phone. I don't know. Sounds a little fishy to me. But anyway, I didn't lose hope on my Trump phone. I did genuinely put money down on it to receive it, so I want to make sure I didn't just fucking have that vaporize into the ether here over nothing. So I did give them another call today to see where's my Trump phone. It's the end of April. I should be getting it pretty soon, or at least getting an email, right? Ooh, got me hitting the hot dog. I'm excited. It's the end of April, and you know what that means. That's right. It's Christmas. Because my T1 mobile device, my Trump phone, should be on its way to me right now, and I can't wait to sink my teeth into it. Earlier this month, I called support and they told me that I should be in the second wave of phones, which is coming at the end of April. That's what I was told. So I haven't received any emails letting me know about the shipping being in transit or anything, so I'm just going to call to confirm that that's accurate. Though in March, I was also told the same thing, that my T1 mobile device would be hitting my hands at the end of March, but something must have went cattywampus over there. Who's really to say? All I know is I can't wait, and I just want to double check, get them on the horn, and make sure everything's all looking good over there for my Trump phone to come. I also saw that they updated the website for the first time in a long time. The Trump phone was supposed to come out in August of 2025, by the way. Just barely missed that one. We're a little tardy to the party here, but that's okay. Let's see what's going on.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. For English, press 1. Para español, oprima el número 2. Press 1 to open a new Trump Mobile account. Otherwise, press 2 for support with an existing Trump Mobile account.
That's me.
Thank you for calling
an existing
Trump Mobile.
account.
Your call is very important to us. To ensure the highest level of customer care, this call may be recorded for quality control and training purposes. Please hold, and our next available representative will be with you shortly. You can also visit our website at www.trumpmobile.com to apply for a new account or access your personal account portal.
I feel like I've...
Good morning. Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. My name is April. How can I help you today?
Hey, April. I just wanted to check on the status of my order for the T1 device.
The information that we have is that they're going to start shipping at the end of the month. So either today or tomorrow, they should start going out. Now, you'll get an email once yours is ready to be delivered, and it'll give you a heads up that, hey, it'll show up in the next day or so. And they are sending them out in the order that the orders were placed. So, but they're supposed to be going out any day now.
Okay, well, that's awesome. I called a little bit earlier in March about it, and they said it'd be at the end of March. Did something happen then, and has it been rectified now?
The information that we were given was that in March, there was an issue with some FCC licensing, and that's been resolved.
Okay, that's awesome. Have you received one? Has anyone started getting them yet?
We have, yeah. We have one here in the call center that we've been able to take a look at, and it's very sleek, very nice looking, and takes great pictures, great video, and the sound quality is really good. So I think you'll be pleased.
Oh, that's excellent. I can't wait. So it should be in the next day or two?
Well, they're going to be shipping them out. They're telling us, and this is as of our conference call with them last week, they're going to be shipping out by the end of this month. So that'll be today and tomorrow. That's what they're telling us. And you'll get an email in advance letting you know when yours is on the way. Now, when they ship them out, as I mentioned before, they're going to be shipping them out in the order that the orders were received. So if your order was placed last year, then yours will be in the first batch to go out.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, then I should be getting it pretty soon. I was getting a little worried, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. Well, oh no, and we've all kind of been concerned about the delays, but what we were told is that back in March they were getting FCC approval for some technical thing, and that's been resolved, so they're going to be going out soon.
Awesome. Are they going to make an announcement about it, publicly? Because I've seen a lot of people saying that it's been, canceled or something like that since no one's got it.
No, our understanding is that there will be notification. There's going to be some news coverage on Fox News, that's the one. So, but we're waiting to get confirmation of that. Of course, I'm sure it'll be all over social media.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait. Thank you so much. That's great news.
You are very welcome. Well, thank you very much for being a Trump customer, and I do hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well, April. Take it easy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You too. Bye now.
See? What was I worried about? I knew it was any day now. It was any day back in January, and now it's any day here in April. So I should be getting it here within, well, at least an email within the next 24 to 48 hours, I believe. So I can't wait to sink my teeth into it. I bet you all feel real silly forever doubting that this was coming, because now we have proof that it is, because they said so. I'm going to be hoisting this like a prized fish pretty soon, and you're gonna be jealous of all this awesome phone action I'm gonna be getting in on with the T1. I also have to make sure to tune into the Fox News broadcast when they start talking about the T1 and sucking the cock. That's gonna be really cathartic. I can't wait for that either. So yeah, now we have confirmation that the T1 phone is gonna be here any day now, which is reassuring to hear for the fucking 30th time. Anyway, just wanted to give you the update on the Trump phone. That's really about it. See ya. Good morning. I hope you're ready to put a frown on that face. If you happen to be smiling right now, get that off of there. Take it down. And I mean that because what we're going to be talking about today is very infuriating to any sane person out there. And it's something that needs to be talked about and is part of a phenomenon that's becoming all too common, which is child sexual abuse crimes no longer being taken seriously in our justice system. Minimal punishment to the demons that commit these crimes. Behold Exhibit A. Robert Morris has just been released from jail after spending only 6 months in there. Robert Morris is a former Texas megachurch pastor, also former spiritual advisor to Donald Trump, who last year pled guilty to 5 counts of lewd or indecent acts with a child. In the 1980s, Morris was molesting a 12-year-old girl multiple times, numerous instances of him molesting a child. People in the church also lied and covered for him, even attacking the victim. And eventually, last year, it was all completely confirmed that he had committed these acts. He had even pled guilty to these acts. And the justice that was dispensed? A measly 6 months in jail for Robert Morris. And now he has 9.5 years of probation, which he will spend living in his luxurious lake house property. He also paid, I think it was $270,000 in restitution, which is peanuts to this guy's net worth. And he has to register as a sex offender, which, judging from the response from people, probably won't have any effect on him. People are like, well, he did the time. He's a changed man now. He's learned from his mistakes. We should welcome him back with open arms. Which I think is unhinged lunacy. But if this current administration has taught us anything, it's that the sex offender label is a protected status in the government. Fucking Donald Trump appointed Lawrence Taylor on his Council of Sports and Nutrition. Lawrence Taylor is literally a level 1 sex offender, actively registered sex offender, and Donald Trump gave him a position that supposedly works with children here on this council. And of course, the government doing everything imaginable to protect those named in the Epstein files. It's pretty clear that the sex offender label doesn't actually matter to a lot of people in positions of power. And even to just normal community members, it seems like they're more than willing to just say, welcome back, Robert Morris, we're glad to have you home. It's just complete fucking insanity. I'm just gonna be honest with you, puppet pals, and again, maybe I'm just fucking boofing crazy pills here. It just doesn't smell like justice to me. That Robert Morris only spends 6 months behind bars in the slammer, even though he has been found guilty to molesting a 12-year-old girl multiple times, numerous instances of it, only spending 6 months in jail, and then getting to just live it up in his $1 million lake house property, and I imagine will be landing lucrative gigs in the future, even despite all of these known facts about him being a heinous, unforgivable demon. And like I said at the beginning of the video, this is a phenomenon that I think is becoming even more common.
Another thing that I read today is that one of the January 6th rioters who's been pardoned by Trump turns out to have been a huge pedophile. There's actually been a couple of them, but the most recent one is Daniel Tochi. He was just sentenced to 4 years in jail for having more than 100,000 child sexual abuse images and videos on his devices. Authorities also found other disturbing things in there, like apparently he had saved videos of like a cat being thrown in blenders, stuff like that. But what I don't understand is, why is his sentencing so light? Why is he only getting 4 years in jail? It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. He had over 100,000 images and videos of child sexual abuse material. Why is he not being behind bars for the rest of his life? This is absurd. This is just downright preposterous. 4 years in jail for that? That's 4 years in jail is like the same sentence they give to someone who fucking had an ounce of weed in their car or something. Like, this is completely inexcusable. And just even reading about this case makes me feel like Ed from the episode of Ed, Edd n Eddy when he had a fucking rock in his shoe, where he's just really mad. Like, that's how I felt reading this whole fucking thing. So apparently, Tochi's attorney had argued for dismissal because the evidence of all of this child sexual abuse material was gathered from the case for which Daniel Tochi was pardoned by Trump. The case against Mr. Tochi must be dismissed because the entirety of the evidence stems from a warrant that, according to President Trump, should never have issued. President Trump recognized the ongoing nature of the injustice against Mr. Tochi as the investigation took place over the course of 4 years, and the instant case is still being prosecuted. There aren't enough words that exist to describe this kind of evil, ghoulish behavior. So fundamentally, his argument boils down to, this case is unjust because you gathered all of this evidence of my client having over 100,000 images and videos of child sexual abuse material during an investigation from a case that President Trump has pardoned him for. Thus, all of this evidence is moot. Yes, all of it exists, but you didn't collect it appropriately. Thus, my client should be a free man, despite very clearly being a deranged pedophile. And they're falling onto, like, President Trump as, like, a means of shielding them. Like, President Trump said that this warrant should have never happened in the first place, thus you would have never even known that my client was a pedophile, so we have to dismiss this. That was what he tried to argue. Unsuccessfully, for the most part, though, even though they did lose that case, his client's only getting 4 years despite having over 100,000 images and videos of child sexual abuse material. That's not justice. He should be in jail for life. He is a fucking danger to a civilized society. This is a monster. Why in the fuck is he only getting 4 years in jail? It's just crazy that crimes like this aren't being taken seriously. Child sexual abuse crimes are not being taken seriously by the justice system anymore. And like I said, these aren't just some like fringe rare cases. It feels like it's only getting more and more frequent. I could go on and on. Another really recent example, a case that actually happened here in Florida, in Tallahassee. A Judge Tiffany Baker Carper allowed a maniac by the name of Daniel Spencer, who had just been convicted a month earlier of trying to meet up with a 15-year-old minor for sex. He was caught in a sting operation. And while awaiting sentencing, the judge allowed him out on bond, and while out on bond, he murdered his stepdaughter, Melissa Missy Mogul. The judge stated he's been out for an entire year, as far as I saw, with no violations. I didn't see any criminal history regarding violence. The only criminal history I saw was relating to drug offenses. When I looked, Madam Prosecutor, you're free to enlighten the court if I've missed something. This article then went on to say that it's unclear from the record whether the judge or prosecutor were aware at the time that the Tallahassee Police Department, in consultation with the state attorney's office and the DCF, had investigated allegations that Daniel Spencer molested Missy. Both agencies dropped their investigations without taking action because of a lack of probable cause. So it seems like there were allegations there that weren't pursued, and the judge decided that while awaiting sentencing, even though he had been convicted of trying to meet up with a minor for sex, that he'd posed no violent danger, so allowed him free on bond. And while out, he murdered his stepdaughter. Now, let me ask you something, and I want you to put on your thinking caps here for this thought experiment, this exercise. What fucking sense does that make? He is convicted of trying to meet a child for sex. How is he not a danger? Like, maybe he doesn't have a violent criminal history, but he is convicted of trying to meet a child for sex. Why let him out on bond in the first place? Especially, he knows he's going to get sentenced. I would imagine most people would have the thought that would cross their noodle, like, well, maybe he's going to go out there and do something. He knows he's going to the big house, so maybe there's a chance he would just go out there and do something drastic in the meantime while he's still breathing the free air. I don't know how that scenario wouldn't be a consideration for the judge here. It doesn't make any sense to me. He is convicted of trying to meet a child for sex. What sense does it make to release him out into the public, into the community, while awaiting the sentencing? All that does is put that madman back out there in the meantime where there could be more victims. It really is just outrageous. The judge seemingly didn't think that this guy, this pedophile, was dangerous. His crime wasn't really violent. He was just trying to meet a child for sex. So I don't see like a criminal history of violence. So we'll go ahead and let him out on bond. I won't revoke that. That's fine. And naturally, this caused a big uproar here in Florida, as it rightfully should. I think this is completely inexcusable. If the judge had ruled that he must stay in custody during the sentencing as they await for it, then that 5-year-old child would still be alive. Most likely. I think that is very true. And I do think judges need to be held accountable for these kind of fucking baffling decisions that they make. Judges should not be above responsibility and accountability. And this was such a big deal here in Florida that a new piece of legislation was put into effect called Missy's Law, named after the victim in this case, with the stated intention of requiring judges to remand defendants to custody immediately after their conviction of certain dangerous crimes rather than allow them to remain free pending sentences, which happened in the case of Missy's stepfather. So basically, when someone is convicted of a dangerous crime, which I believe, and I think most sane, sensible people would also agree with, that Daniel Spencer's initial conviction of trying to meet up with a 15-year-old child for sex makes him a dangerous criminal. He should not have had the opportunity to be out again in the meantime, in between the conviction and the sentencing. I think that 100% should constitute staying in custody.
I saw a pretty remarkable meltdown today. A gentle sir was let go from his job at the UPS store, and he didn't take it on the chin like a champ. He self-destructed like a Voltorb here. Now, I understand getting fired is brutal, emotions are high, but for the life of me, I can't understand why they would let someone like this go in the first place.
Getting fired from the UPS store by this cuck loser, fucking coward, cuck loser, won't even fire me at the beginning of my shift, waits till the end of my shift. Here he is.
He literally just hit a textbook soy jack. This guy is the epitome of soy jacking. He goes through every single possible soy jack in the span of 51 seconds. It's unbelievable. It's beyond impressive, actually. And the way that he brings, like, the camera close to his face reminds me of The Dark Knight with the Joker. And the way he keeps calling this guy a cuck coward loser is a beautiful piece of pathetic artistry. He's speaking like it's League of Legends and he's whining about his top lane feeding. Now, I have no doubt that in the moment this probably felt very cathartic for him, just having this full-blown, expulsion of the demons inside. He's really upset and he's just letting it all hang loose. He's going hog wild with everything, and I bet it felt like a great relief. But man, you shouldn't have filmed this. You absolutely should not have been the one behind the camera publishing this, because it gets really bad.
Darren, the cuck fucking loser from 1892, who's a fucking loser, who doesn't know shit about running a business.
The way he introduces Darren here is some Full House shit. Darren comes in, I was half expecting like a clap track to come in there, because he takes off his glasses like he's posing for the camera. He's smoldering right now. Darren, I don't know how he was able to keep a straight face without just laughing, because this shit is unbelievable. So he calls him, the cuck coward loser from 1892. I guess he's insulting him because he's old, which is interesting because I feel like the guy filming is actually older than Darren. The guy filming looks like an anorexic Karl Marx. I just can't imagine he's much younger than Darren here, and yet he's really going in on the, him being ancient thing. I feel like he was just really upset, fuming, the steam out of the ears. He's actually foaming at the mouth. He is rabid. It just seems as though his brain was scrambling in this frenzy to try and cobble together any insult it could muster, even if it didn't make sense. Here's Darren, Dickie Darren, aka Cuck McShartpants from 1892, back before aviation, the Wright brothers, more like the Wrong brothers, because, brother, you're wrong for firing me, Darren, cuck loser.
And he's gonna let an alcoholic fat fuck named Joe fire somebody with 10 years of experience because he complained that Joe won't train my fucking coworkers, and Joe puts nigger on the fucking radio, and Joe drinks next door and won't tell shit to my coworkers.
That was the most unexpected hard R I'd seen in quite some time. The Game of Thrones Season 8 writers couldn't have subverted expectations that effectively. Obviously, I had to censor it to the best of my ability, but wow. So we've gone from Darren now he's brought up this new character in the lore named Joe, who he is clearly not the biggest fan of, saying that he's fat and didn't train his coworkers, so he complained about that, which has led to him getting fired. That's his game theory on all of it. That's his hypothesis. I don't understand at all where the hard R even comes from or what he's referring to here. He's saying Joe puts hard R on the radio? Like, what the fuck does that even mean? It's fucking craziness here. He is so angry. Like, he is angrier than Broly at Kakarot, like, before he becomes the legendary Super Saiyan.
Because he's a cuck fucking loser coward, just like Darren, the cuck fucking loser coward. Coward loser fucking cunt.
That ending is absolute cinema. The way he goes from like this heightened emotional state to the point he's about to pass out. He actually, I'm not kidding, has foam around his mouth. He is spitting so much. And then he goes from that to like this like almost post-nut clarity moment. Like he starts to simmer down. He takes a deep breath. And then he walks away calmly. And he just leaves and then turns the camera off. And then he posted it online. I can't believe he posted this shit online.
if any future employers see this, it's going to be pretty rough for him, I would imagine. Because you just had a very public freak out, as well as just dropping the hard R in the middle of it. And the thing is, like, these videos pop up occasionally where someone gets fired and they, have this very cathartic blow up about it and, like, confronting their boss about it before they leave. And in a lot of cases, you're on that person's side because getting fired sucks. And a lot of times it is unjust. And maybe in this case, maybe there wasn't a good reason for him to be fired. I don't really know. And he starts by saying that he waited till the end of the day to fire him, which I'm a little split on because on one hand, you at least get another full day's pay, but on the other hand, you just wasted a fucking full day. But regardless, it was very easy to get people on his side here for this, yelling at the boss about this. And again, maybe there wasn't a good reason for him to be fired, but this confirmed that they made the right call firing him if he is just like this ball of rage ready to bust. I had to talk about this. It was quite the meltdown. And the soy jacking, wow, beautiful. That's about it. See ya. It's only been like a month or so since I took a bit of a dive into the cesspool of Kickstarter after learning that it's been inundated with fraudulent AI-generated products. It appears the site is just fully plagued, and the main thing that gets pitched on Kickstarter these days is just phony baloney nonsense AI slop, all designed to try and squeeze a couple of clams out of gullible people that don't recognize that it's not real, that it's all make-believe. However, Matt just sent me a Kickstarter project that does seem to be real, and it's looking to dust off an old novelty from way back in the day. Raise your hand if you remember Smell-O-Vision. This whole idea, the final frontier of entertainment, the fourth dimension, where you can smell your movies, your TV shows, and in the case of this Kickstarter project, specifically, your games.
Games get more realistic every year. Higher resolutions, faster refresh rates, even full virtual reality. But one sense has always been missing. Our sense of smell, the most emotional sense we have. At some point, we've all wondered what it would be like if we could actually smell what we see on screen, what it would feel like to step into a world, not just look at it.
Have we all wondered that? Is that really something every gamer thinks at some point? Because I would imagine the only unifying thought across all gamers' minds at some point in their life is, could I possibly suck my own dick? I don't know how common it is to really have this intense desire to smell the game. I can only speak for me personally, I suppose, but I just feel like that'd be such a fucking nuisance. I would hate to be playing Call of Duty and smelling the body odor and sweat and gunpowder as I'm vaulting over something about to, drop shot some dumb asshole, right? I think that would suck. I would really not like that. And there's a huge difference between smelling the game and stepping into that world. That's two very different things. It's not to say that I think it's a bad idea. I'm sure there is a community of people that would love to have access to the game smells, right? And the project has already been fully backed, so it definitely does have smell enthusiasts out there, and I have no doubt there's some real greaseballs hitting one of these right now. Can't wait to get their hands on this technology so they can go smell Ada Wong's panties in Resident Evil or something and go freaky mode on it. But I do understand that there is a market for it. I am just not in that group at all.
Introducing the Scent Bar. Breathe your game. Don't just play it. 10 fans that can be independently activated. And 10 scent slots allow real-time scent release, always, no matter the scene. The brain of the Scent Bar is the AI image detection. We are starting with 30 scents, allowing immersion in nature, racing, and action games.
Of course, no Kickstarter project is complete without an AI voiceover. That's mandatory at this point. But this product does seem to actually exist. I can find footage of them showcasing it at Gamescom. Now, how effective it was at delivering the scents directly to your fucking nostrils, I couldn't tell you, but I did see that it is a product that they actually did have like a setup for people to experience. Now, according to this video, they're launching with 30 cents, 3 different packages, and the astute observers out there may have noticed a very shocking absence. There's no Gooner package there. They don't have a selection of goon aromas. There's no sweaty gym socks. There's no panty fumes. There's no smegma adjacent scents or anything like that. And I gotta tell you, I think that was a big misstep. I think they're leaving a lot of money on the table because I bet you they could have found some real fucking degenerates to immediately buy the Gooner suite of smells out the wazoo. They'd be huffing that shit like it's Urgot's tubes in League of Legends.
And uses AI image detection to work with practically every game. After backing this campaign, you will be able to enter the 4th dimension of gaming and start creating memories inside your games, just like in real life.
Yeah, but I can do that now. I can make memories with games, and I do it all the time, actually. And I have tons of memories from games in my past without ever having to smell them or anything like that. I don't know how much that really strengthens the experience of a game. But again, I can only speak for me personally. I just don't really care to sniff it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a dog. Like, I don't need to sniff it, really. Like, I'm happy just experiencing it without the 4th dimension being there. Like, it's not like it unlocks the ability to, you know, have these cherished memories of games. I can still make those cherished memories even without having to smell some scent fumes and juices from the pods that are being fanned at me through the Zestum device placed under my computer while I'm playing Expedition 33.
You've got yourself a scent bar. Awesome choice. Let's get it set up together. First, take your scent bar out of the box. The scent bar works with AI image detection. You can download our software directly from the website. And don't worry, the software barely uses any of your PC's performance. Trust me, your frame rate is safe. Welcome to the scent bar control panel. The tabs at the bottom show your 10 scent slots and what's currently loaded in each one. Intense. Say zombie games and you rather not smell rotten meat all night? No problem. Just swap the scent pod manually and keep the label for the AI to recognize. That way, even zombies can smell like fresh roses. Or energy drink, if that's your thing.
So here's the rundown of how it works and how it gets set up here. So you place it under your monitor, you connect it with USB-C, and then you have the control panel where all the scents are stored, your 10 scents, and you switch in the pods that you want for the scents, and then it'll use AI image detection to know what's going on screen and what fans to activate to shoot the fumes at you. And they even mention that you can, of course, swap out the pods, but keep it labeled the same, so that way it'll still recognize it and shoot out roses instead of rotten meat smell. Can you imagine, though, if you couldn't swap those out at all? Like, it just has like a million scents that it instantly swaps in between, and it's like super realistic. So if you get tear gassed in the game, you get tear gassed in real life with the fucking Zestum blasting right into your eyeballs, basically pepper spraying you. Or like, you know, mustard gas shoots out and just asphyxiates you while you're sitting in your chair trying to play your game. Nah, that'd be crazy. That's some Sword Art Online type shit. If you like expand upon this idea as like a torture device almost. But I mean, again, it seems like this is something that does actually work. I just don't know how many people are like really salivating over the ability to smell the game that they're playing. I feel like it'd be cool for a couple of minutes, but the novelty would really wear off when playing for a long period of time in like an extended gaming session, which most people are playing for a couple of hours usually. And I feel like if you're smelling shit the entire time, it's just going to be a bit of a headache. And you're probably going to like really go through the smell juices, like the potions they've got in there, because they're tiny pods. They show you in the video here in a moment. They're like this big, maybe. They're not huge at all. So I feel like you'd probably run through a ton of them very, very fast, which would then mean that you're constantly reloading and repurchasing pods, because I imagine they're not free. I don't think you can just replace them for free. Maybe I'm wrong. But you would be spending quite a bit of money to keep the scent bar fully stocked on smells. And if you're using it daily, I just truly don't know how long these pods are going to last you.
Once your game's running, simply share your game window with the software. Don't worry, nothing's recorded or stored. The AI just analyzes your screen in real time and nobody else can see it, not even me. And that's it for the setup part. You're ready to dive in.
I highly doubt that's true. Whenever it comes to anything AI, I have to imagine that it's a full-blown fucking red alert lie anytime they say, don't worry, it's like super secure. No one else can see it. Not even us. Because time and time again, that's been proven incorrect. It is just a lie, like 99% of the time. So perhaps the scent bar is also collecting data on you. It's entirely possible, I suppose, since you have to share quite a bit with it.
One scent pod lasts up to 3 months, depending on your gameplay, of course.
I just truly don't see how that's possible to claim that the pod lasts up to 3 months. You can see the pod is not that big. It's pretty slim, too. So how the fuck is there enough aroma fluid in there to last up to 3 months with daily playing, like, hours of game time? I don't know. I just, unless it's like really frugal with how often it fans out some of the smells. But from what I saw in their, like, booth at Gamescom, it seems like it blasts out smells pretty frequently. Like, I just truly don't know how it could possibly last you 3 months, a single pod.
So whether you're walking through a forest, speeding down a racetrack, or fighting dragons, your world actually smells like it.
Furthermore, because we're committed to bringing scent into the entire digital entertainment world, streaming works too. Everything you can share via screen share becomes scent enabled. We're working hard to make it compatible with all the places you love to watch. With your support, we can take this final step, bringing immersive scent into every movie night, every stream, and every game.
Pretty ambitious goals. It's not just for games. They want to look to take this technology into other aspects of the entertainment space, namely streaming, which I feel like is a recipe for disaster, though could lead to some great moments like, all right, everyone load up your ass cartridges. I'm about to be blasting some nasty smells at you. Hope you're ready, PU, stinky inbound. That's gonna be quite a bright future. I don't know. Again, it's just not something for me, but I saw this Kickstarter because Matt sent it to me, and I just wanted to yap about it a bit because it's very interesting to see smell-o-vision make a return in the modern age. And I wonder if it'll be more successful this time around, because smell-o-vision kind of collapsed from everything, all available data. It wasn't overly positive. Most people didn't love it, which is why it didn't stick around. But who knows? Maybe the scent bar here kicks off a new wave of big-time smellers. I guess we'll see. That's really about it. See ya.
There's a new body cam that just dropped today that's got a lot of people talking because it features an extremely big Minecraft YouTuber named Popular MMOs.
Hey, wake up, man. I don't got all day for you. Wake up. Wake your ass up.
Weed and a ton of fireball. Homie is messed up.
Just put your arms like you're praying.
Look on what?
Like you're praying.
Yeah, this like palm stuff.
No, I'm about to get chased!
You won't believe who it is, Sarge. Who is it? It's YouTube boy.
It's really sad to see someone spiral like this. Yeah, it was a really bad call to try and run away from the cops, especially in the condition he was in. He was way too fucking hammered. He was in a different dimension. He had left the corporeal realm. So when he tried to run away, it was in slow motion. He was looking like a claymation out there at 5 frames per second. So not the best call there for sure. One thing I found really weird about this, and you see it a bit at the end of the Sizzler reel where the officer goes, "It's YouTube boy," sounding like the owl from the How Many Licks Does It Take to Get to the Center of a Tootsie Pop commercial, is that these officers seem to fucking hate the idea of YouTube as a career. Like, it's not something Popular MMOs himself brought up where he was like, dusting his shoulder off. Yeah, I'm a YouTuber. You can let me go now. Yeah, I'm a big deal. Squeezing on his own nipples or anything. He didn't bring it up. They found out, and then they start making fun of him for it and just kind of insulting it. They were just bullying him for YouTubing, like being a YouTuber. I half expected them to take him to a toilet and give him a swirly, or like an atomic wedgie while calling him a dork.
On March 20th, 2024, officers in Jacksonville, Florida receive reports of a man sleeping on a residential street. What they don't expect is to find one of YouTube's most popular former stars, who turns a simple wellness check into a chaotic encounter, leaving another mark on an already unraveling legacy.
You going to jail
Again.
You can Minecraft that.
What? That doesn't even make sense. He can Minecraft that. What in tarnation kind of hogwash? If you're gonna try and come in here with your, huge quip at the end, at least have it be something sensible. We're Ender dragging his ass to the slammer, or something like that. Better than this garbage, because this was nothing. This was literally...
Hi there. I just came home from picking my sister up at the airport, and there's a man kind of laying in the road.
Any drink and drugs, weapons involved that you know of?
I do not know.
Do you think he's trying to harm himself?
I think he might be dead, or I don't know.
An officer arrives to find a man lying on the pavement beneath a streetlight, dressed only in shorts and a t-shirt despite the chilly 45-degree weather.
So 911 received this call from a concerned citizen expressing that they thought this person might be dead. I half expected them to roll up and encounter a Peter Griffin death pose, but that was not the case. He looks like he was sleeping peaceful as fuck. He is sleeping like an angel right now. He looks comfortable. I am actually jealous of how soundly this man is sleeping on the concrete.
Hey, buddy. Hey, sheriff's office. Do you live here? Huh? Hey, wake up, man. I don't got all day for you. Wake up. Wake your ass up.
You had a bit too much drink tonight, man? You're good?
You live here?
Where do you live?
You'll see what some of these.
I can't hear you, man.
I had a lot of seals rolls there, sorry.
You had a lot of what?
See some girls.
He is really hammered, obviously. And his voice is really deep and really gravelly right now, so he almost sounds like Jigsaw. If Jigsaw was sculling Fireball. Almost sounds like he's casting some kind of spell sometimes.
Alright, well, hurry up, bro, because you're about to be going to jail.
I'm going to jail?
Yeah, you're sleeping on the ground.
Probably at least 20 minutes out. I was drinking. Friends wanted to come over to make sure I was good, that's all.
So how do you get over here?
Just drove. That's all they did.
Somebody dropped you off here?
Yeah, they dropped me off here, yeah.
You need rescue to come check you out?
No, I'm actually fine. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, can you call Uber or somebody to come get you? Because you're in this condition, you're not even safe to walk.
So they were talking to him for 45 seconds while he was trying to recombobulate himself back to reality and, get the sleepies out of his eyes and snap back to it. One of the officers, kind of threatens that he's going to go to jail if he doesn't, hurry up. So then he stands up, he explains that he was there drinking with friends. And now the officers are saying, just get an Uber or get a friend to come over and take you home because you're in no shape to walk. Also, you're nowhere near home. It's not even walking distance, even if you're the fastest fucking power walker in the world.
Pat? What's your last name, Mr. Pat?
Julianelle.
Can you spell that for me?
Better known as Pat, 35-year-old Patrick Thomas Julianelle is the creator behind the massively successful YouTube channel, Popular MMOs.
Oh, no, it's dead.
Dead?
Yeah, that's what it's saying is that little battery alert you're getting.
Yeah.
That means it's dead. You need to charge it.
Now, one of the officers must have recognized that at the time because then it gets brought up about him being a YouTube star a lot. So the problem is his phone's dead, which is why he doesn't have an Uber or a friend to call. Would also explain why he's walking home and then eventually, passed out on the sidewalk. So what the officers say is that they can charge his phone and he can wait in the car while he, warms up because it's cold out. He's dressed like it's spring break, but it's actually pretty cold. 45 degrees in Florida, that might as well be -5 everywhere else in the world. It's tough down here when it gets below 60. So, he's not in proper attire for that. 45-degree weather here, you're layered up in 5 different wool coats, you know what I mean? So the officer offers the car for it. And then that's where things go tits up.
I don't really feel like getting arrested.
Yeah, you're sleeping on the ground.
Yeah, no.
Multiple people are calling it in. Their person might be dead. You want to sit inside the car. It's nice and warm.
I just hope I don't go to jail again.
Pat is no stranger to the justice system. On May 16, 2021, he was arrested on charges of domestic battery causing bodily harm, but the case was later dropped. According to multiple news reports at the time, Julianelle posted a statement on Twitter shortly after the incident that has since been deleted, claiming the accusations were false.
I vaguely remember bits and pieces of that story. I only recall little tiddlywinks of the details there, but it's brought up here because Pat made a mention about not wanting to go to jail again, so I guess EW followed up with what the previous time was, so they mention it here.
Place your bag on top of my hood. I just got to pat you down before you go inside my car. Place your phone right there. Okay. Just real quick, just put your hands out. You don't have no weapons or anything. You don't have anything on your bag that should be worried of. Any drugs or anything? Huh?
No, it's just called.
Do you mind if I search your bag real quick?
Officers allow Pat to warm up in the back of the cruiser while his phone charges in the front seat.
The officer gives him some pats for Patrick and then invites him into the back of the vehicle to warm up, but not before asking if he can search his bag, which Pat gives them consent to do. Big blunder here. He got put in the scholar's mate because they find marijuana and alcohol in his bag. The alcohol's not a problem, but the marijuana was. I'm guessing he forgot it was there, or he was just so intoxicated he didn't really know what he was agreeing to, but that's about to change everything.
Weed and a ton of Fireball. Homie is messed up. That's why I asked. I knew. No, he spelled his own last name wrong.
What's his name?
Yeah, so they checked his inventory here. They found substances they weren't super happy to find, or maybe they were happy to find. He seems to be like celebrating it. And then one of the officers mentions he spelled his own last name wrong, which he's extremely fucked up. It's not super surprising. It's just really sad. This is a guy who has a history of struggling with substance abuse, as I understand it. I'm not super familiar with popular MMOs. As most of you know, I'm not the biggest Minecraft enthusiast. Like, I understand why it's like the most popular game ever. I just never got into it to that level. But from what I understand, he does have a history of struggling with this addiction. And now that the officers have found the marijuana on his person, they are going to be taking him into custody. But not before one of the officers wants to make sure that this is the YouTuber he thinks it is.
The other confirms his suspicions that Pat is indeed the well-known YouTube star.
Hey, quick question for you. You used to play Xbox or anything like that?
Not Xbox. I've never played Xbox.
You didn't have like a YouTube channel?
YouTube, yeah, but not Xbox.
What was the YouTube channel about?
Video games.
What type of video games?
Minecraft.
Minecraft? Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Minecraft YouTubing. Yep, that's an additional charge, buddy. It was just going to be drugs, but now we got to charge you with cringe as well. Now that the cat's out of the bag, they start calling him YouTube Boy quite a few times. It's also really weird listening to them talk about YouTubing as a career and how, like, they don't really seem to get it, which is surprising because they're not old. Like, they have to know that there's careers on the internet. It's not like this mystical, mythological beast anymore, this World Wide Web thing.
That's YouTube Boy off Commissioner Drive.
Just checked out the bag there.
Yes. I mean, there's nothing to bag,
so.
Alright, turn around real quick.
Yep.
Just put your arms like you're praying.
Look on what?
Like you're praying.
Yeah, just like palms touching. We're not doing this.
Alright. Kilo 261 fighting one. Kilo 261 fighting one. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. It's a gun already.
So they decide to arrest him for the possession of marijuana, and as they're going to put him in cuffs, he tries to break away. It doesn't go very far, but you can hear him say something that's just extremely sad, where he says he's tired of it all, before they bring him to the ground. They also said that he was resisting with violence, claiming that he kicked them. I didn't really see that in the body cam because it looks like they kind of potato sacked him immediately. It's not like he got very far and he was already really unsteady on his feet, but that is part of this. I can't confirm or deny if there were any kicks being thrown. All I know is that the trying to run away was a terrible idea. Like, even if he was in, prime shape right now, not super fucked up. Even if he had all the makings of a varsity athlete, he was still not going to get far there. They had already had his arms behind his back. Unless he had like an ender pearl to throw to get out of there, I think his goose was cooked on that plan.
He's big on, used to be big on YouTube.
Playing Minecraft.
And my audio blew
But he made a lot of money.
What is he doing here? Say a friend dropped him off.
He likes to party with strippers.
So he's like currently big in Minecraft now?
No, he died off about a year and a half ago.
He made
Millions. I looked him up on YouTube before. You won't believe who it is, Sarge. Who is it? It's YouTube boy.
I just find that so strange because it's not like this is some kind of like oddball career. It's like the number one thing kids want to be these days is like a YouTuber and shit. Like there's no way they could be that in the dark on it where they're acting like it's such a foreign concept of making money online, playing video games. Now they're calling him YouTube boy, like some kind of wacky, zany alien creature. I don't know, it's just very surprising to me. Because this is just like, it's Florida. They're not in like podunk middle of nowhere where they don't have internet access or something. I don't know, I just found that behavior very surprising, I suppose.
He's the one who ran through the gate again. Yeah, the Jaguar game. The Jag game.
In 2022, Pat and 2 others were arrested after one of them ran onto the field during a Jacksonville Jaguars football game. He received a withhold of adjudication and a sentence of 2 days in jail with 2 days credit for time served.
That I never heard of. That is an interesting plan. I have to imagine alcohol was involved with that decision making as well. Yikes.
You gotta resist me.
Yeah.
You're going to jail.
Again.
You can Minecraft that.
35-year-old Pat Thomas Julianell was formally charged with resisting an officer with violence, as well as possession of marijuana under 20 grams. In 2024, he was declared indigent, meaning a determination was made that he couldn't afford a private attorney, and he was appointed a public defender.
This part actually shocked me. Like a child watching the Pokemon movie for the first time when Ash gets turned to stone, I had my jaw on the floor here. That he would be declared indigent and unable to afford a private attorney. He did undoubtedly make millions of dollars from his career on YouTube. That is a fact. Making Minecraft content being the size he was, he definitely did make millions. To have no money left to afford an attorney is mind-boggling. That's just tragic. And I know that happens a lot where a superstar pisses away all their money in a very short amount of time, but that is an unbelievable amount of money to somehow not have access to at all anymore. It's just all gone. All just dried up. Holy shit.
He initially entered a plea of not guilty, but later accepted a plea deal on November 20th, 2024, to the Police Memorial Fund, and write an apology to the officer he assaulted. However, on January 8, 2025, he was found to have violated his probation due to substance-related issues after failing a drug test on December 20th, 2024. Pat claimed he was given a pill at a party several days earlier and didn't realize what was in it.
After the plea deal, he had some of the charges dropped and had some stipulations and probation, which he did subsequently violate after he claims he got served a pill at a party and didn't know what was in it. So it's not like things have been looking up for him. It's not like he's, getting the help he needs. He is still very much struggling with it. And even to this day, it seems, is still having problems with the law and having problems with drugs and alcohol.
This violation led to a warrant for his arrest issued on January 10, 2025. On February 2, 2025, police responded to Pat's home address in reference to a mentally ill person, where he then was arrested for the active warrant. His probation was subsequently modified to include GPS monitoring and completion of an inpatient treatment program. On May 12, 2025, a warrant was issued for his arrest due to a second violation of probation, when he submitted a urine sample which tested positive for marijuana and alcohol.
Yeah, so it is still an ongoing issue, a huge battle he's still engaged in here. It needs professional help for sure, because it's ruining his life. His life has been circling the drain, it seems, and it's fucking rough to see. But anyway, I saw this body cam today and just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's really it. So, yep. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. When did Charles learn how to smolder like this? My God, 31-year-old man still stuns the old-fashioned way. Well, it's because today, for some reason, the internet has decided to feed me beauty-related news. Don't know why. Haven't searched up anything. Like, the closest thing I looked up to anything even remotely associated with that topic was, like, melatonin supplements, I guess. But I don't know if melatonin helps you glow or whatever. I don't know how that would build a bridge to beauty-related articles and everything, but whatever. One of them that got served to me I found to be so fascinating that I just have to talk about. Influencer suffers from severe chemical burns after attempting to remove facial parasite. So you can see on the right there, it's still in the process of healing, but it looks as though she had briefly peeked into the Ark of the Covenant and singed the lower half of her face off. And it's because she put Nair directly on her face to combat this supposed parasite that she is now named Caroline. It's a really interesting adventure here that I stumbled upon. So this is Brandi Glanville. She was a star in a show called Real Housewives, as well as a couple of other productions, and she has since become an online influencer. And apparently in 2023, she started experiencing symptoms that resulted in facial disfigurement and was later diagnosed with stress-induced angioedema, which causes facial swelling. And according to an Instagram post, it presented itself after a trip with her friends. And since then, she has now claimed that it is actually a facial parasite that is causing the facial disfigurement. So now she has waged war against it and has given the enemy a name, Caroline. That is the Voldemort for which she has sworn revenge and recently used biological warfare against it with Nair cream on her face.
Okay, guys, I'm getting back to you because I don't know how to do TikTok, and I know I look attractive. So, good news, you guys don't have to spend a lot of money on pills and lasers anymore, because I decided to put Nair on my face because when I have an exfoliated face, it pisses the Caroline off, whoever's living in my face. She's right here right now and right here. And then she moved up here when I did the Nair. And yeah, but you know what I mean. So Nair is the fountain of youth. I figured it out, but I overdid it. 7 minutes, don't do it. But right now, my mom, because she trusts me.
She then proceeds to talk about her mom being there. But anyway, she thinks there's a parasite living in her face, which is why she's taken such drastic action against it. Though there is no evidence to support that claim, there is nothing to suggest she has a facial parasite. Now, of course, I'm not her doctor and haven't conducted an exam myself here. Maybe it is entirely possible she got bitten by the radioactive spider that gave Spider-Man his powers. I have no way of knowing, but from an uneducated Neanderthal's perspective, sitting in his swamp-ass chair, I decided to look into it myself a little bit. And to me, this sounds like delusional parasitosis. Again, this comes from a Cro-Magnon man, but it does sound like a textbook example of this, a condition in which a person has a fixed false belief that they are infected by an organism despite evaluation not showing an infection be present. This refers to things like bugs living under their skin, parasites, worms, mites, that kind of thing, even though there is no doctor-supported evidence of it. So now with this belief in her head, she's going scorched earth on her own face. So she's carpet-bombed it with Nair, which has clearly done a lot of damage to it. I don't think it'll be permanent. I imagine it'll probably heal fine. But again, I'm no expert on chemical burns, Nair, or pretty much anything, to be honest. Though I just have to imagine with that whole, like, Nairing your butthole thing, I think the body's pretty resilient when it comes to it. It's just not good to use it on your face and other areas that it's not intended to be used on. I did also see people speculating that this could be Brandi covering up a laser job or an injection gone wrong or something like that. This could all be a false flag operation. and using Nair as the scapegoat here, like, oh, I tried to attack Caroline with Nair and look what happened. I don't know if I necessarily buy into that conspiracy theory, just judging by the way she talks about it. She is named the parasite, which, yeah, on the surface is kind of quirky, but it also, to me, kind of represents something a little more unhealthy beneath the surface here. She's already, like, from the sound of things, disregarding the medical diagnoses and instead has self-diagnosed as having a facial parasite. And now, even after the whole Nair debacle here, is claiming that Caroline dodged it and went up to her forehead now, but it made her angry. Like, she's talking about this fucking thing like it's the Demogorgon here. Like, again, something that there is no evidence to support its existence. I don't think this is her, like, making a cover story or anything like that. I don't think it's her trolling, especially judging by the description here. Beauty hacks. This is a good one, but do a test patch. I did 7 minutes and I'm on fire. So... Joko. What? So... Oh, that's not a J. So... Ioko... Don't to 7 minutes. It also burned the loose skin off my arms and it's $7. Mix up some aloe vera, cucumber, and black tea. Put it in the freezer. Put it in the spray bottle. And once it's cold enough, spray all day because I'm in some pain. Reading it in my head, it didn't clock with me just how messy that description was. Reading it out loud was painful. I was like fucking reading Haunting Adeline out loud. I had a hard time getting through that. It was all over the place. That actually read like unhinged scribblings. But what she is saying here is that she has found Nair, used it, but was too aggressive with it, but still is preaching about Nair as like a good thing to try for like exfoliants in like chemical peels, when it's not a good thing for that at all. But she's even giving a tutorial like, I did 7 minutes, but don't do that. Instead, use aloe, cucumber, black tea, freeze it, and then spray it, and you're good to go. Do not follow that advice. I urge you not to make the same mistake she did of like narrowing all of your sensitive spots. You're gonna not have a good time. I'm gonna tell you right now, you're gonna be singing the blues on it, I bet. But the reason I'm even mentioning the description here is none of this leads me to believe that she's taking the piss. None of this seems like it's her making a joke or something. She is like actively trying to give advice on like using Nair on your face, which is a bad thing to do. I do think this is a case of delusional parasitosis, and when I looked up Brandy Glanville plus Caroline to see like if the name had any meaning, turns out it does. It seems like she named this facial parasite she believes she has after a real person, Caroline Manzo, who filed a lawsuit against Bravo, which was a station where this show was airing, Real Housewives. Caroline filed a lawsuit against Bravo for sexual harassment and assault that she allegedly experienced from her co-star Brandy Glanville. I couldn't believe the depth of the lore here, so I went even deeper into the rabbit hole. I then even checked out bits and pieces of the podcast, and then I also read this article which covered more of the podcast, where Brandy was talking more in depth about it all. She was opening up about how hard her life has been since the allegations from Caroline Manzo were made public. She revealed that she had contemplated suicide during it, also opened up about her facial disfigurement. She maintains her innocence, that she didn't do any of the things that Caroline is claiming, but she apparently lost several jobs, including one lined up in Australia. And she said, and then I lost my looks at the same time. I literally at 51 started OnlyFans because I didn't have income for 6 months and I was like going through my savings. I was making good money and then my face started being crazy. She was apparently using a mask to hide her face, but then the fans over there were asking that she not use the mask. At the time she didn't have a diagnosis. Eventually she did get the diagnosis, but now, fast forward to today, she now believes it's actually all caused by a facial parasite, which she is battling with Nair, giving herself severe chemical burns on her face now to try and fight against the supposed parasite. This was a wild ride. Again, I don't know what I did to make the internet algorithm think that I wanted to be fed beauty influencer related news and articles. Maybe it knows I hit 31 and it thinks that I need to start doing things to take better care of my looks. I have no clue what it's trying to suggest, but I'm kind of happy this one floated across to me because this was one hell of a thing to learn about. Don't put Nair on your face, though. a lesson to all out there. That's really about it. So yeah. We're finally at that point where I am too old to understand certain trends. And the cracks started to show a few years back with the E-meme. Took me a long time to really grasp the concept of E. And now it's morphed into 6-7. That's the new big one. So I brushed up on my studies to learn the etymology of 6-7 and understand it. I had heard about it, some whispers of it during streams where people would make a reference to it and giggle to themselves, and I asked what it was. People would explain it as like derivative of that SpongeBob episode with SpongeBob and Patrick in class and they're laughing about 25, that kind of thing. But as it got bigger and bigger, I started to learn through context clues that wasn't exactly it. So I looked it up, and it's apparently a kid at like a sporting game just said like 6-7 and then did this, and it caught fire recently. Anyway, they say the greatest fear is fear of the unknown, and now that I know 6-7, I don't have to be afraid any longer. Instead, now I can just properly cringe at it. I saw a pretty interesting clip today featuring beloved 6-7 references, and I wanted to share it with all of you because holy fuck, it is a painful watch. Fair warning, it's only coming through on the right channel of the audio.
But football is, you can definitely tell there is a new play caller in town. The offense is looking, the offense is looking a lot more versatile. They're getting their tight end in there with more reps. Still seem really characteristic with the running game, but definitely seeing a lot more passes from Malik Murphy to Trent Walker. And I think even though the game is tied, the offense has looked entirely different, and we'll see how it goes.
Oh. Yikes. Yucky. Yeah, I couldn't do anything to mix the audio together so you could hear it in both channels. I believe that this was just such a miserable thing that videos weren't even meant to capture, that it actually fucking cringed the technology itself and did everything it could in like a self-defense mechanism to try and like spare at least one eardrum here from having to hear this maniac screaming 6-7 at the top of his lungs. So it's pretty clear the group is inebriated. And there's definitely worse, more destructive, more annoying things that drunk people have done on camera. So on the totem pole of degeneracy, this is kinda low. But I gotta tell you, sports fans, there is something particularly embarrassing, something special about the Goob Squad rolling up here with Even Stevens shouting 6-7 at the top of his lungs like it's his war cry, like the last thing he's going to be able to get out on the battlefield. It's just so embarrassing. It is so ass that it's able to elicit an actual fight or flight response just watching this video. Like, again, I only just recently learned the origins of this in the first place, and now seeing it in the state it is here, with adults spamming it like Fortnite emotes in the background of a camera, it just really makes you think. You had the guy looking right down the pipe, straight down the barrel of the camera there, all of his friends getting in on the action, doing this kind of thing. It is an actual symphony of agony. Like, everything that could be awful about a clip is awful here. A reporter just trying to do her job, getting yelled at, like, 2 feet behind her, ear-piercing screeches from this guy whose voice keeps cracking under the desperate weight of his need to be the center of attention by saying popular popular meme. It's all a masterpiece of disaster.
Through the second half of this game.
No, we're live. 6-7! Stop! 6-7! 22 years old, by the way. Look at them.
I bet you thought the clip was done, huh? I pulled the wool over your eyes. No, it actually went on for far longer, unfortunately.
I don't know what the broadcast was. I don't know why it sits on this shot for so long, like why she is forced to stand there in the middle of this miasma of cringe. But my God, my heart breaks for her, because holy shit, every facet of this is awful. From the clear protagonist 6'7" guy who is so pleased with his joke he even starts recording it himself from his own POV, to his sidekick, his lackey friend who comes in to try and do his own thing with another meme screaming help and then doing this. No one seems to care about that. Not even their friends are laughing at that one. So that's a fucking dud. That falls flat. Then he gets full of shame, turns around and leaves. And then somehow one of their other friends is on the floor laughing, tickling his belly like he's going Gear 5 Luffy here. He's just over there laughing so hard, tickling himself because this is so hilarious. And then the one guy who stuck his face in the camera is starting to have a come to Jesus moment where he's like, okay, stop. This guy's 22 years old, by the way. Like, everything here is just perfect from the perspective of agony, like misery on camera. It reminds me of that fucker right in the pussy thing from many moons ago, but at least that had the wherewithal to be short and not like drone on endlessly for so long, and it was self-contained. You didn't need like tidbits of lore from outside of it. Like, you didn't, it's not like a Marvel movie where you have to watch like 20 movies or 20 shows to know what's going on in the movie. 6'7", you hear that and you have no idea what it is until you look it up and like connect the dots, follow the breadcrumbs. At least fucker right in the pussy, you knew exactly what that was saying, what that was about, and it was like a flash of lightning, just super quick. One sentence, and then everyone parts ways. They give the mic back, at least in all the ones I saw, and that was that. This, on the other hand, goes on for over a minute. It is a slobber knocker. It overstays its welcome immediately and then stays planted there for another minute longer of just constant 6'7". It is brutal. Anyway, just wanted to share that. That's really about it. So, yep. I had a piece of stubborn lip skin that I ripped off right before starting this recording, so my lip might bleed a little bit. Don't be concerned. That's just part of being 31 years old now. Even something as simple as taking a little bit of chapped lip skin off is enough to have me bleeding profusely, it seems. But, you know what else is bleeding? Marvel, at the box office. Now, this is a conversation in cinema that happens more frequently than people debating whether or not Sam and Frodo were gay. So many people since the end of Endgame have talked about how Marvel is dead and dying, and that superhero fatigue had finally reached its molten core where everyone was done with MCU and how bad the quality was. But despite all of that hoopla, pretty much all of the MCU projects did decently well for the most part. Like, even unanimously hated stinkers like Ant-Man Quantumania still generated like $500 million. But the quality did significantly decline, and a lot of people were getting tired of it. And some of them did actually not do well, like the Marvels. But on the whole, the MCU was still fine in the box office, but it was showing signs of weakness. Now, they've released two decent movies back-to-back, Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four. But they're not exactly doing the billion-dollar nut-busting that the MCU was known for. Fantastic Four is experiencing a 80% drop from its debut, so going into its second week here, it has declined significantly. It had a great start, and it had incredibly strong word of mouth, but it doesn't seem like that's translating to asses in seats. And Thunderbolts was the same thing. People saw it, they were surprised by how good it was, saying, you know, Marvel's fucking back, baby, fuckle your seatbelts, cause we are in it again. But then that also didn't have the strongest box office run, which is now leading to the bigger conversation that's been had a lot about the state of the MCU. Are people just tired of it? Is superhero fatigue really setting in now, finally? Or is it mainly just Marvel? Because Superman has done great in the box office. It has been fucking slapping in the box office. And it's a good movie. Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four are also good movies, especially in a sea of dog shit that Marvel had been farting out for quite a few years, with a few exceptions like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. And now it's left a lot of people wondering, well, what the fuck's going on? Why are they not having strong box office performances when these are finally some decent films from Marvel again? And to be fair, I think it's a little overblown with
Fantastic Four flopping and all of that with that narrative that's being spun, it's still at $370 million worldwide in its second weekend. That is still pretty solid, but against its budget and its marketing, it still needs to make like $450 million or something from the reports I read. Same with the Thunderbolts. The Thunderbolts generated $380 million total across its lifespan in theaters, and it needed about $450 million for that break even. So like it still does have a little ways to go, but it's not doing like dreadfully. Like I don't think all the Marvel execs are in full force panic mode, sweating, contemplating sitting on a cactus or something, like worried that it's all dried up and Marvel's dead. But it is less than you would expect for some actually good Marvel movies. It's an interesting topic because, again, this is a conversation that's been had a lot, but I had always just said, yeah, the films have gotten worse, but there's always going to be an audience for it. They're always going to make like over $500 million. Turns out that is not the case. These are better movies than the ones that were coming before it and performing much better, but it really does seem like people are checking out. A lot of people are starting to view the MCU kind of like homework, that you have to do like prerequisite reading and watching the shows beforehand and catch up on like 5 and 6 movies just to be able to go watch one of the films and understand or appreciate it. So a lot of people found that to be kind of tedious. And also I think a lot of people were just tired of MCU in general because they would release like 4 films a year, all of which were mediocre at best. And now they've finally got 2 like pretty strong films, but a lot of people just don't really care about the word of mouth. They're just kind of done with it seems. And to be honest, it's kind of hard to blame them. I can totally see why. With so many superhero movies coming out, and a lot of them in the last 5 or so years being really underwhelming, why would you keep getting excited and seeing every single new one? You know what I mean? Even the ones that do get a lot of hype and glaze, it's hard to just want to go see that because then you still have to wonder, will I even understand it? Because I didn't watch the last couple and I didn't watch any of the shows. And in Thunderbolt's case and Fantastic Four's case, you don't need to. You can go in them and entirely enjoy them by their own merit. They stand on their own 2 legs, especially Fantastic Four. It is all self-contained. So it sucks to see that it's not doing well, but it's not like I blame the general audience for not going and seeing it. There has been way too many underwhelming superhero films for them to just blindly trust that this is finally a good one, right? But I don't think it's like superheroes in general, because Superman is proving that there is still a huge appetite for superhero movies. I think it's just Marvel has been so sullied by their bad movies over the last few years that people are just kind of yawning at it. Which puts Marvel in a weird spot because they finally had this come to Jesus moment and said, what if we made good movies? And then they fucking hoisted up the guy who suggested that like some kind of hero, you know? Like the big eureka moment, how about some good films? But they're not performing that well in the box office. So like it sucks to see that. And it's weird because now they do finally understand that they need to have quality films in order to stay competitive and stay generating unfathomable amounts of money. But the general audience has kind of turned their backs on them and don't really care to hop back into the Marvel train. So they have some good films, but now the audience isn't, ferociously starving to consume it anymore. But they still have, of course, like the core community of like Marvel enthusiasts that are going to see every film they put out regardless. It's just now they're having a harder time reaching beyond that scope, even with extremely positive word of mouth. It definitely is a weird predicament for them to be in. I feel like they waited too long to finally start realizing we gotta try again. They can't just coast to $1 billion every time. And I think the path going forward for Marvel isn't to fall back into old ways or something and make like really uninteresting, boring super slop, but instead continue with this focus of making things that are actually interesting and good, like Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four, but find a way to do it without the extraordinarily bloated budget. They are not going to be making as much money as they used to. They're going to need to find a way to deliver quality productions for a fraction of the cost. They can't just mindlessly dump hundreds of millions of dollars into every single Marvel everything these days. That time is behind us now. That is in the past. I think they need to start analyzing their budgets a little tighter and figuring out ways of being creative with it so they can deliver these same kind of movies that are strong, but without eating a loss on them. Like Thunderbolts, That's a film that probably didn't need $450 million box office run to break even. You probably could have delivered that same level of film for less money, so that way the 380 that it did generate could have already been at your break even. Like, I feel like there's definitely ways, like, I think these budgets are super overblown, which isn't specific, like, exclusive to just Marvel. It's Hollywood in general. Like, that fucking Netflix stinker Electric State had a, $300 million budget or something, and that was abominable. Like, it really feels like there's some kind of fraudulent bookkeeping going on over there, some kind of fucking scam, but that's a topic I've already yapped about a lot. Point is, for Marvel now, they probably realize that the audience isn't just going to blindly eat everything that they feed them. They need to keep delivering good movies, but they need to find a way to make them for less money, so that way the box office runs don't need to be colossal, historic, record-breaking performances in order to generate any level of profit. Though, admittedly, I think there's a chance Marvel learns the opposite lesson, that people don't want good movies. Like, they'll turn to Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four and be like, well, we tried a quality approach, that didn't work, let's go back to quantity. That would be a real shame, but I think there is a chance. Like, these zombies in suits, they could very well look at these box offices and be like, this was a failure. This experiment didn't work. That guy that we hoisted up about, like, what if we made good movies? Time to fire him. Fucking throw him out that window. That was a terrible idea. We lost money on it. We're gonna go back to quantity and just really generic, safe, boring slop. That's what the people want, clearly. I'd hate to see that, but I think there is a chance. I can only hope they don't go that direction. But anyway, though, I wanted to just talk about this a bit. I found it interesting to see Marvel is no longer like the guaranteed infinite money glitch juggernaut that it used to be. Though, of course, it is still making tons of money in the box office. It's not like it's all doom and gloom. It's just in a weird spot right now where it's not guaranteed success every time. Anyway, that's about it. See ya.
For the last decade, Xbox has kind of been like the James Corden of gaming consoles, where it's a joke that's just sad. It doesn't make you laugh. It just makes you feel bad because Xbox used to be such a juggernaut. And it's no secret, Xbox has been struggling harder than me trying to reach something on the top shelf of my kitchen. They just have not been able to find their footing. They haven't really been flourishing in the gaming space for quite a while. And now it's looking like they're just getting put in the dirt. It looks like they're going straight to Valhalla. Phil Spencer is leaving Xbox, and he is being replaced by a new individual who has no experience in gaming whatsoever, at least nothing that is publicly available, and is basically solely AI driven, like all in on AI, which is about as exciting as getting kicked in the scrotum. This is just a recipe for disaster, especially considering most people can identify the solution to the Xbox problem. Their woes have a very glaring, obvious solve that would probably help them a lot. Most people can pin the tail on this donkey. Can you guess it? I'll hit you with the Dora the Explorer. More games. There was a time when Microsoft shut down more studios than games they released in the first half of 2024. Microsoft has become more known for shutting down studios than they have releasing games. So the Xbox problem is no games. How do you solve that? Games. Like, there's just no reason to own an Xbox when there's nothing that's really coming to it. So now you have someone who's in this position that doesn't have any relationship with games, like, in their history. So this problem is still seemingly going to go unsolved. For all of Phil Spencer's faults and, like, the missteps with Microsoft, it's pretty inarguable that Phil Spencer at least knew games. Like, he was in the games industry for decades. And even though, of course, he made some real wacky, insano-style calls, especially with, like, fucking Redfall, Lord help us all, heavens to Betsy. Sometimes you'll still wake up with cold sweats remembering that disaster, that blunder. But even still, he at least had so much experience in the games industry, which this new leader does not. So let's kind of go through the whole thing. We'll start with Phil Spencer's departure here from Microsoft. He actually made a Twitter post about it saying, "It's rare in life to know when a chapter is closing, but after 38 years at Microsoft, that moment has arrived for me. I've made the decision to retire and begin the next chapter of my life. It's a milestone that's given me a chance to reflect on the incredible journey I've been fortunate enough to share with so many of you." Now, also, Xbox president Sarah Bond is leaving as well, so both Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond are no longer with Xbox. Well, will soon be no longer with Xbox. It's a sweet, concise message just letting everyone know that he's sailing off into the sunset, and I think it makes a lot of sense here. He's been in this industry at this company for many decades now, many moons, and he wants to do something else. Totally understandable. I also imagine that the last few years at Microsoft here haven't been the most fun with everything that's been happening with Xbox, and Phil Spencer's been the face of Xbox. And recently, that face has been getting shoved in the toilet and they're flushing it. They're giving him a swirly because most people point the finger at Phil Spencer for all of the Microsoft and Xbox decisions that have been very poorly received. And he's been shouldering a lot of blame. I have to imagine that doesn't feel good, especially when there's a good chance some of those decisions weren't from the old noodle of Phil Spencer. It could have been calls made from elsewhere that maybe he didn't even agree with in the first place, but since he's the face of Xbox, the public would eat him alive for it. So I really do find it very understandable that he wants to step away from Xbox at this point in time and explore other aspects in his professional life outside of Microsoft. I'll quickly just dump my take in here. I also think a change in leadership at Xbox was warranted. Just look at how things have been going for Xbox for over a decade now. There's just been a huge problem with delivering games from so many of these studios that they have there, and things just haven't really been, the smoothest. So I do think there needed to be a leadership shakeup and, maybe a change in direction at the company. But I think the new captain of the kickball team here over at Xbox that they have chosen just doesn't make a whole lot of sense for a gaming console whose biggest fucking problem is not having games. Now with Phil Spencer gone, and in his place steps Asha Sharma, who is currently the president at Microsoft's Core AI product, previously with Meta and previously with Instacart. No gaming background, but it seems like a strong focus on AI in her career recently. So now she's taken the Xbox Iron Throne, which is leaving a lot of people very skeptical, because why would you hire a CEO of a gaming company who has no experience with gaming? It's a really weird fit. Now, there is a message from Asha Sharma. There is a memo that went out where she tries to kind of get ahead of the AI stuff. So the first part of her message is talking about, how excited she is and thanking Phil and his leadership in the studios. And then she goes on to say, "My first job is simple: understand what makes this work and protect it." That starts with 3 commitments. First, great games. Everything begins here. We must have great games beloved by players before we do anything. Unforgettable characters, stories that make us feel, innovate gameplay, and create excellence. And basically going on to say how important great games are. Second, the return of Xbox. This is something Phil Spencer also said once or twice, if I remember correctly, and every time that this comes up, the return of Xbox, they make it sound like it's a fucking Jedi coming back, yet unfortunately it still hasn't arrived, taken the scenic route. But she's highlighting the importance of bringing back, the former glory of Xbox with a recommitment to core Xbox fans and players that have invested with them for over 2 decades, celebrating the roots and renewed commitment. And then third, the future of play. We are witnessing the reinvention of play. That, to me, just feels like a bunch of mumbo-jumbo buzzword nonsense. I don't think there's a reinvention of play. People still just want to play good games. I don't think there's a huge change in how they want to play those games. It's just a desire for games, which have been severely lacking with Xbox. To meet the moment, we will invent new business models and new ways to play by leaning into what we already have. iconic teams, characters, and worlds that people love, but we will not treat these works as static IP to milk and monetize. We will build a shared platform and tools that empower developers and players to create and share their own stories. So, there's some good and bad in there. That's great that they don't want to just take beloved IP and characters and milk them till the tits fall off. That's good news. But that last sentence about developing a shared platform and tools to empower developers and players to create and share their own stories gives me the same DNA that Roblox and Fortnite have kind of pitched about, like, AI to make your own games in their game, which isn't very exciting to me. But maybe it is to a lot of other players. I'm not really sure, and I don't really think that'd be like the best direction to go. As monetization and AI evolve and influence this future, we will not chase short-term efficiency or flood our ecosystem with soulless AI slop. Okay, I mean, that sounds good, but I take it with a huge grain of salt considering it's coming from an executive who is extremely intertwined with AI. So I would be shocked if she actually does have this view of soulless AI slop being the enemy, considering her professional career for the last few years is all about AI in general. So I guess we'll wait and see there, but it'd be wonderful if the focus isn't on just farting out AI slop at Microsoft. That'd be great. Games are and always will be art crafted by humans and created with the most innovative technology provided by us. The next 25 years belong to the teams who dare to build something surprising, something no one else is willing to try, and have the patience to see it through. We've done this before, and I am here to help us do it again. I want to return to the renegade spirit that built Xbox in the first place. It will require us to relentlessly question everything, revisit processes, protect what works, and be brave enough to change what does not. Thank you for welcoming me into this journey, Asha. Now, to me, a lot of that statement feels like hollow PR speak, where it's just standard PR drivel. You know, we've got to return to the roots. It's all about the players. We can't be succumbing to the dark side of AI slop or anything like that. Which, you know, it's hard to really be super enthusiastic considering this is a leader who, for the last few years, has been all about AI and profits and, you know, profits by any means necessary. Like, it's not an amazing, like, exciting fit for a gaming company to have a leader who has no experience in their professional career with gaming. That makes it feel like this is a decision that is solely about trying to find ways to squeeze profits out of the Xbox, as opposed to trying to find ways to actually return the Xbox to its former glory. Because I imagine if you were looking for a leader to slot into Xbox for a new era of amazing games to make it a powerful console player again, you would probably look for someone that actually has a passion for games itself. I don't know, but that's just my 2 cents, and perhaps I'm on fence for thinking that. Overall, it is just kind of hard to be excited about the future of Xbox, and I guess we'll see how it goes under this new leadership here. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. And one. It's a foul all day, baby. Now what, coward? Got you to bite on that fraudulent Hezzy Jimbo. Now I'm going to the line for free throws while you go to the bench to nurse those bum ankles, weenie. Point is, I hate Pokemon scalpers. I think most of you know that by now. I've made who knows how many videos shooting spitballs at these pathetic, loveless worms. I can't resist the urge to hawk loogies on this community, and today I was blessed with yet another display of degeneracy from these absolute low amoebas that just cannot stop trying to exploit a children's hobby for teensy tiny financial gain. It is shameful.
Well, Fed's doing nothing, bro. Fed's doing nothing. Should we go in? Fuck it.
It's an actual thoughtless horde of zombies. So Sports Direct was having some ETBs available for the new Pokemon set Ascended Heroes, and this crowd couldn't wait. They literally broke through the barricade there. They broke through the gate in order to get in there and get their grubby little paws on some Pokemon product. Now, I did see a lot of people criticizing Sports Direct, saying that they should have had buy limits of like 1 or 2 per person. From all the evidence I can see, they did. I've seen 3 examples of people that were here and walked away. And in all 3 examples, they only had 2 ETBs each. So I think they actually did have buy limits, but just so many people are like moths to a flame that when they see Pokemon, they just throw out every other fucking thing in their brain. Like every other neuron shuts down and only activates to go there and beat down the walls until they can get some Pokemon product. So even though there were buy limits of only 2, that was enough to have people this ballistic over it so they could turn around and sell it on Facebook Marketplace for an additional like $5 a profit. It really is just that out of control that people will react like this to Pokemon even knowing that they can only get 2. These are not collectors, these are scalpers, and that is still to them worthwhile to go in there and just break shit, cause a ruckus, cause a mess just to get some precious treasure, some Pokemon ETBs in their mitts. It's craziness. Actual fucking craziness. And you're crazy if you don't go check out the new Starforge Freerun collab. Best PCs in the universe, and they just got a little better with the Freerun collab that we're doing right now, so you can check that out in the link in the description.
Fucking, this is wild, bro. I'm recording the whole thing. This is wild, mate. Look at this shit. What the fuck, mate? I ain't even trying to get no Pokemon, man. This is just wild, mate. They broke open with the shoes everywhere, man.
That weak-ass little jog that a few of them are doing are probably the most movement they've experienced since fucking high school PE class. So now they're all kind of jogging to get in line as quickly as possible so they can get the Ascended Heroes ETBs, wee whoopee. And they can't even just have the decency to not just destroy things along the way. So I guess they were bumping and grinding on each other and their grease causing so much friction that I guess they fucking spun out like it was Mario Kart when you hit a banana peel and they started knocking shoes off the shelf, all on their warpath to get in line for Pokemon. These fucking worms just can't even be somewhat organized and not cause a mess wherever they go. They already broke down the fucking doors just to get in here, and they still had to go a step further and just start knocking shit over too. It's just so cringe.
This is insane. Bro, this is wild, bro. Come, bro, get in this way, get in this way.
Oh, no more, there's no more.
Get in here, I'm with you. Insane.
It is insane. By the literal definition, this is an actual fucking mental disorder that we're witnessing here. There's also some people that are trying to pretend that they were collectors. Some of the people that showed up in this video after they got clowned on are saying, no, I was there because I'm a Pokemon collector. Baloney! That's fucking barnacles. No, you are not. I am confident there's not a single legitimate collector here. It's all of these hype goblins that are constantly scrapping over crumbs from the Pokemon hysteria, trying to get a little cheese by flipping these for a small markup on the secondary market. It's what all of them are doing. But now, since everybody in the world is aware of this behavior, everybody hates scalpers. So now they're trying to be like, no, I was surrounded by scalpers, but trust me, I'm actually a collector. They don't want to be identified as a scalper here, so now they're like, no, I was a collector in the middle of this madness. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It's despicable to the hobby. But they're actually just there so they can try and turn a profit off of the product too. No actual collector is going to be engaging in this way with the hobby, or at least very few of them would. The only people doing this are the scalpers that are ruining the entire hobby across all TCGs right now.
Nothing! What are you doing? Oh! Big ball!
Just look at the way these worms flex. So they filled up a U-Haul truck with Ascended mini tins. That's what's being thrown on there. The golden shower of mini tins. And Nikocado Avocado there, the protagonist, I guess, of Trader's Shop, is over there opening some packs, not getting any hits, and then he dives into the back of more, all while normal people and children, mainly, cannot get their hands on this product. Ordinary families that want to engage with this hobby, Pokemon cards, don't really have any way of doing it without going through scumbags like this because they are squatting on the entire inventory. So what Trader's Shop here is doing is they have this massive amount of product and they're opening it to sell on their streams. And naturally, these sales are often higher than the MSRP that you would have paid had you been able to get it in an official capacity through like Target or Walmart or your local card shop. But because these fucking losers swoop in here and buy up everything they can get their fucking hands on, people then go to the secondary market like this and end up paying more than the MSRP on the product because, well, the scalpers gotta make their cheddar on it, and it's actual tiddlywinks of cheddar, mind you. Like, it's a couple extra bucks. But that sucks for normal people who don't engage with the secondary market. Like I said, kids. Kids aren't going to be going around on Whatnot and TikTok shop and going to Trader's Shop to spend their parents' money, use their credit card to buy that product. At least, I hope they don't. They shouldn't. But what kids would do is while out shopping with their parents at like a Target or Walmart, they might go over to the card section and see Pokemon product and ask their parents if they could get some. That's how it used to be. That's how it was supposed to be. But now, because of this craze here, that doesn't happen anymore. It is entirely just these fucking greasy assholes that have taken all of it and are now hawking it on the secondary market over MSRP. So if a family wants to get their children some of this product, they have to go through them to do it, and they spend more on it. It's tragic. And people like Trader's Shop here are unapologetically just showcasing this gluttony as if it's something cool or something to be proud of. It seems like Trader's Shop is always live, so I went to one of their streams for a little bit. It sucked major ass. But the most egregious example of their greed is their just general pricing throughout the shop. Just scrolling around any of it, everything they have is extremely high. So like an Ascended Heroes booster pack from them is 15 clams, which when you compare it to listings from hundreds of card shops across the country, the average seems to be about $11 per booster pack on Ascended Heroes. But if you look at their perfect order booster box price, $320 for a perfect order booster box. If you look around any actual reputable card shop across the country going through like TCG Player or anywhere else, you can find them for $205. In fact, the highest I really see them go is $220. Yet through Trader's Shop, you're paying $320? Am I understanding that correctly? Holy shit, their greed is even more despicable than most other scalpers I see. And yet they still have the gall to make one of those videos when you get no hits out of your Ascended packs with a fucking U-Haul full of Ascended Heroes mini tins. Holy shit. This is gross. Anyway, I hate this garbage. Wanted to yap about it. That's about it. See ya. I've actively followed the David case since the information started breaking 7 months ago, and I want to give you the latest update on it. So 2 days ago, most of you know, David was arrested following a lengthy investigation, but he wasn't immediately charged. He was held without bail, but they didn't announce any charges at the time. Today that has changed. They have announced the charges here, and if found guilty, they could carry a maximum penalty of life in prison or even the death penalty.
These charges include the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring. That is first-degree murder with special circumstances. The special circumstances being lying in wait, committing this crime for financial gain, or murdering a witness in an investigation. These special circumstances carry with it, along with the first-degree murder charge, a maximum sentence of life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty.
Anyone who's followed this case even loosely probably isn't surprised to hear those charges being announced there. The evidence has been overwhelming. He hasn't been found guilty yet, but I gotta tell you, I think even Saul Goodman would struggle handling a case like this. And these aren't the only charges he's facing. There's also additional charges as well.
Before I get into the actual charges, and there are additional charges against Mr. Burke, including continuous sexual acts, lewd and lascivious sexual acts with an individual under 14 years old, and mutilating a human remains of a body.
This case is about as disgusting as it gets. And again, it did take a while getting here, but I imagine the fact that they have now arrested and brought these charges forth means that they have sufficient evidence to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that David is guilty of these crimes for which he is accused. There is an overwhelming amount of evidence available to the public, by the way, right there at your fingertips. And even still, and I know I mentioned this in the last video, but I just can't get over just how bafflingly insane this is. There are David defenders. I'm talking about David drones that are constantly fighting tooth and nail, trying to proclaim his innocence, saying that this is all a frame job and he's been set up. Which is crazy to me, because no matter how you spin this, there is irrefutable evidence to confirm that at the very least, David was in a relationship with a child. And these dummies for David, this movement here, likes to plug their ears to that fact and just dodge it. But it's like trying to dodge the rain. It's impossible to overlook that because it is fucking vile. And it is not based on circumstantial evidence, which is the buzzword they love to use in regards to this case when defending David. That is provable that he was dating Celeste Rivas Hernandez, a child. And according to authorities, his motive for her murder was to protect his career because she had apparently threatened to report their sexual relationship. She was reported missing by her family in 2024 when she was 13. And according to the allegation in a criminal complaint, the singer engaged in continuous sexual abuse of her for at least a year from September 2023 to September 2024. And then when she was 14, they believe she was killed with a sharp object on or around April 23rd of 2025 when she was heading to the singer's house in the Hollywood Hills. This is the first time her cause of death has been publicized. Her body was chopped into pieces and stuffed in the back of David's trunk, his vehicle's trunk. So it was especially difficult for authorities to figure out what actually killed her here because her body was decomposing and in pieces, which is where that mutilation of human remains charge comes from. Now, I want to briefly opine on that motive they allege here in this case because based on all available information, that does track. There are photos and videos of David and Celeste together, and members of his community knew about their relationship. Notably, some of his moderators were aware of it, though, according to their own PR statement they put out to try and debunk the claims that they knew about it and said nothing, they defended themselves by saying that yes, they knew about her, but they didn't know her age nor her status as a missing person. I have no idea if that's true or not, or if they're just desperately trying to cover their own assholes there, but the point is, people did know David was in a relationship with this girl, and if she made a reference to letting people know her age, then it stands to reason that David would panic, fearing that it would jeopardize his career, which was blowing up at the time. And maybe in that panic, he took drastic measures and killed her in order to protect that from getting out.
Calling People versus David Anthony Burke. That's case number 26 CJC F02399.
Good morning or good afternoon, Your Honor. Blair Burke, Marilyn Bednarski, and Regina Peter, on behalf of our client, David Burke, who's in custody.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Burke.
Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman for the people, Your Honor.
Thank you. And counsel, on behalf of your client, do you waive formal reading of the complaint, advisement of rights, including armed forces and veterans' rights, enter a plea of not guilty, denying any and all special allegations, enhancements, and priors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, unsurprisingly, David and his legal team are entering a plea of not guilty. They are looking to fight the charges. That should not come as a surprise to anyone. This shouldn't be something that has someone's mouth fucking hit the floor, jaw agape, recoil, and fly into the back of their chair like, what? Who could have seen that coming? That is standard procedure. There is no dimension in the multiverse where David was going to come in here fucking representing himself and just be like, yeah, I'm guilty. And I'm sorry, and then hit like a fucking power chord on the ukulele. That was never going to be the case. Because if he does plead guilty, he is facing those charges head on, and he might avoid the death penalty, but it's still going to be life in prison. So there was always going to be a not guilty plea entered from David's team here. That is not a shock at all.
So we are asking for a preliminary hearing to be set at the earliest possible date on the 10th day. Your Honor, we believe the actual evidence will show David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez, nor was he the cause of her death. And we would like to be able to have the evidence come into the light of day at the earliest opportunity in order to establish that. We're asking for April 23rd as a 3 of 10, Your Honor.
Anything from the people?
We'll be very happy to put on the evidence that we've collected in this case in the last several months.
Thank you. So the matter will be set. Plea of not guilty has been entered on.
So David's team is looking to move lickety-split. They're trying to speed run this process here. They're going for a court any percent gold split, and everyone's willing to play ball here. The other side saying, okay, you know what? We're extremely happy to do that. We would love to showcase the evidence that we've compiled over these 7 months. And what was very surprising is what came after this section.
Given almost no discovery thus far, we've received a 3-page follow-up report, no autopsy report, and a copy of the complaint. And we would ask the people respectfully to produce discovery at the earliest opportunity.
Your Honor, as I indicated to counsel, there's approximately 40 terabytes of discovery in this case. Moreover, in order to obtain the transcripts from a grand jury investigation, counsel has to file a motion. She knows the way the system works. I'm not able to gather those. They have to be provided after the court orders them released because it was an investigation. Second of all, if counsel plans on going to a preliminary hearing within the 10 days, it is unlikely that there will be very much discovery provided within that period, given the voluminous nature and how long it's going to take to copy onto drives.
40 fucking terabytes of evidence they have gathered against David from the sound of things. That is an unfathomable amount. Now, the way that information just came out, the chess pieces that got set up on the board here were David's team made a mention of the discovery or lack thereof, that they were unsatisfied really with where discovery was there. So then it was mentioned, well, discovery is going to be kind of hard here because of how much volume there is. 40 terabytes, and you're looking to set up a preliminary hearing within such a short time frame. It's going to be extremely difficult for us to get all of that information to you for this discovery. And also, they made a reference to discovery with like the grand jury. Can't really do anything about that. That needs to come from a court order. But the shocking piece of information there was how much evidence they seemingly have against David here from their investigation. 40 terabytes is a ridiculous amount of anything in general. So that's a lot. That really is a lot. That caught me by surprise because there's a lot of evidence out there available to the public in this case about David and everything here. But 40 terabytes is more than I would have possibly envisioned for this. So anyway, it looks like they're going to be moving this along very fast. So I guess we'll be getting more and more information pretty quickly. I just wanted to give you the update to things now that the charges are out there. And again, personally, I feel David is definitely guilty in the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I think all of the evidence points to him being the only one that it could possibly be. I don't think he was framed. And again, it is proven that he was in a relationship with this child. So that additional charge of the lewd and lascivious acts with a minor, I think there is no possible defense they could even begin to squeak out there in that charge alone, let alone everything else that is available for everything else in regards to her death, as well as her body being chopped up, the mutilation of her corpse, all of that all seems to point directly to David. But I guess we'll find out as this process continues. Anyway, fucking awful stuff, man. This case is so fucking gross, and I really, really, really hope that there will be justice for Celeste here. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I like shiny cardboard. I do not like grading the shiny cardboard. I do not like green eggs and ham. I have said it for many moons now. I think grading cards is hooey. I know I've spit and shit about this topic for a while, but it's true. I just think it's a bunch of horseradish. You pay hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars to grade your cards, and sometimes they get damaged. Other times, it just feels like it's truly just RNG, the roll of the dice, and it's entirely dependent on whoever's manhandling your card's mood on that given day with whatever grade they decide to dole out. To me, it just always feels inconsistent, so I just really never think that it's worth the money to get cards graded. And I know people make entire careers out of buying and selling graded cards and all of that. All power to you. I'm not your fucking dad. I'm not coming in there with a belt making you stop just because I don't like it. You do what you want to do. But there is just very real problems with the whole practice of grading cards, especially when it comes to things like PSA. And that's what we're about to talk about today. PSA is probably one of the biggest when it comes to card grading. I'm sure all of you have heard their brand name tossed around quite a bit. When it comes to card grading, they're like fucking Kleenex, where when people talk about a graded card, they usually say like PSA plus the number as opposed to like just general card grading. The same way when people talk about tissue, sometimes they say, can you get me a fucking Kleenex? Like it's gotten to that level where they are just that big. They're kind of the top dog. But I also just really don't like them in particular. I think they're one of the worst in the card grading industry, and it's an industry I already think is full of corruption in general. And today I saw a video breaking down a wild situation where someone had an extraordinarily rare card. I'm talking less than 50 of these cards in the world, at least that are known about. It's a PSA, or was, RIP, God rest its soul, a PSA 10 Deoxys lenticular card. So basically it's 3 art in 1, and it's from over 22 years ago. There are only a handful of these out there, and the estimated price based on like recent data is around $45,000 for this card. And this individual had this card, and they wanted it to get reholdered. And when they sent it to PSA, they fucking blasted it. They annihilated that card. And what he received back was a PSA 6. What they're citing is a PSA 6, noting that it was damaged, unfortunately. And instead of like paying him what the card's actual value would be worth, they aren't willing to do that. They're instead hiding behind this fair market value number they're pulling out of their dirty rectum and offering significantly less. So I want to show you some of this video and go over this because it is very scummy from everything I can see.
This is a holy grail for some Deoxys collectors. And I'll tell you, it's a grail for a reason. It's got it all. It's old and it's very exclusive. It was only given out for the release of Pokemon's 7th movie, Destined Deoxys, and only in Japan was this card given out. And it's super cool because it's the only small lenticulated card to exist. Yeah, here's an example of a lenticulated Charizard card, or what lenticulated means. The card changes depending on the angle you look at it. Here's a little video that shows you how cool this card is.
This Pokemon card is actually 3 cards in 1. When you move this card up and down, Deoxys will change into a different form.
This is just showing you the card itself and what makes it so rare and valuable to collectors. Lenticular shit from back in the day is actually really hype. I don't know if you can see it on camera, but right here, I actually have my original copy of Majora's Mask with the lenticular label on it. It's so fucking cool. And this is a really rare card, especially to find in a pristine condition. It's been over 2 decades. So having a PSA 10 is very, very rare.
This is a sick card. And this particular card was originally graded as a 10. Originally. Now, how did that change? Well, it happened through a process called reholdering. Older PSA as a company, a grading company, was a little more lenient on Pokemon cards or just cards in general at the time. So when you get an older slab, you expect a lesser quality condition of a card, even if it is in a 10. Logan Pulse Pikachu. And you'll see this happen at Pokemon card shows. People will ask if my card has a older certification number, meaning it was graded at a older point in time. And if they are graded at an older point in time, they're actually worth a little less. So what some people do is they get their cards reholdered.
Which is exactly what this individual is doing. They wanted it reholdered so they could have an updated slab showing that it is a pristine 10, even by modern, more strict grading standards, because that would then fetch a higher price to collectors that want to purchase the item. And according to the original Reddit post, they actually did have someone offer in excess of $45K. I'm assuming that may have been dependent on like the reholdering maintaining a 10, which is probably why they were like really gung-ho about doing it. And then disaster struck. And then the Fire Nation attacked.
Now imagine the shock that Brian felt when he submitted his super old, super rare, already in a PSA 10 Deoxys for reholdering, and it came back to him as a PSA 6, losing about 90% of its value. And it wasn't because he did anything wrong, but PSA actually damaged his card. 268-279-56. I actually looked it up, and as you can see, it actually has been deemed back down to an EX Mint 6. They kept the same certification number, and they turned it down from a PSA 10 all the way down to a PSA 6.
Again, just to make sure it's very clear, the reason he was doing this is because with an older slab, it was more lenient, which means buyers wouldn't pay as much because there's a chance it's not actually a 10. Maybe there's like some scuffs here, a little poop over there, like who really knows? So he was getting it reholdered to update that to fetch a higher price. And what happened is, and you can see it through searching the serial number, it got regraded all the way down to a 6. And then after corresponding with PSA via email, which we're about to look at, it's because they fucked it up. They ruined it. They took away the vast majority of the value of this card, which is life-changing money, mind you, all because they made a whoopsie-daisy. Oh, clumsy us, real butterfingers. We seem to have crumpled it up and used it as toilet paper. But don't worry, we slabbed it, and we've updated the serial number in our system, so now everyone will know that this is now a 6. Why aren't you happy? This is what you paid for. So here's the email. My name is Dorothy, and I'm a supervisor for the Customer Relations Department team here at PSA. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me this morning as discussed over the phone. CERT, that's the Deoxys, was unfortunately impacted during our encapsulation process. This did lead the card to no longer merit the grade of a PSA 10. Instead, our head of grading has provided that the new grade is a PSA 6. I am provided the details below. Dorothy, come on! You're gonna make a grammar mistake like that? This is less than professional. I am provided. It should be I have provided the details below. Get with the program, Dorothy. Take this seriously. Along with our offer based on our findings of the fair market value. That's a boogeyman term with PSA, by the way.
They say the description, the card, and the original 10. They confirm that it's originally a 10. And they say that the fair market value is $20,000. And here's where we're going to get some issues. They said the grade of the value of the 6 is $750, and with the ordering fees, I can't believe they included the order fee here, that it costed $190 just to destroy their card. And so they go on to say that they would like to offer the market value difference in the form of credit on an account or a check and remove their insane respective grading fee, which, oh my gosh, I can't believe you'd spend $200 just for them to rewrite a number on a card.
Quick pause here, a little halftime show, because I have been screeching about that to the high heavens for so long. PSA overcharges the fuck out of everyone who makes the mistake of using their services. You pay an arm and a leg for the most basic of services, and they arbitrarily jack the price up as they're jacking themselves off on top of your cards, giving you whatever grades they decide to pull out of their ass that day, and their numbers make no sense. It's extremely expensive to do, like, basically anything even remotely adjacent to card grading through PSA. So, like, I'm not surprised at all about the reholdering being nearly $200 just to fucking update the slab. It's crazy, man. It is actually crazy. That price didn't shock me in the slightest. I'm actually surprised it wasn't $1,000, knowing PSA.
They would also like to offer to have the item encapsulated as the current PSA grade or as authentic at no additional cost. How kind of them. As discussed on the phone, I understand you have concerns with initial market values. Please note our fair market value pricing is established by calculating the average sold prices for comparable items. And they say if you show any difference, we'll forward them to the pricing evaluation team. Now, the reason why this is such a crazy deal and such an insane, insulting offer is because the last sale on this card was $45,000. Offering $20K as an average is a spit in the face, and I'll explain later why.
This is where it gets extremely spicy. That card sold only a couple of weeks ago by PSA. Then this is where it gets a little conspiratorial, but I think there's a lot of merit to it. There are people that are speculating that they didn't actually damage his card when reholdering it. The encapsulation process, it's a psyop. It's not real. What they're thinking might have happened is PSA, when reholdering that PSA 10 Deoxys that was submitted, they took it and then sold it themselves, and then instead gave him a 6, saying that it was damaged and now it's down to a 6. That is a theory, just a little game theory that a lot of people have, because you need to stop and consider just how unlikely these circumstances are that PSA had 2 PSA 10 Deoxys lenticular cards from 2004 at the same time, when there is only 38 of these cards in the fucking known universe. And somehow PSA had 2 of them at the same time. When this card was being reholdered, they had already been selling this other 10 that they had for $45K. The timing is just very suspicious. PSA was who sold that $45,000 Deoxys. But even setting aside the conspiracy, even if that's entirely just wrong and a bunch of fiddlesticks, they have their own data to pull from for the fair market value. They, PSA, sold this exact same card, this PSA 10 Deoxys, only a matter of weeks ago for $45,000. So wouldn't basic logic stand to reason that they would view that card as $45,000? So why are they now telling this poor guy here who just lost this card now because of their incompetence that actually fair market value is about $20K? So we'll give you $19K because we're splitting the difference here with the 6 and that. When they themselves have already sold it for $45K. They should know that that is the fair market value. That's what you just fucking sold it at. So why are you feeding this guy a bunch of nonsense? Why are you blowing smoke up his butt? That's why it's been like so big. And like, well, I mean, just damaging a card this rare is already going to be a big story, but this blows up even further because of just how fishy and shady this whole thing is from PSA. They sold this exact card for $45K. Why are you now trying to turn around and say that it's only worth $20K to this individual here whom you've just ruined that exact card for? It doesn't make sense. It's weird.
And the thing is, if they gave him a decent offer, I wouldn't need to make this video. They actually threatened the dude if he made it public. This is like the stuff I would expect Kevin O'Leary to write if he was on a PR team. Please let me know once you find those listings or if you choose to accept our offer. Should you choose to accept the offer, due to the offer being over $500, we would need you to sign a standard release agreement. So their excuse is that because the offer is over $500, he needs to sign a hush-hush document. If you approve the resolution as offered, you would receive an email link to the DocuSign to review and sign the agreement. Please be aware that should you accept this settlement offer, our standard settlement agreement includes a confidentiality provision. Sorry, I'm sick. My brain is fried right now. Any public disclosure of the settlement offer may result in our rescinding the offer.
That's pretty stern. That's rather frank, but they do give you a nice little sweet apology at the end saying they sincerely apologize, and I think that's coming from a genuine place. Thank you so much, Dorothy, for that. Now let's get into the meat and potatoes. As he said, if it was like a decent offer, it's like, hey, we blew it here, man. We ruined your card. We'll just give you like the $45K or whatever that the card is worth. We literally just sold one, and we'll move on past this. But they don't do that. Instead, they lowball him an offer based off of just imaginary nothing math because they're trying to screw this guy over. And then they're saying at the end of the email that if he accepts it, they're basically going to lock him into confidentiality where he can't disclose anything about it because it would make PSA look really bad. And I think it's pretty clear he probably hasn't accepted that offer. I imagine, will be rescinding the offer, as Dorothy threatened to do in the end of the email there. And I think it just is a really, really bad look for PSA here across the board. I don't think they could have handled this any worse. But I also think this is a really nice look at how a company like PSA operates. I have said PSA is shady for a while. Dorothy calls it a standard form, which leads me and many others to believe that this is just the norm for them, that if they ruin your shit and it's over $500, they'll lock you down into being like quiet about it, so they'll pay you off like hush money and you can't talk about like, you know, the settlement, which I can almost see the logic behind, because like PSA probably doesn't want people hearing that they're ruining cards over like $500, because then people won't feel comfortable sending them the cards. But on the flip side of that coin, it would probably be good for their image to be like, hey, look, mistakes happen. We handle so many cards, you know, this volume. There are going to occasionally be these hiccups. And when that happens, look at all of these people we've taken care of when we've made an error. Like, I feel like you would want them to like say like, no, you know, I was upset about it initially, but then it got squared away. They gave me exactly what the card was worth. But that's clearly not how they operate. They'd rather just have it be like seemingly really lowball fair market value that they just make up poof out of nowhere based on nothing tangible. Like, it looks like what they tried to do is take really old sales of that card and then like kind of take into account their most recent sale and then find the average, but that's a stupid way of doing it because of how much the hobby and just the reselling has blown up. Like, it makes no sense why you wouldn't just take the data from the most recent sale your fucking self has just done. It seems like it's just a very underhanded tactic in order to try and justify these lowball amounts that they're offering that appear to be standard based on Dorothy's email. And the confidentiality, I just don't think is a good idea. Even though I can almost see why they're trying to do that, I think it's still just a shitty look. I think it would be far more effective if they just said, like, again, we made a mistake, and this is how we correct it. Look, he's even posting about it. We gave him exactly what the card was worth when we fucked up. I think that's a lot better than, we fucked up your card, now shut up and take this much lesser amount than what the card was worth.
So in the final picture, Brian includes the sales of all the past, cards of the same card, all the past sales is what I'm trying to say. And as you can see here, the last sale in February 2026 was $45,000. Now, just to clarify, because apparently Tony over here says, my only thing is that the card itself is different in that 45K sale, like different artwork. If you compare the exact same card, then they are fair. Oh my God. This card, they're saying the artwork is different because it doesn't look the same as this one over here. It's the same card. It's lenticulated. It has 3 different artworks on it.
I liked that section because I also saw a couple of people on like the original post saying, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? It's not even the same card. The art's different. So I guess we've reached a point where people don't remember what lenticular means, like what those items are, like what they look like. The reason it looks different there is because it's just at a different angle, so you're seeing one of the different arts. It's lenticulated. There's 3 arts there. Like, Jesus Christ, it's the same card. And it only takes like 1 second, actually 1 second, to just type it in yourself to double check, like, is this the same card? Like, I don't know, it's different artwork, but maybe I just don't know what lenticular means. Let me look it up. Oh, okay. No, I see. Now I get it. But no one wants to do that anymore. They'd rather just immediately just type that stupid shit.
And I know some of you are wondering, like, look at these other sales. They go from, they're 5,500, they're 10K, 15K. Why is this 45K the one we're looking at? Well, you answered your own question. Because as you can see, cards are fluid. Their prices are going to go up. And it's only getting higher as time goes on. And when a card goes up in value, you can't just value the next card you sell based on the average of the past 3. That's not how it works. If anything, the card should be worth more money because, as you can see, there's a clear demand for this card and it's going up as time goes on.
Not only that, with a card this rare, every one of those sales, the reason it keeps going up is because there's less and less of them that exist, and there's not going to be more. I would be beyond surprised if we saw another PSA 10 of this card within the next, 2 or 3 years. It's very, very, very rare. So that's the reason it keeps climbing. So the most recent sale being 45 should be the one that they would look at the fair market value for and extrapolate it's at least 45K. You wouldn't be taking the averages of the other ones because it's growing in demand and also in scarcity. There's not going to be more. So it's going to go up. And they know that. Again, this is just a very convenient way of trying to save quite a bit of money here for their boo-boo. Anyway, though, this was a good breakdown of the PSA situation here from Snom Nom. I'll link the original in the description. And yeah, that's really about it. See ya.